Nick, the reason that they choose to shoot is because they are barbarians, and it's cultivated barbarism from the top down. The entire Russian Federation is an empire of barbarism, and I just I cannot understand why any civilized nation does business with Russia at this point. I can't understand why we aren't giving the Ukrainians everything they asked for. I can't understand why the Bucharest Nine is just saying, okay, F you, the rest of NATO. We're going to supply Ukraine with whatever they want because we have a, a certain interest, an existential interest in defeating this empire of barbarism, and if you think I'm using hyperbole by calling it barbarism, I, I learned over the weekend. In fact, it was actually Friday, I believe, that there from the Telegraph's Ukraine the Latest podcast that there is a church in Russia that that during Sunday school offers bayonet training to children. Now, if you don't think that's barbarism, uh, then you can't be convinced of anything. Now, I don't mean you, Tim. I mean the sort of generic you out there in the world. I'm sure you agree with me completely, but I had to get that off my chest. This entire thing of trying to treat Russia as if it's salvageable is just idiotic at this point. It's utterly stupid and futile. The whole thing has to collapse, and the people have to live in squalor for 3 generations before they can opt to rejoin the civilized world because they have been cultivated into abject barbarism for centuries.
Thank you very much, Nick. Um, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm honestly in two minds about this. Um, so there seems to be this Russian ability to produce soldiers who have no seem to have no particular humanitarian feeling. At the same time, I'm reminded that actually, if you look back at history, there are an awful lot of incidents like this, where, as you say, the culture of barbarism is cultivated, and people go along with it, and they go along with it in ways that make us very, very confused looking at it from the outside, because we do like to think that actually that should represent a lot, some sort of line that's been crossed for normal people. And I'll elucidate on that on a little on that one a little. Nick, have you heard of a unit called Hamburg Police Battalion 101?
No, I'm afraid I haven't. Enlighten me, please.
So this was an interesting lot. This was in the heady days of the Third Reich. And Hamburg Police Battalion 101 was a reserve unit of the Hamburg Police. So they were mostly made up of kind of older people who were not fit enough or not able enough for frontline duty, and so they were factory workers, mainly working class people from Hamburg, who also served in the police as a kind of reserve police unit. So I think they had internal security duties in Hamburg or something like that. And the story of Hamburg Police Battalion 101 was laid down in a book called Ordinary Men. And the thesis of this book was basically it's how normal people can be convinced to commit atrocity. And the story of this unit was that they were brought in one day, and they were told that they were going to be transferred to the east, transferred to the general government, which was kind of the rump of what used to be Poland, which is known as the General Government of the Third Reich's empire, where they were going to be doing anti-partisan duties. Now, anti-partisan duties is, of course, a Nazi term of art for massacring civilians, but this wasn't well known at that time. So they thought, right, okay, so we're going to be doing some, we're going to be doing some patrolling, etc., etc., etc. If I remember the story correctly, when they got to Poland, they were told, actually, you're going to be killing civilians. That's your job. So you are going to be a death squad. You are going to be shooting Jewish men, women, and children, all civilians, all unarmed, all kneeling in front of a trench, all day, every day, until we're finished. But they gave them a get out, and they said, anybody who doesn't want to do this, you can just opt out. We're not ordering you to do this. We're not forcing you to do this. We would like you to do this, but if you don't want to do it, you can pack up and go home. We totally understand if you don't have the stomach to do this. These people were not ideologically motivated. They were not Nazis. They were just, well, I mean, not Nazis, I guess is probably the wrong phrase. They were not hardened ideological people. They weren't SS troops, for example. So they said, well, if you don't have the stomach for this, or you have a moral issue with this, you do not have to do it. We will send you home. It does not matter. There will be no hard feelings. There will be no political consequences. We totally understand. Not a single man opted out. And these guys spent the next couple of years killing Jews by shooting them, and including children. And the moral of the story is that if you change the circumstances, then very, very ordinary people can become what we would consider to be monsters. And so I'm kind of in two minds about whether it is, about whether there's anything uniquely Russian about this barbarism. I'm not convinced that there is. What do you reckon?
Thank you for that. That reminds me of the Hannah Arendt argument about the banality of evil. Frankly, and I want to believe that you have a strong point, and I like the humanitarian leaning of your two minds, and I know that your other mind is skeptical, and so I want to believe that you are correct, and that ordinary Russians will, in just a few years after the fall of their decrepit Kremlin empire, come to realize how monstrous their support of the war was, and their support of Russianism, because it is barbarism. I am just, my skepticism is based on the notion that, unlike current Russia, the German states, and that were amalgamated into the Kaiser's empire, were civilized states for a time. I mean, yes, the 30 Years' War was horrible and barbaric, but that was it was a couple hundred years before the rise of German nationalism. On the other hand, there are Buddhists from I believe Burma who were slaughtering humans just a few years ago. I can't remember the name of the minority, but they were Muslims, and I didn't expect
Rohingya.
that. Yeah, the Rohingya. Thank you very much. And I did not expect that from a people like that, although they have been living under a brutal military dictatorship. So who knows? It's very complicated. There's a lot of nuance to it. I'm just highly skeptical that a nation as or an ethnicity as arrogant and fed upon imperialistic lies as the Russians who are the ruling class of the Russian Federation will as easily repent of their criminality, of their crimes against humanity, as the Germans did they realized the fullness of their barbarism during World War II. But I don't know. It's very again, I don't have any answers. I just have a lot of skepticism. But thank you for that. I do appreciate uh, that that lesson, Tim. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yeah, I think the 30 Years' War is a good example. For those listeners who are not familiar with that particular horror show, it was a 17th century, essentially religious conflict, fought predominantly in what is now Germany, and it was basically the issue was: do we have a right? Do rulers have a right to be Protestant or Catholic, and do they have a right to enforce their religion upon their population? And to what extent are princes sovereign over religious issues? So it was kind of the final settlement of the investiture controversy of, who controls religious affairs. Is it Rome, or is it the king of the place you're in? And this was a phenomenally destructive conflict. It killed almost 30% of the German population, and it was brutality on a scale that Europe hadn't really seen up till that point. I think that's safe to say. And the way 17th century warfare worked, I think sieges were particularly interesting, because the way people thought of a siege back then was an army would come and camp outside a city and lay siege to it and attack it. And if the population of the city surrendered to the attacking army, then they had a chance of surviving. If the population of the city decided to resist and take their chances on their ability to defend their city, if they failed and their city was taken, they would all be massacred. Right? This was the price. So if your city resisted, the attacking army had the right to kill everybody in it, and that's nearly always what they did. And this was the way 17th century warfare worked. And there doesn't seem to be any, I'm not aware. I'm not a scholar of the period, so I'm very happy to be wrong about this. But I'm not aware of any particular critique of that way of doing things from contemporary people. That was just what they accepted war was like. And we saw the same. This wasn't just a German thing. This was, you think about the Cromwell's conquest of Ireland, for example. By modern standards, extraordinarily brutal. By contemporary standards, entirely normal. This was just how you did things. If people resisted you, you killed them. If they didn't submit to your rule, you killed them. And so, yeah, circumstances can create what we would see as evil in ordinary people. The difference, I guess, is that it's not 1642. There does seem to be a conscience that we've sprouted as a species, that everybody except certain regimes seems to accept. And there seems to be this notion that that's kind of seared into our moral conscience, that civilians are not fair game, and that prisoners must be treated with humanity. And if you can get the job done with the minimum destruction, then that's the obvious choice you make, right? Because there's no point in destroying and killing unnecessarily if it doesn't help your war aims. And this is something that Russia doesn't seem to quite grasp, and I guess it is that barbarism that Nick spoke about, right? They don't seem to have gone through the same moral development as the rest of us over the last 100 years or so. Couple of hands, indeed, Nick, and then Theo, please.
Yeah, thank you. You at the very end there, Tim. You touched on what I wanted to say, just that the Russian Federation, or the heirs of the Russian Empire, the Russian heirs of the Russian Empire, because let's face it, the Russian Federation is populated by hundreds of other ethnicities that are subjects, not citizens. Despite they may have the legal status of citizens, but they're not really citizens. They're totally second class citizens. But you touched on it, and I appreciate everything you said. I agreed with your encapsulation of the barbarism of the 30 Years' War. That was what, to my knowledge, that was quite accurate. And I would like to hear from Dr. Nick and Cleo. Also, I think that Cleo had her hand up just after mine, so that would be lovely.
Okay. What I wanted to address when you were talking about the comparison between Nazi Germany and how they transformed, that was a civilization that was completely defeated. We came in to their capital. We completely defeated them. We won't be doing that with Russia. We're not, with the current structure of how we're doing the war, there's not a plan to actually march into Moscow and hold the trials there and try to reform the country. We actually did that in Germany. We held trials. We helped them, and I'm not sure how much blackmail pressure or whatever was induced, but the German population then from the process took on very seriously to change and to push down that part of the society which had risen up into Nazism. There's some statistics and studies that say that about a third of the population in every country has an authoritarian bent to it. And so any population can be subject to it, but it depends on the societal pressures that come up. With Nazi Germany, the depression and hit them very hard. The Weimar Republic was not a very effective government. There were a lot of things that sent them into a spin that then was perceived as a chance on Hitler's part to take over. And when he acceded power, he had not actually won a majority. It's the same thing with Putin. He is not, it's very doubtful that he's actually won a majority considering how he works the elections. So it's that a very determined 33% of the population takes over. So in Germany, they did a lot of things, including putting in laws about displaying the flag, not displaying the Nazi flag, not engaging in hate speech. There were very, very deliberate things that were done. That won't be done after this victory in Ukraine, and the Russians have a much more prolonged history of engaging in these sorts of scorched earth policies on a very large number of neighboring countries, the Balkans, etc., where they have come in and done this same thing. So they have a lot to unlearn if they're going to unlearn it. So I'm just giving a caveat there. Yes, it can happen in any country. Yes, we've been even worried recently that it would happen here. And my father, when he came back from World War II, he was one of those soldiers who was brought into a concentration camp to view it. And people of his generation were saying, "Oh, that's the Germans. We wouldn't do it." But my father had always said that it could happen here. And so we all have to be conscious that it can happen, but it happens as a result of certain circumstances. And then to try to change it, at least if we're looking at the way that Germany changed it, they implemented a lot of laws to do that. If that ever happened in the United States with our First Amendment rights, we wouldn't be able to ban certain speech. It might be very, very hard to repress fascism if it came to America. But my point really is to say I'm not terribly optimistic about the culture in Russia changing. Certainly not as rapidly, and I think it's going to take something that we can't foresee right now that could change it. So that's what I'm saying. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Cleo. I just wanted to query something you said there, and this is kind of a question because I'm not 100% sure on this. You said that if there were a free and fair election in Russia, Putin would win. Are you sure? Because my understanding is that Putin is legitimately popular in Russia.
Well, I'm sure he's popular, but that doesn't mean that that the vote was, that it's like you can be very popular, but then when you see a variety of candidates, it's different. But he's done a lot to repress those candidates. It's the same way that like Erdogan has repressed. I think he's the mayor of. I don't know if it's the mayor of Cairo or whatever, but he got him to be charged with something. It was a legitimate enough charge, but it was a very, very odd law that they took to him. So it has to do with. I think it has to do with how how you run your elections. It can be about the timing that you use for your elections. If you don't have fixed intervals like the U.S. has, but if you have things where someone can announce when the elections are, and if you can also eliminate your your candidates, your other candidates. I'm not claiming that he wasn't legitimately elected. I wouldn't make that kind of claim, but if you eliminate your rivals, that sort of is part of what gets you across the hump. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you very much, Cleo. I see Dr. Nick is up, who presumably would also have something to say about this. Dr. Nick, very good morning to you.
Hi. So I was going to talk about something that I think Nick had mentioned in relation to, why are they this way? Why do they feel the way they do? What I would say is that part of the situation, like where does it come from, is for hundreds of years, Russians have been taught that they are exceptional, that, there's something called Russian exceptionalism, which posits that Russia has a special place in the world. And this idea is very old. It predates Ruski Mir, but Ruski Mir definitely adopted that notion about Russian exceptionalism. They're literally taught that they are better than everybody else. And so, unfortunately, many, not all, many Russians grow up with that belief. And, while some may shed it in adulthood, the majority do not. And I was going to say something else related to what Cleo said, but I don't remember. So I'm like falling asleep right now. So I will probably jump down in a minute. I'll probably listen to you guys while I go to sleep.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nick.
Sorry, I've got to add this. I can tell you're tired, Dr. Nick, because your voice is completely different.
Oh my gosh, is it really? Okay.
Yeah, she usually sounds really, chirpy. You've got a really happy voice, and you just, it's
sorry.
tired
I'm
voice
I'm
today.
really struggling. I didn't realize it was that different, but yeah, thank you. Sorry, I didn't sleep at all last night, and so, and I'm tired today. It's Father's Day and all that, so, but yeah, but thank you.
Well, get some rest, sweetheart. And before you go, I've got some numbers. I thought that people might appreciate some numbers.
Yes.
Excellent stuff. Once again, I must say thank you to Prince for digging these out and spoon feeding them to me like she does every morning. So saves me having to go hunting. So we have a day of vehicles, I would say. So we have 630 on the top line, liquidated personnel. That takes us over 220,000, by the way, just in case you needed to know. We have 5 tanks, and Prince will know that that is 4 more tanks than they had in the parade in Moscow.
Yes, it is.
I know. It's embarrassing, isn't it? Anyway, we only have 6 armoured personnel vehicles yesterday, but there was a bumper crop yesterday, so we're not going to complain too much. 18 artillery systems, 6 anti-aircraft warfare systems. Now, usually they don't appear on the numbers at all. We get them once in a while, and there's 6 there. So that suggests to me that something quite important got taken out. Yeah, good. And of course, 1 helicopter. Now, I believe it's another one of these KA-52s, and they have been using these KA helicopters, alligator type attack helicopters, near the front. So what's been happening is they've been using this air power to keep the Ukrainian forces further back and, slow or stop their advancement in certain areas. And we can't have that. So there's another helicopter gone. 12 UAVs. I mean, they're knocking these things out the air all the time. But now this one's a little bit special. 42. Yes, you heard that right. 42 vehicles and fuel tanks. Now, I don't think it's a record yet. I think we might have had about 45 somewhere before, but still, that is a lot of vehicles. And, well, that shows that Ukraine had quite a lot of success yesterday in some areas. Ooh, and mustn't forget, we have special equipment, and it's 4 items of special equipment. We don't see a lot of those usually. So I think the most I've ever seen is about 7. So yeah, I'm really pleased with that. Did you enjoy those numbers, Tim? I'm sure you did.
I did enjoy those numbers, particularly pleased to hear that they lost 4 more tanks than appeared in the Moscow Victory Parade. But yeah, I mean, I'm still waiting for the big one. I'm still waiting for the day when they announce that, there's been 5,000 Russian casualties and, 400 tanks lost. I'm waiting for the big battle. The big. It's frustrating. It's frustrating. But maybe it won't come. Maybe I'll be forever disappointed. Prince, what do you reckon?
I don't know what you reckon. I can tell you what I reckon, that I found extremely interesting in a separate report today that I did send to Mockers. Anna Mailer, Deputy Defense Minister, put out like a summary of the week. Have you ever heard of them saying that they took approximately 80 captured fighters of the aggressor? Has any?
I would imagine they do, but
I
yeah, they don't normally publish it, do
no,
they?
but in her summary here, she says that there were 4,600 killed and wounded. In addition, our defenders captured more than 80 fighters of the aggressor, which I just thought was a little interesting tidbit that she added to that, and I was sort of intrigued by that. It caught my attention.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think usually they give us numbers of captured. It's been quite murky, shall we say, that particular figure. And I suppose, it's part of their OPSEC situation that they don't want Russia to know just how many they've captured so far. You know, there's a lot of negotiations going on in there, but the fact that she's mentioned it, I mean, that suggests that it's some sort of red letter day for them, that it's a surprising amount, perhaps, because you see them being captured in, like, you know, little groups, maybe one at a time, 2 or 3 of them. I mean, I've seen up to about 5 or 6 in the past, but just recently we're seeing a lot of these, and they're not generally just 1s or 2s. There's usually quite a few more of these guys. There's even reports that, you know, whole units have surrendered because they don't have any ammunition and things like that. So, you know, I think we are getting to the point now where those surrenders are starting to make a big difference. I mean, let's face it, you would rather somebody put their hands up and not fight you in that situation. I know it means you've then got to deal with the person, but they've got a lot of processes in place now to deal with the captured soldiers. So I think, you know, it is becoming more significant, definitely. Nick, you've got your hand up there.
Yeah, I was just listening to the two of you converse, and a weird thought struck. Well, not weird, but just a novel thought struck my petty little brain. What if, instead of this being a red letter day, Hannah Malyar is in fact begin this? What if this was the debut of a new mention in her daily brief? Because she is expecting that 80 will seem like a pittance in about 5 days. If can you do you see where I'm going here? What if they have decided to begin mentioning Russian captures or Ukrainian captures of Russian troops because they are expecting a volume business in just a matter of days, and are because they're brilliant and know how to work PR, can expect that the sudden surge in numbers, if they are in fact correct, is going to be a wonderful public relations coup for the Ukrainians in the eyes of the world, and to the fury of the Kremlin. That's just my little thought. I could be completely wrong, but it's just how my brain was working at that moment. Thank you.
Prince, your hand shot up, so go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know that that's gonna happen. I actually would love to hear Tim's input on that. I wonder about the Geneva Convention. I don't know that just numbering how many prisoners you've taken would be an issue, but I know that there are many other issues when it comes to prisoners of war, um, uh, and making sure that you follow the Geneva Convention. So I don't know if Tim has any input on that or not.
I mean, I missed the specific question there. So, Nick, could you just say that again, please? And I'd be happy to give my thoughts.
Bottom line is, will they start saying how many prisoners of war they've taken?
Sorry, Tim. I probably wasn't clear enough on my original postulation. I am wondering if the Hannah Malyar mention of the numbers of Ukrainian captured Russians is something of a debut category in her daily brief, in anticipation of having like 80 is like a low benchmark, and it's going to be in the hundreds every day, or soon every day hereafter. And because of the way the Western press analyzes things like this, they will say, "Oh wow, there's been a huge surge in Russian surrenders," or whatnot, which will strengthen Ukraine's standing in the eyes of the world. The let's face it, there's parts of the world who are viewing this war not as a dire struggle for national and ethnic existence, but it's almost like they're looking at it as a sporting event in a weird way. And I hate that. I hate to even mention that, but it's a fact. It's just how some of the world is looking at this. And so PR is hugely important. And if Ukraine can demonstrate to the world, especially the world who is helping them so much with military support, that they are the offensive is gathering steam at a headlong pace, and that there are many more Russians surrendering. I was thinking of it that way because that, I don't know, that's just how my brain was thinking about it at that moment. So and by the way, I understand, Prince, that it's uncool. In fact, it's illegal against the laws of war to broadcast interviews with prisoners of war. But that's very different from announcing numbers of captured. So anyway, enough out of me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. Yeah, it is as you say. It is against the Geneva Conventions to make prisoners of war an object of public curiosity, is the exact phrasing of the convention. So, yeah, you're not allowed to. That's generally considered to mean you're not allowed to. You're not allowed to parade them before the media. You're not allowed to publish images of them. You basically you just hold them, you treat them humanely, and you respect their privacy, so to speak. So public curiosity is the keyword there. But that, as is interpreted, as far as I understand it, to mean the prisoners on a personal level. So the prisoners, their identifying characteristics, so their images, etc., etc. As I understand it, there is actually a duty to report prisoners of war. So you have, I think that it's either a legal duty or it is a convention. It's considered the done thing to report the names, names, ranks, numbers, identifying data of prisoners through neutral organizations or neutral countries, so the enemy can inform the families that their that their loved ones are captured. Whether that's a legal duty or not, I'm not sure, but it certainly is something that seems to be done. So there are, you take their names and then you forward that through the Red Cross or, the Swiss or whatever to Russia, and then they can inform their captured men's families that their loved ones are safe in captivity. I'm not sure if that's been happening or not, but yeah, there does seem to be a convention around that, though I'm not sure if it's a legal requirement. I don't think there's anything wrong with publishing the numbers. I've not seen anything that suggests to me that that's illegal to say, hey, we took 5,000 prisoners, and we've got this many prisoners and that many prisoners of war, etc. I don't think there's any legal issues with that. In terms of how the press will react to the fact that they've started publishing figures, yeah, I mean, you might see it editorialized in a headline. Ukraine takes 6,000 prisoners, and then it'll be buried in the bottom of the article that they haven't reported numbers until now. But yeah, I don't know. We've got a couple of hands on this. Can you remember the order, Moppers?
Vaguely, I believe we were Tom, Dr. Nick, Will.
Yeah, I was actually struck by how low 80 taken prisoners was for the week. I mean, I've seen video where 11 or 12 Russian soldiers were marched off from one engagement. And so
Is
a week.
this from her area? Does she have a particular area, Prince, or is she like overall?
It was in the overall with right after the number of.
Sorry, I just had to ask that. Sorry, Tom. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm I think, Nick, maybe you're onto something with the maybe lowballing of numbers or something, but if you would extrapolate for over a year, 80 a week, that's 4,000 prisoners. That seems very low to me for the entire, well, for 1 year of the war, let's say, instead of a year and a half. I'm thinking there's tens of thousands of Russian prisoners of war, but I have no idea. It is rather murky. There aren't numbers released, and it is notable that she would announce numbers. You make a good point there, Prince. So what? I don't know that we can make anything of it, but in World War II, there were hundreds of thousands of prisoners taken in battle engagements. I know this isn't World War II, but 80 for a week just seems very low. And I'm surprised that there aren't more surrenders by Russians. I mean, since there's such low morale, low willingness to fight, so it just seems like an awfully low number, and I don't know what it means. That's my only comments on it.
Well, I guess we can say that this is a good thing if they've heretofore not announced prisoner numbers exactly, and they've started doing it. If Russian soldiers realize that actually people are surrendering in large numbers, then they will start to see this as a more realistic way out for them, rather than becoming sunflower food. So I think it can only be, well, I think it's a positive step, because if they're announcing these numbers and this filters down to the Russians and they think, actually, I don't have to die in a trench full of my own poo. I can call my friendly local Ukrainians and surrender and get 3 square meals a day, and wait this out. And it goes back to the humanity of the thing as well. If on a personal level, on a conscientious level, Russian soldiers don't like this war and don't like the way it's being prosecuted, if there is any truth to this notion that Russians and Ukrainians are somehow quote brothers unquote, then Russian soldiers can walk the walk. They can refuse to participate in the brutalization of their brother country of Ukraine, and they can surrender to Ukraine, and they can see what true brotherhood means. Yeah, that's a very interesting point, Tom. Thank you very much. Dr. Nick, I believe you are next.
Yes, so just to kind of be brief and to sort of round out some of the stuff that Tim was talking about, as well, I believe, I can't say if this is accurate for other branches, but I know that in the Marine Corps, we spent a lot of time on like the ICMJ, the international, the International Code of Criminal Justice. No, no, the military. You know what I'm talking about, the military one. ICMJ. Military, no, whatever it is, Code of Military Justice. And also the Geneva Convention, because they made it very clear to us that if we were ever in a military conflict or some sort of situation, a war, what have you, that we were to follow rules of engagement, and we were to follow how to deal with prisoners of war or anything like that. It was very clear that one of the things too, I didn't think Tim mentioned this, and if you did, I'm sorry, is that they are required to treat prisoners of war with respect. And even so, for example, one of the other things that's kind of interesting is they mention, and this is kind of relevant to Ukraine's the first war, 2014, people talk a lot about how, you know, Ukraine had all these volunteer units and they really weren't part of the military and all that. But in the Geneva Convention, it makes it very clear that if, you know, a country is being invaded and attempted to be occupied, that it's totally within the realms of war, um, and justice and all of that for that state to raise multiple volunteer militias to defend the country. Basically, so long, of course, as they, you know, keep with rules of engagement and all of that. And another thing that they say is that the people who are engaged in the conflict need to be carrying openly. So that way, um, you know, people know that they're armed. They know who the combatants are, and like regular civilians, etc., are not caught off guard. Um, and what was the other one? Crap. Well, I'll just leave it there. And that's probably going to be my last comment. Probably, thankfully for everybody, because I'm super tired too. So I'll see you guys later, but I'm going to listen.
Thank you very much, Nick. A very good night to you. Yeah, that's an important point. The something Russians say a lot when they're about to mistreat prisoners. Of course, they say they don't mistreat prisoners, and then they make excuses for having mistreated prisoners. So there's the usual contradictory narratives coming out, which is of course a deliberate Russian tactic to confuse everybody. I'm reminded, you know, this is a Russian thing. It's a way of doing propaganda. They pump out lots and lots of contradictory, confusing information. An interesting example of that was the Skripal poisonings in Salisbury in England. Sputnik and Russia Today put out 135 different contradictory stories about what happened. These are two official organs of the Russian state. They put out 135 contradictory, different narratives of what they thought happened. So yeah, crowd the market with nonsense. But this is something Russia does. They will say that, somebody like Aiden Uzlin, for example, he's a mercenary, which is nonsense. Of course, he is a sworn member of the Ukrainian armed forces, and then they'll say, oh well, this local militia is not part of the Ukrainian army, therefore it's not covered by any international conventions. Complete nonsense. It doesn't matter what branch of the armed forces you're in. If you're a uniformed soldier serving the interests of a state you're at war with, then you are protected by the conventions. And then there's the idea that, they're doing it to us, so we can do it back. No, there is no legal basis for that. That used to be something that happened. So going back to, say World War II, there was this kind of tit for tat breach of international law, and both sides did this. So, for example, if the British manacled German prisoners, which is I would say is inhumane treatment and unnecessary treatment, and is illegal under the Geneva Convention, then the Germans would do it back. And for example, during the Battle of the Bulge, it got about that Kampfgruppe Pfeiffer, which was a unit of the SS, was shooting American prisoners, and so written orders came down from American command that no SS prisoners would be taken. So if an SS unit surrenders to you, you will shoot them, right? That was the way they used to do things. You know, if you're not respecting the rules, I won't either. Okay, so there is a kind of, you can kind of see where that's coming from, right? The rules, if this is being applied one-sidedly, then the enemy has an advantage over you, is one way of looking at it. But there's no legal basis for that. It is still illegal. It doesn't matter if they're doing it too. Your legal duty is very clear. You don't break the rules. And so, yeah, it's any excuse they use for this is wrong, and it doesn't matter. You know, all of their messaging, every time they try and excuse themselves for committing their atrocities, the excuse they give is a total non sequitur. It has no legal basis or moral basis. It's absolute nonsense. Nick, did you want a final word on that before you go to bed?
Yes, just the last thing I was going to say that I meant to mention earlier, the thing I forgot. Your comments there just made me remember it. That one of the other things in the Geneva Convention, and I remember when we learned this part of it, that I think it's really interesting. So it says that when people are being occupied, that anybody, right, can take up inhabitants, right? So that's the word that they use, inhabitants of the occupied territories, can take up arms against the occupying power in order to resist the invading force. And that is completely fine. So in other words, they have the right to violently resist. And this is very important dealing with when we think about Putin and the way that he talks about the war, or you hear some Russians talking about the war, this notion that they should just roll over and die, basically give up whatever, be genocided, is absolutely nonsense. Not only just from a critical perspective, like any person with half a brain would recognize that people would have the right to resist, but it's actually codified in international law in the Geneva Convention that even including taking up arms and firing against them in what's implied to be self-defense. And I think that that's another really important part of the Geneva Convention. So with that, I'll step down.
I'm going to push back on that, Dr. Nick. That's not actually the case. So it's not a right that's codified in the Geneva Convention. This right to irregular resistance, it's not really codified anywhere. What it derives from is the right to self-determination in the United Nations Charter. So there is this
Article 4, Section 6
that
of the
is in
Geneva
the
Convention in
Geneva
relation
Convention.
to. Yeah, I'll read it to you. Hold on. Geneva Convention related to the treatment of prisoners of war. So it's Article 4, Section 6, and it says, I'm going to read it to you. Inhabitants of the oh wait, was that it? Hold on. Was it 4? Or yeah, it was. Okay. Inhabitants of a non-occupied territory who, on the approach of the enemy, spontaneously take up arms to resist the invading forces without having had time to form themselves into regular armed units, provided that they carry arms openly and respect the laws and customs of war. So basically, they're saying that civilians, right, can also take part in the hostilities because they are occupied. Part of their country is anyway, and that they have a right to take up those arms and help fight and to help resist. And they talk about it somewhere else. I forget where it is. I'm a little bit too tired to find it right now. But it is mentioned there. It's specifically related to the inhabitants, but it's also a sort of, from my perspective anyway, a implication, or I mean implied, that violent resistance against the occupiers is okay. If civilians can do it that aren't even in the occupied territory, then they do have, that the military would have the right, obviously, to violently resist and overthrow. I hope that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That makes sense. I mean, I thought you were suggesting that there was some kind of right to irregular resistance to occupation, which, as I understand it, is a rather more thorny legal issue. But yeah, I mean, there is a right to participate in a war effort, provided you are identifiable as, you know, a part of the conflict, for sure.
Right.
You,
Yeah.
Dr.
They specify you have to be carrying openly, just like the regular military would, and you have to follow the Geneva Conventions and, you know, the rules of engagement and all of that kind of stuff. Like, that still has to happen. So if you are going to take up those arms as a civilian in the non-occupied territories, it's obviously sort of implied in other parts of the Geneva Convention too, that in the occupied territories you have a right to do this also, but including the unoccupied territories. You just got to act like you're one of the regular military people and follow the Geneva Convention. And what they talk about too is that ignorance is an excuse. So to commit atrocities. But anyway.
Thank you very much, Nick. Let's go to Will, because he's had his hand up for ages. Will, very good morning to you.
Hey, how you doing, Tim? So it just so happens that my specialty in the military police was prisoner of war processing. So I'm a 95 B20, and I forget what the exact question was. So I'll just say a couple of things about it, and then if you got any other questions, I guess I'll try to answer those. What Nick was just talking about, essentially you can self-designate as a combatant, right? But you have to, as she said, operate openly as participating in the armed conflict, and you also have to participate. You also have to follow the Geneva Conventions, and then you will be treated. You have to be treated as a prisoner of war, even though you're what would be considered an irregular service member. So, once you take a person into your care and custody as a prisoner of war, then you, with them in your custody, you are responsible for feeding them, taking care of them, treating appropriately. And as you said, Tim, you can't treat them in a manner that is humiliating or serves your propaganda purposes. So, can you take proof of life videos? Absolutely. Can you document numbers of prisoner of wars you've taken with video, provided you're not using it in a manner that's in a propaganda way? Yeah, I mean, just essentially noting it as news, especially if you don't identify the individuals themselves. But what you can't do is require them on videotape to make any statements. You can video their statement if you don't know coercion. You just want to get their what if they want to make an interview, they can do that, but you can't force them to do anything, and you can't use them for propaganda purposes once those stills or video are made of them. So there's that. Once you take a prisoner into custody, I think you have 90 days to register them with the humanitarian organization that serves as the liaison for prisoners of war in that jurisdiction. And in this case, I'm sure it's the International Red Cross. Now, as to the numbers they're taking, a better, well, I don't know if it's a better example, because we'll see how we go, but it might be better to look at the experience in the first and second Iraq war to judge the numbers of prisoners they might take in a day or in a week or something like that. The thing about numbers is, and it's kind of an interesting one, if you report numbers of prisoners of war, because you're essentially starting, if we've got these, you're saying I've got 80 people in my care and custody, you have to start the record keeping requirements for those people: name, rank, serial number, next of kin, home address if they want any deliveries made to them, and communication of their existence to their relatives. Once you start that, you have to start that process. And once you start that process and you report that you've got 80 prisoners of war, they're going to want to know what happened to those 80 prisoners of war at some point in time. So it's kind of a good surrogate for how well you're doing, to note it, to note how many prisoners you're taking, because if a government reports prisoners taking, they wouldn't overinflate them. Otherwise, they'd have to account for people they didn't have later and either face the embarrassment of lying or trying to prove what happened to the people that happened to them. And if they killed them or they came to harm in any way, then they'd be responsible for that. So I suspect what's going on here is they're starting to report prisoner of war numbers because they probably expect to ramp up and take a lot. And, you know, that was into the thousands a day when you got into the Iraq war, especially the first one when they were expelling them from Kuwait and capturing large units all at once. You know, there were thousands of prisoners of war a day noted then. And the reason you might want to ramp up that reporting and report on hundreds of prisoners of war, you know, they took prisoners of war before. And as you remember, they handed them over in 50, 100, some blocks like that. Because when you hand them over, you're handing over prisoners of war that you've been taking. And as we've noted before, you're getting back prisoners of war that they've taken. And everybody gets to see the condition of those folks at the time of transfer. And those comparisons are quite useful, especially in this conflict, given the fact that Ukrainian prisoners of war tend to be mistreated, and the Russian prisoners of war tend to be well treated. You know, they've in the photographs we've seen in prisoners exchanges and videos, healthy, full cheeks, you know, no complaints on the Russian side, but the Ukrainians come back emaciated, obviously with injuries that haven't been treated well, so that they're probably facing disabilities or long treatment. So nothing wrong with using that for propaganda, because those are your folks getting back, and you're just relating fact, not and you know, as we've talked about before, Tim, propaganda can be fact. Fact is great propaganda when it's true, right? When facts are facts, and the conclusion can be drawn from itself. There's no sense being shy about it. So also, there's absolutely nothing wrong with reporting 90, 100, 200, 3, you know, how many ever it is a day. Start reporting the captured troops number on a daily basis, because that number will get back to the Russian side. And if they see the number, the bona fide numbers that are coming out every day, that can be further weaken their morale and induce people to surrender rather than fight, which is a good thing. And it's you know, Russia would probably claim it's propaganda, but it's factual propaganda. So there's also nothing wrong with stating the numbers of prisoners of war you've taken in a conflict under the Geneva Conventions. And the treatment of prisoners of war is really well managed in the military police in NATO, including discussions with them, care and conduct of them, and the interaction with interrogators, which, you know, shouldn't necessarily be seen as big and scary necessarily, because you've seen the outcome of interrogations, people that went to interrogations of Ukrainian prisoners who remark how well treated they've been, and voluntarily give statements that are in there, and have refused some to return to Russia. So that information gets out there, and it's good for your propaganda to treat prisoners under the Geneva Convention and return them home, because unless they're totally into the Russian, you know, paid mouthpiece for propaganda side, they're going to report to their friends and family that they were treated fairly and reasonably, and that is going to further weaken the cause of Russia to purport that Ukrainians are monsters. So, yeah, I think they're probably just going to start reporting numbers of prisoners of war taken periodically, but I don't think they'll do it on we took this many today. I think as they process them, and they have a count of them in the weeks probably after they've taken prisoners, but when they've processed them and ready to communicate to the International Red Cross, they'll probably also publish the numbers of prisoners that they're holding awaiting exchange at the appropriate time. Because as I say, I think that's good propaganda. There's nothing illegal about it under the Geneva Convention or the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which Nick was quoting before.
Thank you very much, Will. Good to have an expert take on that. Thank you. Polymath, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Will said many of the things I wanted to say. I did want to just, point out that the Russians are clearly not following the Geneva Convention. They're torturing civilians. They're torturing POWs. They're castrating some POWs. I'm sure they're extrajudicial killings of POWs and civilians. And so, it's a good thing that the Ukrainians are following the Geneva Convention. Absolutely. That's very important. I'm curious as to, whether the Red Cross publishes numbers of POWs that are reported to them or not. Because it is a mystery why we haven't seen any numbers from either side as to how many POWs have been taken. So I'd be curious, Will, if you have any thoughts on that. Why there's a lack of information on that.
Probably just nobody has asked the International Red Cross under a Freedom of Information Act or a reporter for those numbers, because those numbers are required to be kept as soon as you take a person into your custody, and reported to the Red Cross within a reasonable amount of time. I don't remember. I wasn't in part of the reporting, but it would be within a reasonable amount of time after you've got them. You need to report to the Red Cross, who handles that liaison, and they would be able to publish. They would be able to communicate those numbers. They're required to communicate those numbers to the belligerent parties, but whether or not they'd allow it or report it if you ask the numbers for both sides. I haven't seen any news reports of it, but it's the sort of thing that a government might report themselves once they've got that communication from the Red Cross. So a contact to the Red Cross, International Red Cross, or the government, the Ministry of Defense in Reznikov could be asked.
It seems highly unlikely that the Red Cross would publish such numbers, simply because that could be construed as a partisan act, right? So if you if the war is going worse for one side than the other, and they're reporting prisoner of war numbers, and they're saying, oh well, so far we have records of 30,000 Ukrainians in Russian custody and 80,000 Russians in Ukrainian custody, then the side that's on the wrong side of that equation is probably going to kick up a fuss, right? Because it's basically, it could be construed as spinning the war in one side's favor or the other. So it seems highly unlikely that they would do that. And I'm not aware of any particular duty they have to do that. But fortunately, we've got Florian up, who follows this sort of thing very closely. Florian, very good morning to you.
Good morning. So first of all, the Red Cross, the International Committee of the Red Cross, to be precise, in Geneva, is a special foundation under Swiss law, a foundation for international organizations. And that basically means it has total freedom to operate with basically zero oversight. The only oversight is a foundation council, where the Swiss government always has a seat in it, but they probably only report its economic numbers, but apart from that, they don't report anything, nor do they have the duty to report anything. Also, they're accepted from, for example, migration routes to Switzerland, taxes in Switzerland, income taxes in Switzerland, so on and on and on. So it's totally non-regulated, and there's no oversight and no regulation and no transparency whatsoever.
Thank you, Florian. That clears that up. So I guess your freedom of information request is not going to get anywhere, Will.
You could do it to the Swiss government, who sits in the Foundation Council, but they would probably say they have not anything. And there was the new head of the RSC went up to Swiss television, I think last week Tuesday, and in a discussion thing, and she made a statement that they're actually sitting nicely in Geneva and coordinating for her son, but not being there. But it was agreed that nobody in this discussion session was allowed to ask any question to her. So the moderator asked some tame question, there came tame answer, and she left again. And it was agreed that she will not stand any questioning, any scrutiny. So that shows you how the organization really works.
And presumably this is to guard against accusations of partisanship.
Yes, she basically, of course, said she cannot tell you if you're really working on the other side of on the left bank of the Dnipro in Kherson. She could not tell you how they communicate with the Russians. She only told she is coordinating something. It was if it wouldn't be so dramatic, it would be hilarious. How I mean, why do you come up in television and saying I'm sitting in Geneva and phone with somebody?
Thank you very much, Florian. Will.
Yeah, so given their fit, what Florian just said, the way to do it certainly wouldn't be an FOI request if you have asked the Swiss about anything like banking or any of their organizations for transparency. But
it's worse than a bank.
Yeah,
it's worse
true,
than a bank
but
now.
because the Red Cross communicates its data, but to be the liaison, it communicates its data to Russia, and it communicates its data to Ukraine on Ukrainian prisons held in Russia that they've reported. You could the Ukrainian government could self-report its own numbers of prisoners held that it reported to the Red Cross, and numbers of its people that are held in Russia as reported from the Red Cross, if they wanted to do so, or that'd be subject to FOI in Ukraine or in Russia. Oh, that's a good one. But in Ukraine, it'd be years trying to get it out. You're basically waiting till the government sees fit to publish those numbers, and I suspect that what they're doing is publishing those numbers as a ramp up. I say as a surrogate indicator that they're taking territory and taking prisoners.
Thank you very much, Will. Mockers, do you know what day it is today?
I do, yes. It's Monday, but it's also a very special day.
It is indeed. It is Nonsense-mas. So when I guess I don't know. I guess this has to be we have to recognize this as the day of foundation of NAFO, right?
I called it NAFO-versity.
Yeah, NAFO-versary. So I think
Very good.
beg your pardon?
The day they graduated from some strange online cartoon dogs to actual bonkers of Russian propaganda, right to one of the sources.
Exactly. So today is the fateful anniversary of the legendary tweet from Mikhail Ulyanov, who was he's the ambassador to the United States. I think. Who was he? Who is he? Somebody remind me.
I don't know. He's a Russian shill. He's a Russian. There you go.
Yeah, I'm going to Google that because I feel like I should know that. Mikhail...
I think he's it was the ambassador
in Austria,
European Union. I think.
Yes, he is Russia's permanent representative to international organizations in Vienna. Yes, today is the first anniversary of him uttering the immortal lines, "You pronounce this nonsense, not me." This is the I suppose the motto of NAFO. It's the core one of the core slogans of the NAFO phenomenon that Russians pronounce nonsense. And so today is Nonsensemas, a year to the day. So I've nested a tweet about that. So please, everybody, share in this celebration with us, because we all know how successful NAFO have been, how much of a phenomenon NAFO is, to the extent that it has been, NAFO has officially acknowledged by the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense. Politicians, international politicians, have joined NAFO, so including our very own Kaja Kallas, the Prime Minister of Estonia, also the Lithuanian Foreign Minister. Is Ben Wallace a fella? I think Ben Wallace is a fella as well, isn't he?
He has a fella made for him, yes.
So does
So he's
Reznikov.
been fellaed, as does Reznikov, the Ukrainian Minister of Defense. So yes, a phenomenal success, and even at the academic level, it has been acknowledged by people who have expertise in information warfare to be a very successful form of trolling, or rather counter trolling. It does. This is probably something Dr. Nick could talk about at great and fascinating length, being our resident Russian disinformation expert. He's got a PhD and everything. But she's gone to bed, so I'm not going to re-summon her because that would be unfair. But a phenomenal success. You know, the point in NAFO, the North Atlantic Fellows Organization, is to play Russia at their own game. You refuse to engage with any substantive fact, or at least any substantive statement. Russian statements are rarely factual, and you just fill their timeline, fill their space with silliness, and you just make them look ridiculous by association. So you create the stupidest, daftest memes you possibly can. The less funny they are, the more funny they are. This is the thing. You can't meme badly in NAFO. If it's just awful, if you're using, MS Paint and you have zero skills like me, that's even better. If it's just dreadful, if it has no aesthetic merit, that's even funnier. If it's not even slightly funny, that's even funnier. And you just fill their timelines with this crap, with this gunk, because that's what they do to us. That's what they do to our information space. They fill it with gunk, and they deliberately try and confuse everybody and try and interrupt the functionings of our societies and interrupt how information flows around our societies. And it creates real harm. This is the thing. This disinformation harms the real world, from everything from culture wars to anti-vaccination nonsense. This is Kremlin bread and butter, and it does hurt. It hurts real people. It even kills people. And so if we can counter that with ridiculous amounts of silliness, then great. And of course, the people who shill for Russia notice. NAFO lives rent-free in their heads, because as soon as an Article 5 is called, they get piled on by all of these extremely silly Twitter accounts, and they don't really know what hit them. It destroys their mentions. It ruins their social media experience, and it ruins any genuine engagement that they may have. So if you're kind of a medium-sized account, let's say you're an account that's the size where you would still bother to check your mentions. So let's say you're from 10 to 100,000 followers, then it really does ruin your social media, right? When you have the fellas on your case, because your following can't get a word in edgeways, because there's 100,000 silly cartoon dogs posting absolute bollocks on your timeline. Yes, this is the power of NAFO. It has been observed as thoroughly effective by people who are legit experts in disinformation and information warfare. And so I'd like to wish all the fellas, I'm not a fella myself, but I would like to wish all the fellas a very happy Nonsensemas. We see you and we very much appreciate you. So thank you very much. I see we've got a couple of fellas on the panel here. Will is one. Will, please convey my thanks to all the rest of the fellas in your next meeting in Tel Aviv.
Will do, Chief. Will do.
I like how you mentioned Tel Aviv there because, yeah, it's true. The CIA doesn't exist. They're all from Mossad.
I've already
Correct.
said too much. Mockers, do we have an MOD report this morning?
Ooh, let me check. Let me check. I think we do. Yeah, bear with me. Yes, here it is. This is the latest Defence Intelligence report from the British MOD for the 19th of June 23. So, over the last 10 days, Russia has highly likely started relocating elements of its Dnipro group of forces from the eastern bank of the Dnipro River to reinforce Zaporizhia and Bakhmut sectors. This potentially involves several thousand troops from the 49th Army, including its 34th Separate Motorized Brigade, as well as airborne forces, the VDV, and naval infantry units. The Dnipro group of forces redeployment likely reflects Russia's perception that a major Ukrainian attack across the Dnipro is now less likely following the major collapse of the Kakhovka Dam and the resulting flooding. Sorry, the cat's seen a bird and it's telling me about it. However, one of the things that we did notice yesterday, Tim, that, well, crossing the Dnipro might actually not be that difficult after all. Did you notice?
Did I notice? How is it not difficult? I'm lost.
Well, around the dam itself, obviously, there's been a huge amount of displaced water. And what's left behind is not really a river, it's more like a couple of streams. Because, of course, they've, closed off the higher up dams to try and sort of, stop more water flowing into the Kherson area, which is sensible. So, of course, what's left is like a beach. It's a very sandy area, and the bottom of what was the reservoir in a lot of areas is just a nice sandy beach with sort of a couple of streams trickling through the middle of it. And, well, it doesn't look as though it would be terribly difficult to cross if you really wanted to. Put it that way.
I'm not sure I'd want to walk on a mud bank that has had 70 years of the Soviet Union's waste sitting on it. That seems like a risky call to me. I'd have to get some new wellies for that, I think.
Oh yeah, they weren't planning on walking, I don't think. More like maybe putting down some kind of hard standing and legging it across. Because let's face it, it's quite exposed. So yeah, but if they were going to cross, they've got a number of opportunities now. So, and they do have plenty of kit for crossing marshy areas and things like that. So, but with it being sand, it has drained very quickly in some areas, you see. So it's a lot drier than they expected it to be, a lot faster than they expected. So, yeah, maybe like in the next few nights, there's going to be somebody out there, just wandering out with a yardstick to see how far the soft mud goes, because it doesn't appear that it looks very muddy. It appears to be just, like a sandy beach. And let's face it, if you had a quad bike, perhaps an electric quad bike that didn't make an awful lot of noise, you could probably get across there.
Fantastic. So explain this to me, Marcus. I know you're a world-renowned expert in hydrology. So the Ukrainians have closed dams further upstream to try and limit the flooding downstream. Did I understand that correctly?
Correct, yes.
So what do they do with all the water? That seems like an awful lot of water.
Yeah, I mean, it's still flowing, but it's not flowing at the rate that it was previously. They've not completely closed them. They've obviously left enough river flowing through, because, you know, there was a river there before, but it's not a big raging river, put it that way.
All right. And do we know what impact this is going to have on the geography of, you know, of Kherson further down from Novgorod? Does this flood water eventually, presumably it eventually goes away, so it goes into the sea, so it recedes, or is there a kind of natural equilibrium which now makes the delta wider? Do you know how that works?
I think it previously there was a river, so obviously they dammed the river to create, you know, the Dnipro as it was, and so the loss of the dam has sort of reinstated the original river. Now, I would expect that at the moment, because they're holding some of the water back, that river isn't as large as it could be. There's not the same volume of water going down there. So for now, they're, I suppose, attempting to do that to help some of that water flow away. I would imagine that the Dnipro will go back to its original position within the area of Kherson and what have you, but further up, obviously, it's completely out of whack. So yeah, I would expect it to drain back to its original position, just because they're holding some of the water back to allow it to drain away and calm down. Basically, I think that's the thinking behind it. But of course, you know, I'm going with common sense approach here. Chris.
Morning, both. Obviously, I'm a professor of hydrology, so I thought I ought to come up. Yeah. No, Tim. Actually, I've just done the MriyaReport course on the river, so I was listening to the conversation and that. So I think it was last night, Mockers, or something like that. Anyway, I was listening to a recent conversation of that, where they're basically just saying, Tim, that because that the area above the dam, you know, hasn't been there actually that long. What's it, 50 years or something like that, is it? And it may not be as muddy and silty as you might think. In fact, it may be more stony and solid and sandy, as the other professor of hydrology has indicated here. So we don't know, do we? But somebody knows, and I guess they could take somebody across with some sort of stick that you stick in the ground and that to test the what's the word? The ability of said ground to support tanks and IFVs. So yeah, it'd be interesting. You'd just love to go there, wouldn't you, and see what it actually looks like and how solid it is.
Absolutely. Although I figure not only have you been in the Royal Navy, but you are at least 3 times my age, so you've been in a lot more water than I have, Chris. So I think that makes you a bit more of an expert than I am. That said,
but thanks, Tim. That's instead of you saying happy birthday to me. Is it? I'll take that, mate. Thank you.
Is it your birthday?
It was yesterday.
Oh, I missed that. So many happy returns for yesterday.
Yeah, no, don't worry. But I wasn't fishing for, you know, happy birthdays.
Yeah, you totally were. You totally were. There's nothing wrong with that. Very many happy returns for yesterday, Chris. Interestingly, my sister-in-law is actually a professor of hydrology. Maybe I can ask her. That's an interesting one. She only does fresh water though. So if it's salty water, she knows less about it. I assume that's how it works. But she's an expert in the wildlife systems of in the wildlife of freshwater systems or something. It's very, very
She would.
niche.
Well, sounds right to me. It's fresh water where it comes from, isn't it? It ends up in salt water, but it's fresh water where it comes from. She would be perfect, Tim. Get her up.
But presumably, as it goes downstream, it gets saltier, and so she becomes less and less comfortable with it. Is that how it works? I don't know. How does an estuary work? Does the salt come the other way as well? I guess it wouldn't, would it?
Well, it comes up with the tide and that, doesn't it? Yeah. So, but I don't think it comes all the way up. So I imagine there's a sort of a point, if you like, where the amount of salt in the water is basically zero with that. So, yeah.
Is the Black Sea even saline, or is it brassic like the Baltic? Because the Baltic Sea is a lot less salty. I mean, it's kind of a bit. It's almost drinkable. It's like a margarita. But it's not salty like the oceans. I'm wondering if the Black Sea, being a kind of enclosed inland sort of sea, or somewhat enclosed inland sort of sea, is the same. But I don't really know.
Yeah, I didn't do the Black Sea course, so yeah. But I don't. I want to say it's a bit salty. That's about as much as I want to say. And then there's this funny thing, isn't there, about it? What's it? There's no air below a certain depth thing or something like that, which has been come up on the space. But that's obviously that's deep in the Black Sea. That's not on the rivers.
Well, I've been in water, and I can confirm that it's very difficult to breathe underwater. So there's not really any air in any water, I think.
I think that's what it is. That there's nothing in. There's something. It's called something. You know, below a certain depth in the Black Sea, it's like black or something.
You never know. That might be how it got its name.
Good God. You could be right, Mockers.
You know, I'm full of these ideas sometimes. So I'm being told that the Black Sea is very salty. Yes. So there you go. Now we know. I'm being told also that the place that I really struggle to say, Piatikatki, is officially liberated. So there you go. We have the video of the chap stood with the flags doing the yes, we've just liberated this area thingamy-bob. So we can definitely say that that place has been liberated. There was also some things that might have gone boom overnight. So in Crimea, the air defense was active. And well, there doesn't seem to be a reason for that just yet that we know of, but surely they wouldn't do that just for no reason. So yeah, we'll see what happened. It seems Crimea is having some quite emotional evenings at the moment in a number of places. I mean, I'm going to assume that they've fixed the problem with the electricity now, but there was still information last night that there were electricity problems in Crimea. So I will keep an eye on that and see what I can find out. But yeah, it would appear that there was something that happened last night. So you never know. Chris, go ahead.
Marcus, I don't want to make you go over the whole conversation again, but there was something earlier on, was there, about announcing the number of prisoners that the Ukrainians have taken? Was that basically the original point?
Yeah, they haven't done it before, so it seemed a bit like strange. But Hannah Maliar, however you say it, she announced that they had taken 80 prisoners over the last week. And I'll be honest, it didn't seem a lot considering all the videos we've seen of prisoners being taken. But that was an announcement, and we don't know whether they've announced it now with a lowball figure so that they can, you know, increase it in future, or whether it's just some erroneous piece of information. But I honestly feel as though they don't do these things without a reason. You know, it was notable that it was actually in the report, put it that way. So yeah,
is it actually the first time that she's ever mentioned prisoners of war?
Yeah, it's the first time they've ever given a clarification on numbers, put it that way.
Yeah, yeah. So I think I'm going to basically go with, I think, what you're saying, Mockers. I think that they're expecting big numbers in the future of that, and I'm only saying that because you know, I'm watching these videos, and you probably are too. You know, where apparently the Ukrainians have come into the Russian trenches from the rear.
Yes, I spotted one of those videos myself.
Yep, yeah, and not a pretty sight for the Russians. Yeah. So yeah, I think you'd want to. I think you'd want to surrender in that situation. Well, if you'd have to be quick, mind you, to surrender at that. Otherwise, you'd just be dead. I couldn't believe actually one of the. I don't know if you saw the same video as me, Marcus, but I couldn't believe the height of the trenches and that. And I'm like, oh God, can somebody help me? Tim, can you help me? Like, what use is a trench that's like 4 foot above you? How are you supposed to shoot over that? Do you get like a stick or something to hold your rifle up with?
Well, the idea would be that you would build a firing step. It's advisable to have trenches that are far deeper than you are tall, because then you're not the guy who suddenly stands up and then takes a shot to the head, right? But for that trench to be usable as a fighting position, you obviously would need to cut a firing step or build a firing step into one side. But presumably they never got that far. I don't know.
No, they probably were there, but you just didn't see them. I didn't in the bit of video, or maybe I didn't see them. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. The firing step, yeah, sounds very World War One, that, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, it is very World War One. There's quite a lot about Russian defensive preparations that are very World War One. Karen,
We've got some hands.
Yep, I think Karen was having tech issues, so I'll go to Karen first, and then we'll go to you, Cleo. Okay, Karen, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Actually, good evening from Alaska. It's almost 11 p.m. here in Alaska, but I was listening to this conversation, and I was thinking the Russians are probably thinking that those, you know, if I were a Russian, I would be thinking those guys are looking at that riverbank and they're probably thinking they could walk over. What's the nastiest thing that I could do to those people? So any kind of crossing, of course, it goes without saying. You can bet that the other side is probably mined greatly. I don't know what kind of nastiness they could cook up for you if you tried to cross a river. Maybe you have some ideas like that. What they could do? You know, they've got artillery positions. They've got drones that can take off and drop things on you. So my question is, what's the nastiest thing they could do for you to keep you from crossing? I can imagine all kinds of things that weren't probably wouldn't require a lot of tech skills. But another thing that continually nags me, and is the thought that Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant is sitting there, and you wouldn't think the Russians would want to blow that thing up, because it would ruin the land that they need to use for agriculture and cause a lot of other problems too. And it would probably trigger Article 5. But Russia has not been very bright. And so I don't know. That's my biggest fear is that nuclear plant and what they could do to what they could do to it. So those are my 2 comments. And if you were a Russian and you wanted to keep people from crossing, what would you do? Because that's what you got to think of, you know, if you're going to get across. And I'll leave it at that. I'll let the soldiers talk.
Thank you very much, Karen. Something we have seen a lot of is the destruction of Russian minefields caused by the flooding. We've all seen the videos of water surging along, and then every few seconds there's an explosion in the water. Now, that is the water dislodging a mine, and the mine bonking against something, and the mine going off. So the minefields they have laid are probably not as potent as they once were. Well, they're probably the mines that haven't been destroyed are probably in a totally different place. But as we know, Russia doesn't seem to mark her minefields anyway, which is also illegal, by the way. But it does seem that if they've extensively mined beaches, etc., which they certainly have on the left-hand side of the Dnieper River, then those minefields will probably not be in as great a shape as they once were, if indeed they're still effective at all. In terms of defending against waterborne incursions, it's actually pretty easy, because in order to mount an amphibious landing, you need blokes in floating things. So you need to get all your chaps into floating things, into boats, into ideally specialized landing craft, and push them across the body of water and then land them. This means they are concentrated in fairly small areas. So you know, we've all seen Saving Private Ryan. You know, the opening battle scene, where the chaps are all inside a landing craft, and the front door opens, and then a gun opens up on them. And that's the end of that platoon, basically. So one of the risks, this is why amphibious operations are so risky, why very, very few countries are capable of executing them successfully, is because it is in the nature of the thing that you have to cross the body of water in a very concentrated and vulnerable way. So the enemy's ability to counteract you by just shooting at you when you're in this very vulnerable state is quite easily organized, doesn't require an enormous amount of, doesn't really require much specialized equipment. You just need, you know, you need well-sighted and well-supplied gun positions. And you know, it doesn't require doctrinal mastery either. So yeah, crossing bodies of water in force is a very difficult thing to do. It's a very risky thing to do. It generally has a very high casualty rate and a very, very high risk of failure, not only on the approach, but once you've landed, you need to establish a very strong beachhead, because the enemy will likely want to counterattack you. And if you are on the other side of a body of water, you obviously have nowhere to retreat to. So if the enemy puts enough pressure on you, the only way you can go is backwards, and backwards is the river. So you can't retreat across the river unless you have boats. So you're going to have to surrender or be destroyed in place, or have a swim, which probably won't end very well for your blokes. So how to counteract an amphibious landing? Very, very easily organized. You just need sustained fire weaponry in positions that can't easily be suppressed. So even the Russians could manage that. So yeah, I wouldn't want to be in the Ukrainians' position if indeed that's what they're planning to do, because it's not a particularly pleasant form of warfare. Does that answer your question, Karen?
Yes, I think they're just going to, Ukraine is just going to have to wear them down. There's going to have to be a lot of artillery involved. I think there's going to be, have to be, I don't know if they, I worry about that nuclear plant though. I really do. But yes, that does answer my question. But yeah, I think that lots of drones, lots of artillery, maybe a well-placed missile. And this is a mess. But anyway, yeah, I'll drop down to listener now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Cleo, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I wanted to address the underreportment of, I guess underreportment would be the word, for the soldiers that have been captured. I think that may be because for a couple of reasons. For one reason, some of the Russians seem to be defecting to the freedom fighters that are going into the oblasts in Russia. And the other thing is, and what I'm suggesting here is that if you give the Russians a set number and we don't have those soldiers to turn in, they may ask a lot more questions about them than we're willing to tell them, so as to protect the soldiers that decide to go into the Russian oblast with the freedom fighters, and then also the ones that are I've read this, and I don't know if it's true, but I read it from a pretty good source, that one of the obligations when you take prisoners is that you give them the option of going back or the option of staying, so that some of the Russian soldiers would be staying in Ukraine. And again, you wouldn't want to give the Russians a firm count so that they decide to protest or create a big problem for the ones that would want to stay. So those are my two speculations on it, and I'd love to have someone, answer who has much better information than I. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I understood your point correctly, but there's no particular duty, well, in fact, there's no duty to return captured prisoners to their country of origin. You're entitled to hold them in custody for the duration of the conflict. There's no, you don't have to give them the option of returning to Russia. That rather defeats the point of taking prisoners in the first place, right? Because if they're your prisoners, then they're hors de combat and they can no longer play a part in the war. If you return them to their country of belligerence, then they can be reinstated in the army, and that's another soldier that they can use against you. So there's no duty.
I wasn't referring to returning them at the point of the war, still proceeding. But what I read, which I would like to have confirmation on one way or the other, is that they could stay permanently in Ukraine if they chose to. That there's some sort of article of war, and maybe someone knows the answer to that.
Loading. U.S. NATO fella, do you have an answer to that?
I was just going to say that as far as I've read, I believe that's not a law. It's not per Geneva Convention. You're not obliged to take a prisoner of war and offer them citizenship or permanent residence in any way, shape, or form. Per the Geneva Convention, you're just obliged to, keep them alive under lock and key, essentially, not to allow them to be combatants.
Thank you very much. Will, do you have a take on that?
Yeah, the situation, I don't know who asked it, but the situation being described is when there was the last prisoner exchange, and this wasn't great numbers, this was one guy. When they put the Russian prisoners on the bus, 3-4 loads of buses, they go in and you are required to tell them, You can notify them you're now being returned to your home country, the other belligerent nation, but you're being returned to your home country. You tell them, prisoners of war, that they have the right to refuse to return to their home country if they want, and you should notify. In fact, we do it well before in the military police. They do it well before you're going to be returned. They tell everybody their rights and responsibilities as prisoner of war, and one of those is you have the right to refuse return to your home country if you don't want to return. And the little caveat that the guy added onto it on the bus when he was in the bus with those prisoners is he notified them of that. They have a right to refuse return. Make yourself known if you don't want to return. And second, he said, now this isn't required by the Geneva Conventions, but he added it in. If anybody here would like to join the Russian Free Volunteers, because this was the guy who was the head of this, he said, please make yourself known, and we will also not return you to Russia, but we'll also induct you into the Free Russian Army, and the rest of you who don't want to return to Russia would be maintained in captivity until the end of the conflict, and then when there was a general amnesty for all prisoners of war, they would be processed as residents of wherever they wanted to live after that. They don't guarantee that you can be expelled, right? You could be expelled after the war was over back to your home country or any other country of which you hold a passport. But what Ukraine said early on in the war, they said that they were going to make sure that everybody, all prisoners of war that they took, knew that if you surrendered, this was part of the comeback, I want to live campaign, that they publicized that if you want to stay in Ukraine and you surrender, once the war is over, you'll be allowed an opportunity to be a resident, go through a regular processing for citizenship thing. So that was kind of confusing there. But so a country is not obligated to return prisoners of war to their belligerent country, but only if the prisoner of war elects where they want to be.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will, Johannes, good morning to you.
Good morning. Yeah, regarding the Cleo, you said that it seems that some of the prisoners are choosing to join the Freedom of Russia Legion. I'm not sure. Could you say what your sources of information are on that? Because I mean, I've heard repeatedly from Ilya Ponomaryov that they have many more kind of applicants than they can actually accommodate. But I'm not sure. That's just his statement, so I'm not sure what's to it. And also, as far as I have heard, prisoners would typically not join the Freedom of Russia Legion, but the Russian Volunteer Corps. But again, I've got no reliable information on that. Or was that just your speculation?
Well, I think that Will described well the one instance that we all saw that was where a video clip was made of it, where the head of the freedom fighters, I'm sorry, I don't know the exact title, but he offered an opportunity for any of the Russians coming back to join the freedom fighters, and they would be going into the Russian oblast, which was, invaded, and they're going in and out of the oblast in Russia that has Belgorod. Can't remember how you say the name, because there are actually two ways to say it. But at any rate, and my speculation was that's what we saw in a clip, and that perhaps they have been offering that as an option all along. And I'm only suggesting an underreporting of the number of prisoners of war to minimize the information going back to Russia. That's it. You know, just so that those decisions can be freely made, and the people don't have to worry about their family back in Russia. You know, if their names aren't released. Of course, on that video, we actually saw the fellow's face. But Will described it really well, and he might be able to clarify what I'm saying better for you, Johannes, so that, you know, in case my speech is too fuzzy. So I'm gonna let Will do it because he's really good at this. Thanks.
No problem. Just to clarify, there are two different units. One is Legion Svoboda России, which is considered as the Freedom of Russia Legion, or use maybe mean by freedom fighters, and the other is this Ruski Dobrovolsky Corps, I think, the Freedom of Russia Corps, I think. And I think the latter is populated by former prisoners of war. But I'm not sure about that. But I think that's how it is.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Okay, I see we've got a Dominator up, so I will leave you at this point. Thank you very much to everybody for speaking and co-hosting with me this morning. Thank you to Mockers, and I leave you in very capable hands of Doman and Mockers. Slava Ukraini, everybody.
Hello, Slava.
Slava.
I'm not 100% who was next. Loading. I saw your hand up, so I'm going to go that.
Hey, thank you. I was just going to ask quickly, I don't know if you all have seen that most recent trench clearing video by Ukrainian Special Forces, but I wanted to ask some of the SOF here or whomever if it is common procedure to announce yourself in the trenches and give your enemy combatant the opportunity to surrender. I thought that was a little bit shocking, and I don't know. I mean, I know we're on the side of the good guys, but I thought I wouldn't be announcing my position in a trench combat. If someone could speak to it.
I only know that they have been advised to try and take prisoners where possible. Yeah, it is a bit surprising that they announced their arrival, but I suppose that they can't be seen as not being given the chance to surrender. I just, yeah, I understand. Will, your hand shot up. Maybe you've got an answer to this.
So yeah, I mean that's it's risky business, right? A few weeks ago, there was an operation that you might have seen the video as well of a couple of guys, Ukrainians, who died trying to allow a person to surrender because another person in a perpendicular fighting position shot them when they went up to take that guy into custody. So yeah, it's dangerous. You're under no obligation to ask somebody to announce to your. It is a very valiant thing they're risking doing by doing that. You're not under an obligation to do it. That they do it is incredible, but it is incredibly risky on folks to do that. You know, normally you just chuck in a satchel charge or several hand grenades or whatever, and you know, settle it that way. You're only required to take prisoners if people drop arms, present themselves as no threat, and follow your instructions until you can demonstrate that they're not a combatant.
And that was my, thank you for answering my question, and that's kind of my only point is, I mean, in the time I've observed combat, it just shocks me the extent to which one side on this conflict is making to their mortal detriment at times.
Yeah,
an
bending
effort.
over backward to be humane. And yeah, he's a
Right.
better man than me. If you put me in that,
Fuck.
clear that trench, it'd be
Yep.
3
Blow 'em
grenades
away.
instead of 2.
Right. I'll go down. Thank you.
I like that. 3 grenades instead of 2. Yeah, just to be sure. Yana, morning. I'm going to go with Yana. Go ahead. Jana, maybe?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, there you are.
I'm sorry. I've done this once before and I listen all the time. But I just wanted to ask if anyone had seen tonight, I'm in California, and if they had seen on TV regarding prisoners of war, Ukraine prisoners from Mariupol, they interviewed 3 females who had returned to Ukraine, and they were the stories, and they were very detailed interviews on CBS 60 Minutes, and it was really well done. And they spoke freely. These 3 female soldiers. One of them discovered she was pregnant, and when she was captured, and she talked to her baby, and she was told by the Russians they were going to take her baby away when it was born and put it in orphanages and move it around so she could never find it again. And she just kept talking to her baby and said, "You're going to be born in Ukraine. We are Ukraine soldiers, and we will win, and we will fight, and they will fight for us and get us back." And she kept talking to her, and she said, "I only ask of you one thing," she said to her baby, "that you wait to be born until we're back in Ukraine." This is making me cry. But anyhow, it said it was so touching and heartfelt. She all of this 4 days before her baby was born, I'll cut it short, they actually were rescued, and from Zelensky had made a trade, and they just all of a sudden, after being moved from place to place, they were tortured, all kinds of things that they go into. But she walked onto the grounds of Ukraine, still like very, very pregnant. And she had her baby a couple days later after she got back on the grounds of Ukraine, like she had promised her child. And it was just such a wonderful coverage. I just wanted to mention it and ask if anyone had seen it or if they can get it in their countries. It would be worth it. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, I did see that that they'd done this. I haven't had a chance to watch it myself, but I think it's really important that these stories get out there. I think it's really important that they talk to, you know, the people who can tell them from first-hand experience, because the level of torture and horrendous treatment, and mental torture as well as physical torture. I mean, telling her that they're going to take her baby away from her as soon as it's born and things like that. I mean, that is absolutely horrific. And so to hear it to come from the people themselves, nobody can dispute what they went through. They've seen it with their own eyes and they're giving their honest testimony. And I think it's really important that that information gets out, because a lot of people don't understand why Ukraine are in such a hurry to liberate the rest of their land. And this is why, because that's how their people are being treated.
And you are so right, because here where I live in this part of the United States, anyhow, I'm telling everyone, you've got to support Ukraine. And I just feel like it kind of falls on deaf ears a little bit. And sometimes the news doesn't even have Ukraine in the headlines, like coming up, and it might say something during the news, but sometimes it's just little coverage. And I'm like, what are you doing? And so I tried to tell these people, and this was on tonight, and people saw it, and they were calling me, and they watched it, and it got their attention, and they said, "Hey, watch this thing on Ukraine. It's going to be on 60 Minutes." And they were watching it, and I was already taping it and watching it, but they were calling me because they knew I was really supportive of Ukraine. And these were people that just sort of like, yeah, we know we have to do something, and they just weren't doing it. I told them about MriyaReport. I've spread the news. I wear Ukraine t-shirts. I really talk freely about it because they just need to do something. And this helps so much. What you said is so true about getting the word out and people hearing firsthand. I think it was really, really good for at least my part of the United States here and what's going on. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
No problem, and thank you for bringing that to us, because yeah, it is important that people hear exactly what's going on, and something like that is really useful to bring it home to people, to show the very human part of it, which is going to speak to people more. A war is a very abstract thing. It's over there. You can't see or hear it happening unless you look for it. And yet, to hear from the individuals, I think is extremely important.
Yes, thank you. I'll step down now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, Doman.
Morning.
So we've had a little bit of good news this morning, haven't we?
Yeah, Piotr Hatke apparently liberated, which is fantastic. Officially, apparently, Anna Maliar said a little bit ago. I'm just still waiting for a deep state map to update it, because frankly, until they have it on there, it's almost like it isn't real. And I know that's a very skewed perception to have.
Yeah, we have had a little video from some guys stood outside of a building holding a couple of flags going, "Woohoo, we've liberated." That place I can't say. So I know when we see those, it's usually pretty spot on. Chris?
Yeah, Marcus. Morning, Doman. I was just going to agree with you, and say it was great that lady just came up there and told that story about, what was it? Something on CBS, was it?
60 Minutes.
Beg pardon?
It was a 60 Minutes program.
Oh yeah, no, that's great. I think, as we know, as we've discussed before, Mockers, different things push different people's buttons, don't they? Obviously with us, it's pets. Some people would argue that they're more concerned about animals dying than they are about humans. Some people, and yeah, a story like that will get to all the mothers and all the pregnant mothers and all the et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really great having that sort of feedback. I think from America. I always think, Mockers. I started on a little campaign which which hasn't gone very, very far, but which was like basically trying to connect up Ukrainian communities in America. And I speak to Gina, the journalist. If you know her, don't you? Yeah. And about that, because of course the Ukrainian church communities is one network, and that's very active in America, and obviously the different sorts of churches that they have. They have one of those, basically, or one or more of those churches in every Ukrainian community in America, and that. So I always think it's like worth reaching out to the Ukrainian communities in your areas if you can find them. There was something else I was going to say as well, but I can't remember what it was. What I was going to say was that that place that the Ukrainians have taken, would it indicate sort of like a breakthrough of the lines?
I wouldn't say so, Chris. It's if you look at Brolobkove, Piatihatki is literally the next village over. The clue is in the name. Piatihatki means 5 huts, and it was named such because when the railway came through, that's how many houses were there. Now, obviously, it's changed a bit since then, but it's not like it's a major metropolitan center, and it's just next to literally the previous village. So don't I mean, what the question is, what constitutes a breakthrough, right? So we have all of these big, not etymological, what are they? Definitional questions. Let's call them that. Definitional questions as to what actually is what, and I just wouldn't go too far on this one.
No, fair enough. But I was just tying it to, the point about the prisoners being announced, and also the videos of the Ukrainians going into the trench lines from behind. So those may not be connected at all, but in my head they might be.
It's a front of several hundreds of kilometers, and the main action is happening across well over 100. And the village is maybe like 2 kilometers wide, edge to edge at most. So I wouldn't assume that it's the same, unless loading tells me it is from Piateati.
I don't know if that was my cue to talk. I would not presume to know more than any of the experts here. I do believe the fact that there are trenches that are being cleared from behind to the efficacy that we've seen in at least curated videos. I've never seen trench warfare like that's just boggles my mind. Fuck it. I forgot my question. I had a question.
You can take it a second, and I'll add a bit of context here, right? Which is trench warfare, something that we've not seen an awful lot of in a long time. And places where people think of trench warfare are especially, say, World War One, and on the Western Front, and those trenches were, let's call it, very thoroughly manned, whereas the Russian ones aren't always, because they have a bit of a not quite enough troops to put in all of the trenches, right? So I wouldn't find it at all surprising that occasionally Ukrainians kind of go somewhere, there's just no one there, and but the trench line is connected, and as long as they're not massively loud, the other bit of the connected trench system, which is populated, doesn't know that they were there. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if that's how it got to some of these trench clearings from behind. I've not watched the video, and as you say, only bits and pieces come out, but maybe that can go some way of explaining this.
That was actually one of my questions. It wasn't the one that I most recently thought of that I think is more important, but from that video, that someone made mention of the depth of the trench, which everyone observed. There was no step up firing position. There was also no drainage, and we're also talking about like not cholera, right? Endemic. And I remember watching videos of Ukrainian trenches, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, where they had, step up boards, 6, 7, 8 inches of kind of drainage under their footwalks. I mean, even just the construction of trenches indicates that I feel like, I don't know. I just hope Ukraine doesn't feel pressure from the international community to overexert or to rush this offensive when literally just sitting around and shitting on Russian ammo depots and potable water might degrade the force significantly? I didn't phrase that as a question, but if someone can take that as a question, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I can try just kind of speak to some of those things. Destroying Russian ammo dumps is a big deal. Apparently, the one that got destroyed, the Rykove, was the big deal, like a super duper big deal, however you want to put that. So that's fantastic. You know, we're always big fan of that. It's a bigger thing, right? Is it worthwhile rushing things? No, it's never worthwhile rushing things, especially not in a case like now. Russians might have done lots of earthworks, but that doesn't mean they have necessarily quality positions at all levels, and especially not ones that are particularly well manned. It was already many, 2 weeks ago now that we heard Russians, but more or less immediately as soon as they blew up the dam, 13 days ago, removing some troops from Kherson, from the reserve, and putting them up to the front in Zaporizhia. That probably isn't indicating they have vast quantities of troops left. So this is something I got from some Ukrainian commentators on Twitter. I saw kind of the same thinking. Look, if they're moving their reserves up, what does that mean? That usually doesn't mean they have lots of forces there, right? It's a pretty open and shut case much of the time. So that's good. Other than that, what else can we say? Right, the quality of positions. So the positions that you saw like 3 years ago, Ukrainian ones. No, let's be clear that was done along a much shorter line of contact. It was built out for years, and I mean years, and it was built out by people who thought that they were quite possibly going to be sitting in there until they're about to, get the country freed, probably through negotiations, and they weren't under the heaviest of shelling all the time. They were shelling all the time, but not anything quite like what came later on with the full scale Russian invasion. I'm not trying to minimize. I'm just trying to say there's a difference if you're shelled, 1/20th as much than if you're shelled 20 times as much. That's kind of the point of shelling, to make that difference. And you're right. Some of those positions are absolutely beautifully built, so much so that some of them are still holding out. 16 months in, it will be 16 months at the end of the week. 16 months in, there are still positions that Ukrainians have established over these many years of the quote frozen conflict in the east of Ukraine that are still there. It's still holding, and Avdiivka has never been taken, even though it was on the front line for the 7 years prior. So I think there is something to say about the quality of position. I think there's something to say about the quality of troops. I just wish that more of them were smarter and more of them were like, yeah, we give up, we surrender. There's no point in this, because otherwise they just end up getting killed, and that's not good for anyone. I mean, certainly not good for the people, who the Russians who get shot in the process. It's also not good for Ukrainians who might get injured or killed in the process of killing the Russians. And this would all be much better if they, gave up. I'll kind of leave it at that. I'm sure that you've thought of other more incisive things to ask in the meantime.
I finally remembered my actual question, if I'm allowed to ask it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I read something or was on here earlier, and someone was talking about why doesn't Ukraine use the Storm Shadows on the helicopter airbase, or the concentration of helicopters at the closest deployable airbase of the Russians? And the answer that I saw was because it's a bunker busting warhead, which makes sense. It doesn't have the ability to spread any kind of fragmentation across a wide area. My question is, could that not be adapted? I mean, could you not modify a warhead? Or if that's not possible, what 200 to 350 kilometer range missiles, I know ATACMS, or cluster munitions that I can lobby my stupid fucking congressman about, what should I be lobbying for?
Yeah, it's a great question. So no, the warhead can't really be adapted. The trouble is, it is too high tech piece of equipment. Basically, this isn't First World War. This is highly specialized and done made in a very specific way in order to do a specific job. You could take them out, but you would basically be using one per. One per helicopter, right? And I think it's more an availability problem. If Ukraine had 1 million of those, yeah, they'd go and take each helicopter out to the Storm Shadow. It'd be really cool because you can literally give a
Even
picture.
2000, UK's got like 900, so
Well,
Ukraine's
exactly.
probably got
Precisely.
90.
That's exactly it. That you've hit exactly on the point, right? So because they can get better returns on things other than a single helicopter, they will not use them on a single helicopter each. If they had infinite availability, they'd go, yeah, we're just gonna take out every Russian truck that is parked somewhere for more than a day, every helicopter, every fixed wing, everything. We're just going to take out with those. The other limiting factor, of course, would be the planes. They don't have that many planes to launch these from. They literally couldn't.
Are they Su-25 launch?
Su-24s.
Yeah.
Su-24s and possibly a subset of Su-24s, a particular version of the Su-24. So that complicates things. Now, what is there that can hit those things? That's a great question. Actually, Turkey has a few things other than ATACMS that could do that. That are domestically produced. And I'm not sure if the Kasırga uses anything that has the cluster munitions in it, but I think they probably do. I'm not entirely sure, but I think they probably do.
Can I ask you?
Yes.
Sorry, just one quick follow-on question. I know that there's been a lot of like HIMARS competitors with much more universal launch systems that accommodate a lot more surface-to-surface missiles.
That's not. I wouldn't say that that's a correct assessment. I wouldn't say that they're more universal. I think HIMARS and M270 pods are, the receptacles are, I think, the most varied sets of munitions of any ground-to-ground thing that gets launched from that. Most other things are very specialized, so you can only shoot a very particular kind of missile out of the launcher. And here, depending on what pods you have and what software you have, you can do so many different things. Even if you look at what the Koreans have or what the Israelis have, they basically use the same pod system, but they just put different missiles in them. And they design the pods differently, but the outside of the pod is still the same. So Israel literally makes a thing that's like an M270. They just don't call it an M270, and they make it's called Plus or something. I forget what it's called. Or Pulse maybe. And it uses the same pods as those do, and they have a bunch of missiles that they've developed on top of that fit in the same types of pods. So it is super flexible. Most other things you need to kind of load missiles in individually, or it's like one missile type, or one missile form factor at the very least per launcher. It's less flexible. But let me finish explaining this. So there is one cool thing. It's called Apache. It's like Apache the helicopter, or the Native American tribe, but it's Apache because it's French. So it was done kind of as the original Storm Shadow. It was done as a runway busting cruise missile. Now,
Rafale?
no, Rafale is a jet. It's a different thing. Trying to explain a cruise missile, and if you don't interrupt, I'll get there. Don't worry. So it looks the same as a Storm Shadow, but instead of having one big unitary warhead in it, or actually a dual unitary, it's complicated. So Storm Shadows have like one warhead to bust through the bunker and then another one to explode in the bunker, but it's a dual warhead in a sense. They have 10 sort of 50-kilo bombs inside, and they fly along a runway and they dispense these bombs as they fly along a runway. Basically, it's a runway destructing machine. And their kind of predecessors to that, which were much less standoff, and this has 100 or plus kilometer range, whatever it is. It's basically a Storm Shadow, and the Storm Shadow / Scout PG was developed from it. So the question is, how many of these were actually made? Of those that were made, how many of these are actually in stock? If they could, or since they could adapt the Storm Shadow to fit into onto Sukhoi 24, I think that this could as well, because again, the connectors look like those on the Storm Shadow. Everything else looks like that on the Storm Shadow. And at the very least, it can take out the runway, but also on top of taking out the runway, it should also be able to take out a bunch of the stuff on the runway. Now, those bombs are really made to destroy the concrete, asphalt, whatever the runway is made of. So again, they're not very fragmentation or anything, but at least the thing is that instead of a Storm Shadow, which has one big boom in one place on the runway, this would have 10 quite big ones, along the runway. So either it would be close enough to helicopters to cause damage, or it would be actually on the helicopters and destroy them, because 50 kilos of explosives on a helicopter is a huge explosion, right? So maybe that's a solution if they're in stock, if they're available, and if you can wrest them out of the French's hands. The other thing that could work, but I think that would require some sort of software engineering, is those HIMARS gimlers that have lots of tungsten fragments inside?
Yeah.
Well, they still come down vertically, right? But if you imagine something that has to come down perfectly vertically rather than in an ideal parabola, that means that it's actually a shorter range than an ideal parabola would be, right?
45 degrees?
Well, pretty much, yes. So the question there is, can you figure out a way to figure out a software system where you can launch it with this sort of range extending function? And obviously this would have to be done, back at Raytheon, Lockheed Martin, wherever, rather than being done in Ukraine. But if you could squeeze, 20 kilometers out, even if you lost a little bit of accuracy, because you don't need all the accuracy, because if you're 100 meters out, it doesn't really matter because you're spraying it with tungsten fragments anyway. Now, those going through cockpits, avionics, transmissions, hydraulic pipes, rotor blades, that trashes the helicopters, and 6 or 12 of those would probably cover the airfield pretty well. So maybe that's an alternate solution if they really can. The problem is what you do with it is you don't get the same effect as you do with ATACMS, because the cluster munition ATACMS have a range of 200, 300 kilometers, whatever it is, right? So you'd basically be saying, well, hey, helicopters with 300 kilometer there and back total range, if you can only operate from 300 kilometers away, you can't even get to the front, let alone back. So that would make the huge difference, whereas this approach would not. And I think that's all the options I can think of the top of my head there, Louding.
Look, last Q, and maybe this is like myopic, but I know that GL, whatever, fuck it is are from the United States. I'm speaking.
GMLRS.
Yeah, the glide bombs.
Oh, the GLSDB. Okay,
GLSDB.
as I call them, the daggers. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, adapted to the whatever it is, 500 kilogram or 500 pound bombs. I know we have versions of those that are cluster munitions, and I know we took them out of service because we couldn't guarantee that, you know, less than 2% wouldn't be still combustible on the ground. You know, like they basically represent it. But I mean, fucking the Russians are dropping like fucking white phosphorus on civilians. Gloves should be off, right? Like, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck to send my senator. That's my question.
Yeah, so just ask for DPICM for both HIMARS and for 155 millimeter artillery shells. That's the way to go. I'm wholly behind that. Ukrainians want it. You know, it's their country, it's their choice, frankly. So I just need to make a little bit of a correction. So the GLSDB is the ground launched small diameter bomb. That's the gliding one. That's a precision weapon by default that doesn't have any cluster options at all. However, what you probably meant is the Gimlers. What you meant is the original M30, Mike 30, not the Mike 30 Alpha 1 or Alpha 2, which are the alternate warheads, which are the tungsten fragments instead of cluster munition. But the original Mike 30 that still exists is they have been being dismantled, but there's still some that are in existence. And indeed, I think there's probably thousands or tens of thousands of those in existence.
M26A1 and M26A2.
Those are older ones. So those are predecessors to the Mike 30. So the Mike 26 is what was being dismantled, and then the rocket propellant unit was being used for the mounting of the gliding small diameter bomb, the GBU 39 equivalent, and to propel it instead of a plane propelling it, right? So those are the Mike 26. The Mike 30s still have cluster munitions, but it's the Mike 30 Alpha 1, which is the alternate warhead with the tungsten fragments, which is being used. There's just not as many of them as we quite like in Ukraine necessarily.
So that's what I asked for.
Yeah. So Mike 30s, ask for Mike 30s. Those are the DPICM filled ones, and also DPICM 155 millimeter shells, which the US has lots of, and it would have made a huge difference in the defense of Bakhmut. It will still make a very substantial difference elsewhere. There we go. Cluster munitions. Get Ukrainians cluster munitions. If they want to use them, they'll use them. I think they'll also be smart and not just use them everywhere. They'll just use them in very specified areas where there's a large concentration of Russian troops, or there's a sort of a fire zone, and then you can still clean that up later on. Luca, good morning.
Longest unmute ever. How you doing?
Hi there. How are you?
Oh yes, I salute you from Canada. I came up to the greater northern areas here, and our friend from Arizona already asked. Already said about. You call them dagger. They're more fun to be called daggers.
But it fits. I mean, Guzdb.
Yeah. I know. I was gonna ask about daggers, right?
I can say Guzdb all day. It's just everybody else struggles.
Yeah. So they get there? Are they flying long enough?
No. They're still in production or whatever. Unclear situation.
Oh, we don't have them. It's not a matter of range. They're not available, huh?
Correct. Yeah. So it's 150 kilometer range on that, but it's apparently not yet available.
What is the Swedes? We need to go tell them to move.
So it's a sub Boeing thing, and it looks like the. Do you know what the problem is? The bomb is Boeing, the design is Saab, or the bomb is like Saab Boeing, the design is Saab. but it needs to. But they've only previously shown them being launched out of like makeshift launchers out of shipping containers, and they want to integrate it with the HIMARS pods, right?
Right.
And the stupid thing is, the propellant, the rockety bit, is from a previous HIMARS and MT-70 launched munition. So of course it fits in the pod, right? The whole design was that it fits in the pod, but the launchers and the pods are like Lockheed Martin or Raytheon, or maybe a combination of the two, I forget. So they're having a bit of a standoff between the people who do the launcher and the pod and the people who do the new munition. And apparently getting everything sorted took way longer than it should have.
Gotta get them all in the room and get them done.
I mean, the medieval way would be to, kidnap all of the boss's firstborns and put them in prison until they've sorted it out. I don't think this is acceptable anymore. But
No,
let's figure out what the modern acceptable equivalent of that is to get this moving.
All right. Okay. All right. Thank you, Domin. Good night.
Do you have any lovely news for us from Italy, Luca? Because we haven't. I don't think we've spoken since Berlusconi passed on, and no, Luca doesn't want to talk about that. Fair enough. Life like that happens. Oh, maybe he does. Let's see if we can. Let's see if I can get a couple of words on Italy out of him. Because we don't talk Italy enough, and Italy is a big country,
I'm back up. No, but like, when I know something funny, like I know a couple of Ukrainians, a couple of Albanians in the Bay Area, and every time I run into them, they keep on showing me new pictures of their president, like hugging and kissing like Meloni, and I'm like a little bit weird about it.
Oh, it's Chisinau, yeah. Yeah, how did that go down in Italy?
I mean, it's like just a little weird because, like, I mean, the Albanians, they're like, oh, look, and I'm like, I don't know, like, I think she thinks he's grandpa, literally, like, because, yeah, it just keeps on happening. So why would it? He's pretty old, and Meloni's relatively young. So yeah, that's probably the only news. And yeah, of course, Berlusconi passed away. So yeah, well.
So my question is, what's gonna happen to his party? I forget what the current name of his party is, Popolo della Libertà or whatever, right? So what's gonna happen to his party now? Is Meloni gonna harvest like 2/3 of the voting base and 2/3 of the membership and actually consolidate Fratelli d'Italia as the new like 35%er and kind of the big power for the next 10 years? What does your crystal ball say?
Yeah, I think it's a good. I mean, she might have been smart. She might have seen that coming. I mean, yeah, Berlusconi was getting old. Especially like, when was it? Like, yeah, like around like last fall, probably during the Ukrainian offensive. Like his friend Putin must have activated him, and he's like a little old already, like maybe not thinking straight, and he started to say lots really, really stupid things. And he lost many people from his party. He already was like leaking people before, but after he said those things, they were unpopular in Italy, especially not among his base. I mean, of course, like the Salvini base and even some of the Cinque Stelle base. So we're talking like, the more populist, super right and super left parties might have had some elements of like, Russian propaganda in them. But the Berlusconi base was never that, right? It was like the Christian Democrats. So it's more like center. So yeah, he lost many people and many people quit his party. So yeah, sure. I'm fairly certain that Meloni can just like scoop them up.
I just think it's interesting. No, I think it will be a bit of a split between Lega and Fratelli d'Italia, but I think that there's going to be mostly towards Fratelli d'Italia, If anything, I think it marginalizes Salvini more because he's then the only one. He's the only, weird one crying out for Russia good, and nobody else visible is it?
Yeah, yeah. Like, watch how Salvini has been neutralized by Meloni. This is basically like the
go make trains run on time. Good luck.
Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, yeah, this is like the big present I think the Meloni was able to give to the Italian people, and yeah. And it's actually even weird that like Salvini, like my son Giulio thinks that he's just like not talking and waiting for like the several storms that he brought upon himself to be forgotten, and then try to recycle himself as like a pro Europe, pro NATO, pro whatever it is that like suit that future moment in time. But the problem is that there is a different section of the Lega party. So like his party is called Lega Nord. For the audience, they're the people that wanted.
No. Now it's just called Liga.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Do you not remember the meme that was like, Venetians first, then Lega Lombarda, Northerners first, and then eventually, Italians first, and then eventually it will come to like, the pan-European pro EU.
You're right. Yeah, I was still using the old name. You're right. Yeah, and but there is a second kind of like component in the Lega party that aligns with the governor of the Veneto region. So the Veneto region is very wealthy. Veneto is all the region that stretches from Venice west toward Milan. So that's basically where the money comes from in Italy. Is like from Venice to Milan to Turin is like that's, and then down to Bologna, that kind of triangle. And so, but that governor is very interesting because he's very much pro-business, but he's also like very much pro-immigration because his companies, well, the companies of the region, well, it's one of the regions in Italy that has like very low unemployment, so they always need to import workers. And so, like, while Salvini was always trying to inflame like a Trumpist approach, right? Like build a wall, except that we don't have a wall. So it was like sending up the Italian Navy to intercept some boats and then hold them hostage, and he got in trouble with the EU for that. And the Veneto, I think it's called Zaya. Yeah, my son likes him a lot. He was like, no, we should have like legal path of immigration, but like, the Veneto region definitely needs people and blah, blah, blah. So he can be positioned on the time of weakness to basically take out Salvini. That would be great, because then suddenly you're going to have like a kind of like a center-right bloc, and then whatever the left need to reinvent themselves because, I mean, they've been losing forever, but at least they won't be fighting like a populist force. So I don't know. The sprouts of a more reasonable right wing coming from Italy. It's kind of funny. We come full circle because back in 2015, actually, I remember I was right here in Canada. I was talking to my friends, and they were saying, "Oh, there is this idiot down south called Trump who's never going to win." And I was like, "Well, we used to say exactly the same narratives for like an idiot called Berlusconi, and surely he won. And not only that, we could not get rid of him for a long time. And then, yeah, so there it is. Like Italy was already innovating back then in a nefarious sense with the, populist, populist right wing, if it can be called that. Let's just call it populist. Narratives that Berlusconi, and then eventually, like, Trump did the same thing, right? And then Salvini took it one notch even up, by just go and hang out with like Orban and Putin and saying that, Italy should be like that and not be pro-Europe. But yeah, it seems they were flushing them out. hopefully once and for all. Thank you.
Yeah, and Meloni was a big surprise that she was positively disposed to Ukraine, and she ended up being, which is fantastic. You know, trying to. I think she also knows what fights to fight. And, being a part of core Europe is definitely makes all the other fights easier. But just for context for anybody wondering, like Luca's not kidding. Italy has a huge regional wealth disparity. So if you're kind of Roman to the north of Rome, you're in you might have a double GDP per capita than Sicilia, Calabria, Puglia, Campania, those areas, right? It's really not a small difference, and that's what was driving a lot of those initial Lega Lombarda and whatever Lega Nord tendencies. I'm just glad that Salvini has been nice and marginalized. Obviously, visiting Przemysl early in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, already kind of did that for him. And hopefully, Italy is going to be, nice and helpful now going on with Ukraine. I have another theory, but we have a couple of hands up. Let's go to Aaron and Karen, and Luca, I'll send you my theory in a message instead. Aaron, go ahead.
Thanks, Damon.
Okay, I'll
Can
just
you
say this.
hear me okay?
Oh, sorry, Karen. Can I go to Aaron, the chap from Australia first, and then we'll go to
Oh, yes.
to you, Karen.
Okay.
I'm sorry about that. Your names sound very similar, and I think that can with my pronunciation that can lead to confusion. Sorry about that. Australian chap, go ahead.
So we had Sarah Ashton on earlier in the day while I was at work, and she's got a mate called he's got a Twitter handle Doomsayer. He's an Australian guy who went over and started building drones over in Ukraine because years ago when it wasn't so trendy, he was a drone racer and so forth. He then worked alongside Sarah in a company in her platoon or company, and they had a hard time in Bakhmut, and he lost a few mates there, and so they said, and he lost his drone, and so they said, look, just take a bit of a break. He's got a Ukrainian girlfriend. I'd say they seem pretty tight. Go spend some time, take it easy. And he sort of did a little fundraiser for a new drone. A lot of the Australians got behind him, and he got a new drone within about 3 hours. We sent him some cash, and it's all up and he's ready to get that drone out. But Sarah, I asked Sarah, I said, how's it all going? And that was good. That the little ripple from Maria rippled out to you, and me following you, and one of your spaces I got to know Doomsayer, and then it spread out that you don't even need to promote this guy anymore. The Australians follow him and support him as needed, sort of, which is good in itself. And then she said, have you seen my latest post? And I said, no, I haven't seen it. And so I just had a look this evening, and Doomsayer had actually reposted it. She goes, I took Doomsayer out with me because he's really top notch on electronic warfare as well. And there was a meeting I had with the Ukrainian Defense Force on a new type of electronic warfare device that can take out drones, and it's indigenously made. So the Ukrainians have made it, which I think is a great sign for their technological base and industrial base to be making this homegrown. She was saying that one of the problems with their drone guns is that you start shooting that drone gun, you're very vulnerable. So obviously the drone can see you probably as you're pointing this drone up at the sky, and maybe bring in artillery, or I'm just hypothesizing how it makes you vulnerable. And so in this post, there's this thing sitting up on a tripod, and it looks like it's got wings. I don't know they were a bit in the post. It's a very quick post. I didn't really want to ask her because I didn't want to. Maybe I should have. She would have just told me if she couldn't tell me more about it. So in the post, it looks almost like it's got wings, but it's sitting up on a sort of a tripod system. But it'll be interesting to see, how this thing operates. I think it's a really good sign that there'll be some protection, because it seems like the Russians are utilizing quadcopters and their own drones for attacking Ukrainian trenches and areas. So I think that's good news that they'll have an added layer of protection that doesn't make them so vulnerable. It'll be interesting to see how far it reaches out, but yeah, I just I'd share that. Thanks.
Thanks, Aaron. So, like with a lot of electronic warfare equipment, the real question is energy, right? Because the farther away you go, the more the intensity of whatever transmission you're making drops off, and quite quickly at that. So, I am very for this. Sometimes necessity is very much the mother of invention, and in a case like this, right, it pushes people to figure new stuff out. I'm very glad for that. I hope it works tremendously well. It's all I'll say. But because obviously I'm not there. I didn't make it. I didn't investigate it. But all developments like this, no, I trust they're going to be useful. At least in some form, and if they are, this could make quite a bit of a difference. Now, especially anything that, if Ukrainians can drive down the cost of electronic warfare, maybe the whole question of commercial drones just isn't as bad as it was otherwise. The other problem, of course, with any such electronic warfare things is that it makes it more difficult to be hidden, because obviously you're transmitting a bunch of stuff. So anything quite small like this that you can disperse and activate from afar, and especially if it's cheap and you don't really particularly care about it getting blown up, then that makes it even more so. If you can go from consumable quadcopters to consumable EW that prevents dozens or hundreds of Russian quadcopters from working, that's worth a lot. The other thing that I'll say is, unlike Ukraine, Russia doesn't have super precise artillery shells nearly so much, and it would take them a lot more effort to take it out than Ukrainians with Excaliburs and the like. So it can actually be more survivable than it can survive for longer. The thing somewhere out in the field or out in the forest than Russian ones can. And if they build around some sort of shrapnel protection, it doesn't diminish the broadcasting capacity. That would be even more amazing. So best of luck to them, and I hope that we hear great things, or rather that we hear that Russians suddenly start to fly way fewer drones. That'd be even better. Cheers, Aaron.
My guess on it would be, seeing it on the tripod system, is that you could set it 100 meters back from your trench, or forward to your trench, or right, left to your trench, and it would be remotely operated somehow, so that if they do walk artillery on the signal, that it's not on you holding a drone gun. You know what I mean? So it'd be, that's the feeling I've got, that it's something that's going to be separated from you, but remotely operated by you. That's just a guess, but yeah, thanks.
I have the same guess. I completely agree. Right, Karen, let's go up to Alaska. Good. Well, actually, is it still yesterday for you? No, it's just past midnight, I think.
Yeah, it is just past midnight. All right. When I share this idea, I want you to remember I am a civilian. I am not a soldier, and
very happy to. Go ahead.
And I probably watch too many movies. But I'm looking at this map from the Institute from the Study of War, and there is a blue patch with partisan activity going on around Mariupol, or I think it is. Anyway, Melitopol, that's how you say it. Okay, so what if a few, okay, first of all, on the east side of the bank, you're going to want to hit the artillery really good, except a good portion of those shells should be smoke bombs. You want to make that place so smoky that, you know, they can't find their bottoms, you know? And you want to make it very, very smoky. And then you probably want to make sure that the Ukrainians have gas masks. And the reason this would be a surprise is because people don't smoke marijuana in those places in Russia. They have hot. So what you do is you have some cannabis bombs with very high percentage of THC. Now, of course, this is going to affect the civilians too, but the thing is, it's not like poison gas where it's going to kill them. You know, you're looking to disable them, disable their artillery. So hopefully everybody has got their gas masks the way they should. So you have a few of the guys from Melitopol sneak in behind, okay, and I don't know, maybe somehow disable them. But that's my idea, and it's weird, and it would probably only work once, and you can probably think of a million reasons why it wouldn't work, and you can tell me all of them. And the only other thing that I can think of is to dig a tunnel under the river, but that would take months. Okay, so I'll be quiet now.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, so let's do the tunnel first. We talked about the tunnel before. It's hard because even if you have one of those tunnel boring machines, TBMs, they're built for big tunnels. It's not just so much how long it takes. It also kind of you can feel it, you can hear it, especially when it's coming back up to the surface. And I think they'd be well alerted to it. That's the bigger problem. It can be actually quite quick for a relatively short distance. Anyway, what I want to tell you is, I don't know if I'm sorry to tell you this, but they do use marijuana in Russia. So if you go to places like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, it grows literally like a weed at the side of the road. So it's relatively easily accessible. Those borders are pretty permeable. Now, I don't know what the rate of usage is, but I'm gonna say it's fairly widely known. It's just not the thing that makes the headlines, because unlike from crocodile, people don't die from it all the time. I don't know. Well, you live there for bits and pieces, and quite far away from where it's the most easily accessible. Would you say people were unfamiliar with it?
I wouldn't say they're unfamiliar with it. Now, I didn't realize the use was so widespread, because they tend to put foreigners in jail very quickly if they have even a trace of drugs. But of course,
it works a bit different.
Okay, yeah,
Because
that's only for foreigners. Okay,
exactly. So in Russia, most people break lots of laws all the time. It's just that it's only when it's convenient to the state when they get arrested. And I mean that's literally how the laws are written. They're written so that everybody is in contravention at all times, so that anyone can be picked up for anything at all times and just put away for to forced labor camp for 30 years. That's kind of it's different. It's not about a rule of law, it's a rule by law. So yeah.
Well, what about making the smoke as thick as pea soup fog then? And it just seems like that would help. And then maybe
it's a problem of scale.
Okay.
So it's a problem of scale. Let me maybe put it like this. If you put all of the artillery shells that Ukraine shoots in a day, let me do the maths real quick. Yeah, if you take all of the artillery shells that Ukraine shoots in a day, and make them all smoke shells for one day, and put them all on a 5 kilometers, that's about 3 mile stretch at the front. You will make pea soup fog for about 30 minutes on that 5 mile on that 3 mile stretch of front for about half mile in depth, and that's it. If there's no wind, it's really hard to do on scale. They did it somewhat in the First World War, a little bit more easily, but that was a, let's say, different scale of a war to this, especially when it came to availability of being able to concentrate artillery in a certain section. So sadly, I like the thinking. The problem is that you'd need like 100 times more than would be actually plausibly available. One thing that you did say that is very important here is the partisan component of things, right? There's people behind the lines, and to just wait for Ukraine to get 5, 6, 10 kilometers further south towards Melitopol. And I think that then you're going to see a clear take up in partisan activity. We've heard that from a number of people, but it's important for them not to reveal themselves too quickly, because they're highly effective, but they're also highly vulnerable. They've done a little bit more, right, mockers, already in recent weeks. They've been a little bit more active, but they've done it still more hiddenly than they will going forward. Mockers.
Yes, just according to updating news, the partisans may have been active in Simferopol, because a vehicle has blown up this morning, apparently containing Volodymyr Yepifanov, the assistant to the self-proclaimed Deputy Prime Minister of the occupied Zaporizhia region. According to Russian public media, it is believed a gas cylinder exploded inside his car, resulting in severe burns, for Yepinov himself, his secretary, and his bodyguard. So it's a terrible shame.
See, and it's this sort of activity that it can make a bit of a difference, right? Especially when it comes to let's go command and control here as well. ATV, good morning.
Good morning. I don't know if it's all right, but I was also on when Sarah was on last night, but only for the first, 75 minutes. And I had to drop off. She was mentioning that she might get into a bit of military updates and context, and if Aaron was around for that, if it's okay, if maybe he was able to confirm whether she did or not, and if he could give like maybe a 1-minute synopsis. And if not, maybe I have another question. Thank you.
I can say that on the drug issue, that she mentioned when they've been taking over positions, that they've been finding huge stashes of illicit drugs. So I don't know if that's speed to keep the troops fighting, or if this is just cocaine, or to keep the generals and the higher up happy and confident. But so when it comes to the previous caller about sending kind of do them with drugs, they may have a tolerance built up due to the fact that they'd caught a lot of drugs. She didn't mention, I can't remember her mentioning a lot about tactics. I listened to the Burma report, and there's some quite knowledgeable people there, and they were just saying, don't expect a lot fast. The Kherson offensive took a long time, and there'll be ups and downs, but you're looking at months and months, because that's just the way to expect how it's going to go. I think she did mention something about how smart the Ukrainians are, and it's something I've heard from another Russian general, and it's just saying that the best of Ukrainians are out there fighting, and they're very adaptable, and they're very smart, and they create different situations on the ground as they happen, compared to the Russians, who are, in a lot of cases, not the best of their society, not the smartest. So that she didn't go into a lot of depth of tactical. She was talking a lot about politics and her position as a journalist and a lot of other different things. So yeah, I haven't got much to add on for tactics or developments on the ground, but I think that we need to prepare ourselves for a long campaign and not get swayed by small things that happened week to week. Just from my point of view, this is from me. I had Zoka, and I had a couple of these Russian people on Twitter that I would just see. I wasn't following, I'd just see them. And now I've blocked them because it just became mentally a bit draining to hear what they were saying. I like to read the New York Times and the Guardian and take as much in, and then say, okay, well, the New York Times is very left-wing, and Guardian, and even Fox, and try and get a lot of different viewpoints, and then try and evaluate where I sit on different subjects, because a lot of different news sites have their slant. So I thought maybe I'm doing that this way with listening to some of these Russian viewpoints, but I found that just emotionally and my investment that I've got that's going in the war, I was being pulled here and pulled there and pulled here, and now I've just blocked them all, and whatever the truth is will come out later anyway. And sometimes they're retweeted or quote tweeted by people that I know, that I sort of follow, and that's okay. But I've just found it a lot easier just to get them completely out of my Twitter feed. But that's just me personally. I think it's going to be a long haul. Thanks.
Yeah, for sure. No, there's nothing. There's nothing easy.
Cheers.
There's nothing easy in a large scale conventional war like this, and it'd be very nice if Ukraine was given a few more of those things that would make it ever so slightly easier. Right, Luca, are you still awake?
Yeah, I was reviewing your Machiavellian strategy. Go ahead, enumerate.
Yeah, so I've been kind of thinking about this. So a few days ago, 4 or 5 days ago, some news came out that Israel might actually be selling some Merkavas to somewhere in Europe. And the initial news was, Israel will sell Merkavas so they can be sent to Ukraine. It's like, nah, it's not happening, is it? I mean, it'd be great, but it's not happening, is it? And then it was, they're going to a European country and one non-European country, and they'll probably be used as backfill, right? So then the rumors were that it's going to be the Dutch and the Danes paying for them, and they're going to go to some countries, and then tanks from those countries are going to go to Ukraine. So I think the most sensible suggestion I've heard thus far was something along the lines of, a bunch of Merkava 2s and Merkava 3s go to Greece, and then Greek Leopard 1A5s and Leopard 2A4s go to Ukraine, right? Fantastic, great arrangement. What I think is Italy should be like, hey, we'll do it. Come on, give them to us. And then offload the Ariete, because Italy has like 200 Ariete tanks. They are very good. The problem is there's only about 200 in existence. And they're now thinking of embarking on an upgrade program to upgrade like half of them to a better, more modern version. I just don't think there's any point in it, because Italy is also in this group that are thinking of buying the new Leopard 2A8, which isn't even designed yet. So the newest iteration of the Leopard, the future iteration of the Leopard, and have it manufactured, partially in Italy, partially some other country, basically, take the stuff mostly out of Germany and build it there. Now, I think that, you know, supporting Ariete once the Italians no longer use it, is not going to be worth anything, because nobody's going to want to buy a tank that doesn't have any usage anywhere else, any support structure anywhere else. But the Merkavas actually could have, you know, a bit of residual value, right? You can still sell them on to like Greece or someone. So I think the best thing for Italy to do, be like muscle in on this, basically have somebody buy them transition tanks in the Merkava. Send the Ariete look super good in front of the world, because they sent possibly the most modern tank other than the Charlie 2, Leopard 2, A6, whatever. You know, it's something about that standard, right, to Ukraine. And Ukrainians can use them, ride them hard. However many survive, great. You know, keep on going with it. Italian defense manufacturing looks good because they're really good tanks, and Centauros get lots of orders. Now, the only downside is Italy actually has a lower level of capability for a few years in between, but it's time for like 5 years, 6 years, 7 years before the Leopards, you know, get delivered in some reasonable number. And I don't know, Luca, is Italy going to be in tank battles with anyone in the next few years? And who would that someone be? And wouldn't that be Russia anyway? So in which case, it's best for Ukrainians to take out more of the Russian tanks further out in the first place.
You're such a strategist. So yeah, it's just because like this Merkava came out of nowhere, and I don't really know very well. So you say it would be a slight downgrade for Italy while they wait for the A8.
Correct. Yeah, they are. You know, so there are different levels of Merkavas, and these would be Merkavas 2s and 3s, and you know, the Ariete is somewhere between a 3 and a 4. But so it's definitely much better than a 3 is. Definitely way better than a 2 is. 2 is a little bit better than Leopard 1A5. 3 is about the Leopard 2A4 ish, and Ariete is above that, right? Because it's a 2000s design, not a 90s design. But you know what? Like, look, they'd keep current. They'd have as many tanks as they have now. They'd keep current. They'd keep active, and I think it would actually allow Italy to have the money to buy the 2A8s this way, which otherwise they might be struggling with a little bit. And I think that's the other important thing. It would give them a lot of budgetary flexibility, because the Ariete aren't, you know, cheap to maintain, right, or cheap to run. And again, once you're done with them, nobody's going to buy them. They'll be worthless. They'll be deconstructed, which is really pointless, because nobody wants to buy a secondhand tank that has zero support.
So you're saying that giving Ariete to Ukraine is like giving them Leopard the A6?
Pretty much, yeah. Close to that anyway. I mean, it's a different type. It's a different type, so it's not worth to give them like 14, right? To have a separate supply chain and stuff. But if you give them all of them, then yeah, it's worth it for Ukraine to, you know, have a separate supply chain for 200 modern tanks. Yeah, Ariete is like an A5, A6, thereabouts, yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, it's a good strategy. Then, yeah, you take like a PR lap, and then you say, and then you say you discontinue the Ariete, and you say, oh, by the way, we have the Centauro.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's good. It's good marketing for Italian gunnery, basically, right? So Centauros, anything else that uses Italian guns would be like, yeah, this is nice. This is, you know, that's pretty good. This is pretty good quality, and you know, make some advertising for that. I think it would work pretty well. I think it'd be interesting. And again, like the Ariete is it's a money sink, right? Because nobody else made it. Nobody else bought any. Even Italy bought like 2/3 of what they meant to buy, and that was already very few for a whole tank production. At least the French managed to sell a bunch of their Leclercs to like the UAE. You know, Ariete wasn't sold to anyone else ever. No one. Not a single tank.
Who makes it anyway?
That's the usual, like Leonardo, Otto Melara, whatever.
Ah, okay, it's Leonardo. Got it.
Some usual Italian companies. I forget exactly who. I think Otto Melara makes the gun, if I remember correctly. I might be off on that, but you know, I think it would work really well. I think it would be really nice, and you know, they'd have their moment in the sun, and they do something really good, which is destroy lots of Russian stuff, And I think the Italian budget would literally benefit from it, and as would the Italian military in the long run. But it would be a diminishing of capabilities in the short run a little bit. So I think it's nice. I think it's a good idea. I pitched it to Thomas, and he said no, because they dropping capabilities. But I think so what? So what?
Said no.
Yeah, Thomas said no. But I'm like, so what if it's dropping capabilities? Who are they going to fight with their tanks in the next 6-7 years?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think.
Is it going to be the
communicate that.
Russians? Because
I
that's
hope
what
not.
the Ariete would be taken care of already.
That's exactly right. You're such a strategist, Domin.
I just think it's kind of the obvious solution here. I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. Maybe the right people could start liking it.
I like it very much, and I'll think about it while I sleep. Good night.
Nice, Luca. Great monkey. Morning.
Morning to you, Damon. Yeah, I kind of like that idea too. The drop-in capability story is, of course, maybe a hindrance, but I think Italy's security when it comes to heavier weaponry maybe has more of a naval focus anyway. So maybe they could accept that. I also saw renewed speculation that the Merkavas might be going directly to Ukraine or indirectly through another country, but that doesn't seem to be quite as plausible. And if the Italians are not building up their own Ariete too, then it kind of makes sense to give the Ariete the send-off, that people will remember, and then move on to the Leopards. I think it also makes more economic sense for as many countries in Europe as possible to have a very similar loadout when it comes to tanks. Maybe even the Germans would allow part of it to be assembled or built in Italy. I mean, I can only see positives from that. So my question was more on the wheeled tanks. I think that's the one that they call the Centauro, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Have any of those been sent or maybe being sent?
I believe not. I don't think any have been committed, and I don't think we'll hear about anything until they're actually decided to go. So that's kind of I don't know. Is it a problem? Maybe not. But that's going to be a while, I think, before we see any of those. We saw some pictures, of course, of the French, progenitor, I guess, of the Centauro already. A few of those, so that's not too bad. And hopefully lots more of those from France can go. The thing is, I think for Italy, if the AMX-10RC does well, that's already a proof of concept for the Centauro. Because if the AMX-10RC does well, how would the Centauro not do well? Which is, more modern in every way, etc. So I guess I think, like, from an orders perspective, long term, they don't really need to send it because they're the ones who are making the kind of modern equivalent of the MX-10. Right, Monkey?
Yeah, so that's the other thought that I was having. It was tying in with the AMX. Of course, we don't know any details, and we don't exactly have any after-action reports on which to base it on. But looking at initial general reports, it seems like the Marine Infantry Brigade that has these AMXs are doing very well. And of course, it would be easy to say, well, that's all because of the AMX-10. But maybe the AMX-10 is proving to be very useful. It's very fast. It would be outgunned by a Russian main battle tank. But then we're not looking really at tank-on-tank actions. And it doesn't have the mobility off terrain that the main battle tanks would have because it's wheeled. But it sounds like, and this is very initial thoughts, it sounds like it works. So I personally have a bit of a soft spot because I like the idea of light tanks. And I think the Americans are also on that because they're building sort of light tank, although I think it's tracked, not wheeled. But yeah, it'd be interesting. Maybe you'll see a resurgence in this idea, because I remember very vividly we had a whole debate about, is it a tank or not? So I still think that it's a tank, even if it's not a main battle tank. And it sounds like they can use that mobility, that fast actions work well against the Russians. I was seeing some pretty, sorry, I'm doing some exercise, so that's why I feel a bit out of breath. But I was seeing some videos, some GoPro videos this morning of some Ukrainian special forces clearing a Russian trench. They outflanked the Russians, and it was a bit of a carnage. It makes me think that a lot of this war really does come back at the end on, can you outflank? Can you move fast enough to hit the Russians where they don't expect? And that's when everything falls apart, which would still be in line with what happened in Kharkiv a year ago, even though there it seemed that the Russians were nowhere near at the same level of preparation as they are today. So I don't know, something to keep in mind. I think it's a cool concept. I really hope that we do see the Tauro in action.
I agree. I think it'd be great. No, but I'd really like to see the Ariete there, because I think it would make a really, really big difference. Well, okay, so I forgot to ask him about the coffee machine that's also called Ariete. It's Iveco Automelara, so there's no Leonardo in it. It's Iveco Automelara. Fair enough.
Do you think the coffee machine is made by the same guys? I wouldn't be that surprised. Maybe a little bit.
Same, yeah. maybe this is some commonality.
We make tanks and coffee machines.
Exactly right, but I think it'd be good. I think it'd be interesting, and I think they'd they'd do really well with them. So there's only like 200 in existence since like ever, literally 200. They'd all need to go, but it would make a difference. As to the wheeled stuff, I think we're gonna see it make a difference. I really think so. I have high hopes for the AMX 10RC there in Ukraine. Absolutely, you and me both, Freight Monkey. Except unlike you, I got blocked by a couple of people for calling it a tank, which they missed the point, because at the time this was the tank. It was the dam buster for other tanks, right, Freight Monkey?
Yeah. So the interesting thing is, in my language, a tank is a very broad spectrum of things, because in French, you call an IFV a tank. In Switzerland, they call it a char de grenadier, which is a grenadier tank, which means dismounted infantry. In France,
it's like Panzer Grenadier.
German,
is Panzer Grenadier is mechanized infantry, right?
So, I mean, the French call the AMX a tank, I think, if I'm not mistaken. In Switzerland, we called the Piranha, which had when I was doing my national service, we had the last bits of the anti-tank, or the tank, they called the tank destroyer, the tank destroyers, which were Piranha, which is an infantry fighting vehicle with a very old school tow system on its roof. Really completely outdated by today's standards. It's been decommissioned, but I saw and I worked with the last of those, and we call that a tank, when that is all but a tank. A Piranha is really not a tank. But yeah, we call a tank everything, whereas I think in the US and in the Anglosphere, people get very upset when you call something that is less than 50 tons a tank, really. So, yeah, for me, it's a tank. It'll stay a tank. A lighter one, but a tank still.
Yeah, I think it's funny, and it's an illustration. I think the Swiss Army has a great problem with what the cool thing is, because the languages won't necessarily line up within the army, let alone anything else. So we had the whole dinner tea discussion yesterday.
So that's very interesting, because my function when I was doing all this was reconnaissance, I guess you could call it. In German, it's Aufklär, which means to do reconnaissance. and they transliterated it in French to explorateur, which means explorer, you know, in the sense of Magellan. So they just translated a bunch of things quite wrong, and it is pretty hilarious when you think about it.
It's amazing.
Gentlemen, I need to pop in here and say
Please.
that the reason that people didn't block me when I was calling it a tank is because I was calling it a not a, in brackets, tank. So it became known as the not a tank for me because there was so much confusion.
I have
So
since
when I see
resorted.
it now, yeah, when I see it now, I just say, oh, it's that not a tank.
I
have since resorted to calling it. I have since resorted to calling it the weird French thing, and that apparently has no confusion.
Now that there's no taboo, about it, I think everybody can call it a tank. But at the time, it was a political thing. People didn't want to call it a tank because they didn't want to send tanks.
See, and as for me, right, that's why I wanted to call it a tank, to say, see, it's okay, the French did it, so others can also call it you know, others can also send tanks. I think that's why the Brits send the Challenger. They were like, you think that's a tank? This is a tank. So, you know, a little bit of French rivalry.
I think the French played a blinder there because they put this item forward knowing full well the British were going to go, don't be so silly, come on. You know, it was just, yeah, they put it out there like a red rag to a bull.
Exactly. I think it makes perfect sense. I appreciate it greatly as well. Klaus, good morning.
Good morning. If you can't call it a main battle tank, you can call it a secondary battle tank. Thank you.
Yeah, you have all sorts of things, right? I mean, historically, the main battle tank is basically an end of Second World War, post-Second World War invention. It was the British, what was it called? It was a Centurion, I think, was kind of the first really concept properly of a main battle tank. Before that, you had all sorts of tanks. It's only now that we only have a main battle tank and then nothing else, because we've consolidated all of those roles and functions into one type of vehicle. Before you had heavy tanks and light tanks and reconnaissance tanks and all sorts of stuff. It's only been since then that we can try to start to streamline things. But it's very interesting. Now, further on Italy, you know, if Italy was looking for new IV a little while ago, and he decided on one. They might go with the CV90, which I think would be one of the sensible choices to make. Especially now that you know, Czechs and Slovaks went in for like 400 combined. Ukrainians might be wanting 1,000. Apparently, you might have heard the news yesterday. We were discussing it. You know, if they go that way, plus they go with Leopard 2A8s on the tank front, what's really the point of having Ariete, right? And they can have the Centauro to slot in between, and they're really well equipped. But the Ariete doesn't really fit anywhere there. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Klaus?
So maybe we'll see more of these deals where a company develops a product and it's being produced in another country by licensing it. And I think Thomas Steiner was talking about that Italy should focus on, not should, but if Italy were to do something that it's good at, it's building ships. Germany should build tanks, and then different countries can do whatever they are good at, and then license it so it can be built in other countries. That could be an option.
Yeah, I completely agree. I really like that approach. I think this is the right way to go about it. These CV90s are going to be
partially made in Sweden, partially in Czech Republic and Slovakia. A lot of the assembly is going to take place in Czech Republic and Slovakia. It makes sense. This is how you incentivize people to buy this stuff in the first place. And it will kind of actually be becoming something of a NATO standard because of it. Now, it's already used by 7 or 8 countries, right? And a couple more here. Maybe if Italy takes it on as the next one as well, that would be a huge deal as well. It would really be a nice little rounded out standard for European NATO to have, and it's a really good one. Now, there's a reason why they're going for it, because it's actually really good. And it's been well made, but it doesn't mean that all of them need to be made in Sweden, because that's not how it works. So there you go, easy. Klaus?
The downside can be that there will be some lack of competition, so we don't get better products per se. But if the competition is between Europe, USA, South Korea, for instance, that will also help producing better products for decades.
100%, and it's good to have more than one thing of a type made in Europe. No question about that. But at the same time, you shouldn't. You don't want to have. You don't want to have every country do it separately, because then you end up with an Ariete, right? And again, Ariete is a good tank. There's nothing wrong with it. The problem is there's only 200 of them. That's not good, because you don't get to benefit from the economies of scale in the same way. You don't get to you don't get to learn from that in the same way. You don't have the same level of support. You don't have the same level and type of production. So that makes quite a bit of a difference, and it would be very beneficial if this kind of orphaned tank, I guess, can be taken out of service, and be use them up. They're good tools, but it doesn't make sense for these to be in the long-term plans in the same way. So let's dispense with that, and give it to those who are actually going to use them while they're usable, and then let's move on. I think that's really important. Now is the time to do that.
Did you see, Doman, the number of vehicles and fuel tanks today?
I did not see the numbers at all, Marcus. Would you be so kind as to run us through them?
Oh, the answer is yes. Sorry, I didn't unmute myself. What did it? Right. Okay. We have hit 220,000 today, with an addition of 630 liquidated personnel. We've got 5 tanks, 6 armoured personnel vehicles, 18 artillery systems, and here's something that we don't see very often: 6 anti-aircraft warfare systems, 1 more Ka-52 helicopter, 12 UAVs, and 42 vehicles and fuel tanks. Now that's more like it, isn't it? And 4 special equipment.
That is that's a lot. I'll kind of leave it at that. That is genuinely a lot. Now, just to give a little bit of context here, right? We are now on the 19th of June. In the first 18 days of June, actually not even in the first 15 or 16 days of June, I think, there were more artillery systems destroyed by Ukrainians than in any previous month except for May 2023. Right? The previous record before May was 333, which was back in October 2022. It's already 391 in June, and it was, I think they beat it literally. The first half of June beat the second highest ever on the artillery system list. On the special equipment list, it is with today that June is the second highest month ever, only second to the preceding month, and is on pace to vastly exceed it as well. So both special equipment and artillery, if the pace continues until the end of the month, will vastly exceed the previous record, both of which was from May. So tanks, we're tomorrow, 2 days from now, we'll hit 4,000, right?
It won't be long.
Yeah, very good. I'm excited about the vehicles and logistics capacity. Basically, we're only 20 lower than the last month already, and it's only been 18 days of June thus far. So, just saying, another day or two, and it will be higher than any month since September last year.
Johannes.
Hey, I'm not sure. Again, kind of the audio seems to be, I don't know, I'm hearing one of you.
All good.
Okay. On that, I just wonder, I mean, since we are all kind of, I guess, itching to see progress with the counteroffensive, and kind of one of the rationales which I often hear that there's not so much visible progress at this stage is, this is an attrition phase, and I guess, I mean, the numbers you just read out kind of would confirm that. But how do we know that attrition goes mostly one way? So that mostly the Russians are, I mean, and also, I mean, the Ukrainians are also expending material and people, and how can we be sure that, or reasonably sure, or reasonably certain that it's mostly the Russians getting attrited to a degree that in the end will make Ukrainian breakthrough possible? I don't know. That's a very, very broad question. I apologize for that, but yeah, that's what I'm wondering about.
So no one's going to no one's going to be no one's going to be able to assure you, I think, with public sources that it is indeed degrading quicker on the Russian side than on the Ukrainian side, because there are no such public sources. But we can give you indications, and I hope that indications will be helpful. And I'm going to give you two indications to start with. One is, look at Oryx's lists. Look at the updates that Jakub updates, right? There is always more Russian equipment that gets destroyed than Ukrainian equipment. Pretty much every single update has more Russian equipment destroyed than Ukrainian equipment, and usually by quite a big difference.
I'm sorry, and that what is update is that? Can
Oryx, Oryx Spionkop, the guy who makes lists to visually confirm destroyed stuff.
I'm so sorry, I'm not familiar with that.
I will send you a link. I am shocked that you're not familiar with it. You are one of like 5 people who are listening right now who are not, but that's fine.
Wow.
Not everybody pays attention to that. Basically, what they do, it's a team run by a couple of Dutch guys, but there's just a number of people around the world who help them out with identifying. So they look through all of the pictures, all of the videos that get released by everyone for all of the things that are seen to be either destroyed, damaged, or captured, or abandoned in that imagery. And they collate these endlessly long lists. So, for example, you know how there's almost 4,000 tanks destroyed by Ukraine thus far, registered by Ukraine, right? So Oryx registered 2,047 thus far. So about half, just over half of them. And specifically 1,282 destroyed, 114 damaged, 110 abandoned, and 541 captured by Ukrainians. But this is all on visually confirmed things. So literally, there is someone who took a picture of a video that could be identified by them as unique, that definitely isn't a duplicate of something else, and published it in public. So that's the standard, right? And what that does is it sets you the minimum possible level. Now, what I want to say is, on more or less a daily basis, one of their guys called Jakub from the Czech Republic, he does most of the updates for these lists now, because Oryx does lots of other lists as well from all around the world. And every day he basically publishes a tweet that says, this is new stuff on the Russian side and this is new stuff on the Ukrainian side. Now, Johannes, how many Russian videos have you seen lately, and how many Ukrainian videos? Which direction does it swing? Whose releases do you see more of?
I mean, in terms of what? Because I've seen several videos of Ukraine forces liberating some settlements, but you're probably talking about destroyed equipment.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at is the stuff that's coming out of Ukraine is being released from a very high level, right? It's only like brigade command and above that's releasing really any videos on the Ukrainian side, and that's been true for the last month. Nobody is like, or at least like battalion command of a recce, specialized recce battalion, like Magyar, right? For example, there is no low level NCMs, NCOs officers who are releasing anything, right? There's no lieutenant releasing anything. There's no sergeant releasing anything. There's no private or corporal releasing anything. Do you see what I mean? Whereas that is still true on the Russian side. There's just stuff that gets put up on Telegram. Well, even in that context, with far more volume of Russian videos coming out, there is still more Russian stuff being registered as destroyed as Ukrainian stuff. And that's only out of publicly available sources. So that's one thing that should make you confident. The other thing is, look at what Russians have done throughout this war. They started the war with lots of. Let's just look at tanks, because tanks are the easiest ones to kind of have a feel for, right? What's more modern, what's less modern, because you kind of have the numbers in the Soviet system, and you also know what the Western stuff is. So Russians started the war with lots of T-72s, lots of T-80s, quite a few T-90s. And then as the war went on, they introduced first T-62s. And as of yesterday, the first ever T-54-55 has been destroyed of the Russians, right? What did the Ukrainians start? The Ukrainians started with T-64s and some T-72s. And as the war went on, they've gotten a bunch of T-72s, including ones highly, highly upgraded to literally the best T-72 in the world, standard by Poles and Czechs. And then Leopard 2s, Challenger 2s, Abrams are going to be coming. Do you see the trajectory is going the other directions, right? So basically, as time goes on, Ukrainian average equipment improves because they're getting ever more Western stuff. Russian average equipment declines. If Russians still had plenty of T-72s and T-80s, they would be bringing in more T-72s and T-80s. They wouldn't be scraping the barrel of T-62s and T-54s, 55s. But they are, which means there's something going wrong on their side. So between these two indicators, I think we can see that it's definitely going in the right direction, right? How quickly it's going, now that's much harder to say. I'll give you one last indicator, which is, actually, I'll give you two more indicators. I'll give you one indicator, which is last week already we heard, and even the week before, as soon as the Russians blew up the Kakhovka Dam, right? What did we hear? Russians have withdrawn something like 7 brigades from Kherson Oblast and send them to the front line in Zaporizhzhia Oblast. If they had plenty of people on the front line in Zaporizhzhia Oblast, do you think they would be moving 7 whole brigades to shore up the defenses there? I don't think so. That's the sort of thing you do when you don't have enough people. And the one last indicator I want to give you is Piatyhatki, right? The last little village that Ukraine has officially liberated as of this morning. It's a small village. Why did it take so long? It took so long, apparently, and you can see that in the video, right? What are they standing on in the video? They're standing on the flag of Ossetia, and that's because the unit that was defending Piatyhatki was called Storm Ossetia, right? So it was kind of a volunteer unit, and they did a stand to the end. Over 300 of them died in the defense of that tiny little village, which Ukraine eventually took. This is why it's taking a long time, because sometimes you just have a crazy unit like this, then when surrounded, when in a completely unescapable situation, they say we will rather all die than for any of us to surrender. And I would really implore the Russians to surrender more often, because they get to live. And yeah, eventually they'll have to go back to Russia, and living in Russia sucks, but at least they would get to live. And that would be a better thing. So, just a note.
On that, with the like T64, T55, do the numbers really indicate the year in which it was built? I mean, like 1962, 1955? I mean, that's...
Yeah, so T55s were it's not exactly always the year, because sometimes Soviet plans went slightly awry. But pretty much it matches the vintage. Yes, it matches the original. It matches when a model started being put into action or started being produced. So T55s came out in the 50s. T62s came out in the early 60s. T64s came out in the mid 60s. T72s came out in the early 70s. T80s came out in I think 1979 technically, but it's still called the T80. So whatever. And T90s first started being built in Russia, not even in the Soviet Union. I think like 92, 93, the first operational ones came out. So it gives you an idea. And the T14 Armata was supposed to come out in 2014.
Oh, okay, thanks a lot.
So if you're wondering roughly how old your Russian tank is, at least how old the design is. I know it's not the same as how old the tank is, but it tells you a lot, right? Because they did make T-72s. I mean, into the 80s and into the 90s still, right? But it matters how old the design is, and obviously they wouldn't be going for these older T-50 something designs if they had plenty of the more modern one, right? Because even Soviet designs, the newer the better. The newer, definitely the better. I don't know. Was that enough indications, Johannes?
I think that was quite okay for me. But, again, I have to apologize. I really don't know a lot about this stuff, so maybe I often ask those stupid questions. But well, anyway, I'm feeling better now.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that, Johannes. See, I try to find reasons myself and connect the dots myself as well. And this way, I think it just makes sense, right? It makes sense that Russians would be using better stuff if they had it, rather than worse stuff. But they don't have the better stuff, so they have to go and use the worse stuff. And it's a pretty easy one to wrap my head around, at least.
One thing which has been said by Thomas Tyner, I think 2 days ago or so, that they still have plenty of helicopters, and either coming from Berdyansk or from Jankoy, and that Ukraine is still not given the possibility, the stuff that it needs to destroy those airfields, which is I don't know. It's hard to understand why they are denied that, because I mean it would speed up the process so much, I guess. And I'm not sure, what are your thoughts about, I mean, Thomas, I think, if I got it correctly, what he said, then kind of it's pretty hard to defend yourself against the threat. Those helicopters, they are able, I guess, to fire missiles from 10, 12 kilometers away, and that's a distance that's out of range for those manpads, as I understand. So it's hard to see. I mean, so I guess, I don't know. I would assume, I understand that those helicopters can cause considerable losses on the Ukrainian side, and therefore it's quite hard to see why Ukraine isn't given the stuff that it needs to get rid of that.
Oh, I completely agree on that one, Johannes. There's no good reason why Ukraine isn't being given the 35, 40-year-old technology attachments with cluster munitions to just get rid of those airfields and deny Russians close air support, period. Now, Ukrainians have been taking quite a few of these helicopters down in recent days, And I think they had to adjust. They had to bring better air defenses with them and away from cities. But this is why, Goldman and I a couple of days ago we're literally saying, look, ATACMS are air defense here, because ATACMS here are air defense for cities. Because if Ukraine gets ATACMS, it doesn't need to bring nearly as much air defense up to the front, because there's the threat from Russian tactical aviation close air support is vastly diminished if they have to operate from scattered airfields in small numbers rather than the way they get to here. And I think it's the next logical step, and it's really dumb that it isn't being done. And I don't think there is a good explanation as to why it just hasn't been done. So it's not an end of things though, because obviously they're dealing with it. It would just make it much easier if they could do it the easier way. Ming, very good morning.
Morning, Damon. So about the French AMX-10, it's definitely not a tank. The reason is the Russian Telegram channels are all crowing about having captured one. So it's definitely not a tank. It's just a light armored car. But by the look of the videos, it looks like it got stuck in a hole in the ground, and the crew just abandoned it because they couldn't get it out. So, not much of a biggie anyway.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Can you send me that? I mean, I know it's a sad video and all, but if you can send me that, I'd be quite appreciative of that.
Yep, no problem.
Thank you, Ming. Klaus?
As you hinted at, or not hinted at, as we see, the Russians are using older and older equipment. Some, not to turn back to a discussion we had last week, I think it was, about Russia holding back newer equipment. That is simply not true. When you're going into a war, you're using the best you have in order to be able to defeat your enemy. So that's just a clear indication that, yeah, they're scraping the barrel. So thank you.
Yeah, exactly. And this tells you a lot, right, about what has happened, what would have happened otherwise. They're using all of this stuff because they don't have better things. Now, of course, yesterday we could see the destruction of that T-54-55. That was something very different, I think is fair to say. Very, very different indeed. A completely different approach to warfare than we've seen thus far. But as General Mick Ryan pointed out, it's not nearly as big a deal as some people might think it is. I thought this might be a bigger danger than it was. So I presume everybody's seen the Russian T-54 that Russians have loaded up with 6 tons of TNT and sent it towards the Ukrainian front lines. And Ukrainians first disabled it. So I think it ran over a mine about 100 meters from the front line, and then Ukrainians shot an RPG at it, and it destroyed itself in a giant explosion, because obviously the 6 tons of TNT went off. But that was quite different and interesting. And there's a lot of wondering, is this going to be really dangerous? Is this really going to be really bad for Ukrainians if Russians keep doing this? I'm very glad that General Ryan wrote up a nice thread. You can find the link to the thing I put up in the nest. And it says, there's precedent for this. In the Second World War, the German army had something called the Goliath tracked mine. And that carried about 60 kilos of explosives, so 1% as much as this thing. But apparently they were too slow, too easy to target, and it just didn't work at all well. So he did say, no, the thing is, these things are slow, they're easy to target. If it doesn't fire, if it's just going in a straight line, you know what it is. one of these things. And all Ukrainians need to do now, clearly, I think, is any tank that they see, especially any old tank, just shoot at it from really far away and see what happens. Because if it doesn't shoot back, you probably want to destroy it closer to the Russian lines rather than closer to yours. And what it's really going to end up in is going to be the proliferation of giant holes in the ground from 6-ton explosions. Because goodness me, that's a big one. Klaus?
Maybe the Russians have decided that we'll decide when Ukrainians blow up our ammunition. So they sent forward this tank so they can decide what time it should be blown up.
Could be. I like that theory. I like the theory of, you don't decide when the first T-54 is destroyed. We decide when the first T-54 is destroyed. That's interesting. I watched the video, and I mean, it's really a shame that it got captured like that. That should have been, thermite grenades. Come on, bring a thermite grenade with you, just in case. Dump it in. Don't let the Russians have it. It's not that's really not rocket science.
Yeah,
I need to
no,
check
I'm surprised they didn't destroy it before the Russians got their hands on it.
I'm checking Oryx now if it has it already. Yes, 2 abandoned. 2 times abandoned. Let me see. That's number 1, and then close. It's not the easiest everything to navigate. No, I don't think they have it yet. They have 2 abandoned behind the building, but no, I don't think this one is the one behind the building. So there might be a third AMX being added to the list soon. Unless the Russians took one of these and put it also in a ditch and then recorded it again. That wouldn't be surprising. Ming, did you see the UN report that came out? When was this? Was it today? Was it yesterday? No, it was on the 15th of June, a few days ago. They for the first time wrote something about Russians inflicting torture and physical and psychological pain on suffering Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war. But they said expressed alarm at reports and testimonies which appear to indicate that Russian military forces in Ukraine are consistently and intentionally inflicting severe physical and psychological pain and suffering on Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war. That's a lot of couching, isn't it? That's a lot of caveating for something that is immensely well documented as it is.
Which bit of the UN produced this, Damon?
The OHCHR, which I think is the Office of the
Human Rights or whatever.
Human Rights, yeah.
And
Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. There we go.
Yeah, and is there any Russian involvement in that secretariat? Because that would explain how that's come about.
Quite possibly, but it says the UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Alice Jo Edwards, who I don't think is Russian, today expressed alarm at reports and testimonies which appear to indicate that Russian military forces in Ukraine are consistently and intentionally inflicting severe physical and psychological pain and suffering on Ukrainian civilians and prisoners of war. So I'm gonna put this one on Alice, who I don't think is Russian.
It's of course, you know how many Russian But still, I mean, it's pretty positive, I'd say, that they're actually saying that.
It's just the concept of having to caveat that at all is a very surprising one, because like what more do you need? Seriously, like what more evidence do you need? Do you think that people have inflicted this upon themselves and are now blaming Russians? Really, is that, how else could any of these very tangible physical outcomes and consequences have been have come around?
But it could just be that, I mean, we're not very good at reading this kind of diplomatic language. This might be a searing indictment in diplomatese that you and I just don't get.
I think that might be true. However, at the end of the day, I was always told that when you communicate, it is on you to get your message across. And if you fail to do so because you're obfuscating things overly, then that's your fault and not that of the recipient. It should be, and when something is as clear cut and as well evidenced as this, then no doubt should be left, rather than something that can inspire doubt, especially if you know that this is done and communicated in a context where especially Russians will use it endlessly to inspire doubt as much as they possibly can. I think that's where the real issue lies. Well, have you discussed the T-54 being used as a vehicle-borne IED to death already?
No, we talked about other things earlier today. There wasn't when I was listening. I was working before, so I didn't listen in as long as I normally do in the morning. But I saw it, and I imagine they might have talked about it in passing. But it's the sort of thing you'd think Mockers would definitely know about if she saw it, because hell, the explosion had the secondaries on that thing made a shockwave, not just the first one. Did you notice that, Domin? The double shockwave?
I did. It was absolutely huge. What do you make of this? Beyond what General Ryan said, which I think put a lot of people at ease, certainly me. But beyond that, what do you make of this? Do you reckon Russians are going to, try to do this again and again, and we're going to see Russians send, dozens of their very ancient tanks off to function as IEDs, basically?
So look, I think they'll try. It just smells of desperation to me. That they will end up. And I think, like Karen said earlier, I think maybe I watched too many movies. I think maybe there's a lot of Russian soldiers that got a lot of their soldiering from watching movies, and that's like something you might think in a movie. You'd use, we'll fill this tank with explosives and we'll drive it in there, and bing bing, it'll miss, everything will miss, and it'll blow up their lines, and I'll be a big hero. It's garbage. It's slow. And as soon as they were able to line up an RPG on it, and I do like that they used a cheap RPG instead of something expensive. Hell, they should have used well, they don't have it probably there, but a Gepard would go, a couple bullets from a Gepard would have set that off, because the armor on a T-55 can be penetrated quite easily. So yeah, all they had to do is, I agree with what you said before. The key is, you want to practice on, if it's like a drone, right? It's an exploding drone, but it's like a drone. You'd want to let your guys try to take it out at their maximum range of effective fire. If somebody said, you know what, I think I can hit that from there, just as it's leaving the Russian lines, you give them one crack, and if they hit it, boom, they blow up everything close to where the Russians are. Or I think these are going to, if they build more of these, they're going to get targeted heavily with FPVs. The drones are going to be all over these things, and they'll go up like this one did.
So I think the logic of them using a tank rather than something else is so that it stands a greater chance of, not exploding prematurely because somebody, shot at it with an AK, right? I think that's kind of the logic of it. So luckily, T-54s
Plus
go
it's
off if you
tracked,
shoot
right?
it with an RPG.
Plus
Exactly,
it's
so it can go over whatever. Yeah. So exactly, right? So the thing is, this one got stuck on the mine first. It was only hit with an RPG later. So it was the mine immobilized it. It didn't actually set it off. And then the RPG caused the giant blast in the second place, right? So I wonder what this means. And I think what it means is greater need for reconnaissance, greater need for situational awareness with drones and such. And then just the return of the TOW and the Stugna, maybe? Because the range is what really helps you take it out earlier. Yeah, it's going to lead to some really giant craters if they do this again. But now I think Ukrainians are well aware of the danger of it, and they'll just be like, okay, tanks are going to be coming. And the thing I think that you don't know is, is it going to be able to shoot at you at all, right? Because the one thing that the drone tank doesn't have is the ability to put down suppressive fire with a machine gun or whatever else that's any efficient at all, right? So that's kind of why it should be easier to take out. The thing is, you don't really know which type it is. The problem with FPV drones, I think, is I think that's kind of what the tank is protecting the IED from being blown up by an FPV drone, because it's encased inside of the tank. But generally, I don't think an FPV drone necessarily can take out. I think that's
the bigger ones. If it's the larger ones that literally carry like an RPG round, a shape charge on them, that can get them.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's probably the way to go with this. And also, I've just thought of something. Remember yesterday there was a report out that said Russians are like cottage industry manufacturing contact one. The ERA, the explosive reactive armor blocks, and it's unclear if they even have explosives inside or if it's just the casing of it. I think this is the perfect use for them to put the fake contacts on them, because then you don't know which are real, which are fake, and you don't know where to aim for.
Well, you would aim for where you would normally aim on that tank, because the key is it's a solid cast, right? The tank mantle on a T-55, and any of the modern weapons, even with contact on them, should be able to put a round through that. You know what if you fight old technology with old technology, this is a tank front that you could literally put one of those really high velocity anti-tank rifles on. You could actually penetrate one of those with a the better rounds that they make today, which are like shape charges themselves, and you could hit them at long range with the old the old anti-tank rifle that they tried to field in World War II, 12.7 millimeter, I think it is. Anyway, I don't think it's a big deal. The key is stay frosty, right? I don't think they need to tell anybody of that on the front lines. If you see one of these things wheeling around a tree line and heading for your lines, make sure somebody gets up there with some effective fire straight away. And to make really, really big explosions, I would get my intel drones up, find out where they have these, where they might be putting one of these together, and then use one of those RPG round first-person drones and take it out inside their own lines. Because like all IEDs, Doman, these are incredibly hazardous and dangerous to be around too, right?
Oh, for sure. But you know what the other thing it says is, Ukraine is like learning from the NATO militaries, the Americans and the Brits and the whomever else, and Russia's learning from 1980s terrorists in the Middle East and being like, aha, what if instead of a truck we put it in a tank? is really weird, right? Really, really silly. Klaus?
Maybe they didn't finish this wooden, what's it called, the wooden horse that the Greeks built
Trojan.
to conquer. Pardon?
Trojan horse, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe they didn't read the complete book, the Russians.
No, the horses will come with the armatas, Klaus, not the T-55. Also, our Swedish Daniel had a suggestion to me last night, and he said, if we went, the T-55 is a 76-year-old design or whatever, right? So imagine 76 years ago, you went 76 years back in terms of technology. You would be looking at like the Franco-Prussian War. That's how distant it is. And just imagine everything that's changed between the Franco-Prussian War and early Cold War. Imagine the difference between those two periods and the developments that happen in terms of warfare between those two. And I think that gives you that gives you a really good context for how ancient a tool they're using for this, right? And how ancient the tool they're innovating on this. So I had a thought, which is kind of similar to yours, Klaus, right? Not quite a Trojan horse, but it's more like a horse-drawn carriage vehicle-borne IED. And then I realized, eventually they will get to that when instead of packing them in T-55s, they'll pack TNT and T-14 Armatas. No, what
Well, it's a theory. It's a theory. But if they had armadas, they'd be in the field already, wouldn't they?
Also, well, the other thing, right, with the Armatas, Oryx, of course, had a thing up many months ago saying, I don't believe that either T-54, T-55s or T-14 Armatas are ever going to make the list. And now, obviously, one of those has made the list. So,
Well, I haven't looked at the list since some of those. Remember the Terminator, the tank killer they got? One or more of those is dead, isn't it? So I think they probably killed almost every one of the wonder weapons that's supposed to arrive, other than the T-14 or the Armado. I think is it T-14? Yeah.
There's one destroyed there was one destroyed on the 9th of February this year, the Terminator.
Yeah, that was the one working up in Kremna in the forest and
exactly,
and into some wolves.
Exactly. So things that are still on the list that haven't been the Russian equipment that hasn't yet been destroyed. It's quite a long list. There's a separate list for that. Russian equipment not yet destroyed by Ukraine, but kind of declared that it is in use, or at least is plausibly in use. Do you want to know what there is?
Of course.
Okay, so under tanks, there's still two subtypes of the T-54, the T-54-3 and the T-54B that haven't been destroyed yet. The T-64BV Izverg, which is a Donetsk People's Republic subtype of a T-64, which is basically a T-64 with just all of the explosive reactive armor you can imagine on it. The T-72 Ural, a apparently hasn't been evidence is destroyed. The T-80B, the T-80 Bravo. Then there's something called Object 169, which I don't know what it is, but it's a prototype tank which was spotted on its way to or in somewhere in Ukraine already last June, and last June and July, and that hasn't been destroyed. So that's an experimental tank which they've apparently deployed to Ukraine, and that hasn't been evidenced is destroyed yet. And then there's the T-14 Armata, and then there's the 2S-25 Sprut SD, which is some ancient thing. I think I don't really know what it is, nor do I really know when it's from. But see, you learn about the existence of things in Oryx that otherwise you would never have heard of before. I see the Sprut SD is a self-propelled anti-tank gun, also known as a light tank or a self-propelled amphibious tank destroyer, which was introduced in 2005, weighs 18 tons, and it looks like it's from the 1960s. Okay. Among armored fighting vehicles, there's a number of MTOB modifications that have yet to be destroyed, but we've seen evidences of, right? Like those with the naval turrets on them, you know, the various bits of ships that they strapped. Yeah, see, that's the problem, because there's a lot of versions of those. There's some BTR-50s, BTR-80s with helicopter rocket pods. The problem is, I thought, you know, when this list came out, oh, we only have so many things yet to go through, right? The problem is Russians keep making these Frankenstein vehicles where they take like rocket pods from a helicopter and strap them to a BTR-80. So there keeps being new stuff introduced to the list, and I think it's so that the Russians can say, "Aha!" But we still have the Wonder Weapon, you know, BTR-50 with 23mm Zu-23 anti-aircraft guns on it. We still have those. They haven't destroyed any of those. I think that's a part of the problem here. What do you think, Will? Will we ever get to the end of the list?
Well, I mean, frankly, we ought to have a chat with the two blokes making the list and tell them that we want all those Frankensteins put on a Frankenstein list by itself, and the real list, the official list of things that have been killed, should only be like the original variant as it came out of the factory, no modifications, like, you know, stock car racing.
Something like that, yeah. I just think it's very amusing. I think there might be an actual Frankenstein list separate to this one of all the Frankenstein things. I think, not entirely sure. But yes, how some people have not yet heard of Oryx, I don't know. But like Johannes earlier, where he's been, I don't know. But certainly, it's one of my favorite things to ever look at.
Yeah, it's a great way to stop a conversation, isn't it? When somebody's going to argue with you, they're, oh, well, this and that. Well, I didn't see it on Oryx. You know, the government people here in Australia. Well, we've given enough. We've given all this aid. We're giving. I haven't seen it on Oryx.
Yeah, it's a very impressive thing. No, eventually, things will be things will be done there. Eventually, things will be done there, and eventually they'll get through all of these various things that Russians are putting together. Yeah, fun times. Marcus, do you have a fire?
I do have a fire, as it happens. I was just about to ask you, had you seen what was on fire? It's on fire in Moscow. And it would appear that this is a possible arson of a machine plant, a repair and machine plant. So a metallurgical machine building enterprise engaged in the development and production of machine building products for nuclear energy, transport, and the oil and gas industry is currently very much on fire. And, well, don't know, it seems a bit convenient, that, doesn't it? Definitely a good target to choose.
I think so. Do we have the name of the plant, or?
I do somewhere. Let me just see if I can hunt it down for you. Oh, I did somewhere. I tell you what, I'll go and hunt it down. I'll come back.
Sounds good. I just want to see, what it is and where it actually is. It's a glorious fire. Lots and lots of black smoke coming off of it. Of course, only right. Only right. See, smoking accidents just do occur, right? That's there's very little else to say there. Aha.
So this is the territory of the CRMZ in Kuzminki. The roof of the workshop, which was under construction, is now on fire. According to the fire brigade, the area is localized to 100 square meters.
Very good. I think I've more or less found where that is. Okay, nice. Less than 100 square meters, you say?
Localized to approximately 100 square meters.
There's an awful lot of smoke there for approximately 100 square meters of fire. Ah, very good.
Well,
they're very efficient.
Probably burning up their waterproofing, right? If they're waterproofing a roof, they're using that tar, that bitumen tar. But it massive amount of black smoke, for 100 square meters. It's the kind of fire you'd want to start if you wanted to generate a huge smoke screen across the Dnipro.
Yeah, all the bitumen tar, all of it.
Just seems everything's so very flammable these days.
Yeah, it's summer's coming, right? Things are pretty dry and warm already, and it's just that little bit easier when you want to get it to actually catch on fire. Great, Monkey. Oh, yes.
So go on, Freight Monkey, and then I have a bit of news.
So, sorry if you touched on this before, but I had to quickly log off for a little bit. But when looking at the anti-aircraft systems that the Ukrainians have destroyed, either overnight or this morning, I'm just wondering if it was just the target of an opportunistic target potentially, or if it's a concerted effort, considering that I think there are 4 of them, if it's an effort to free up some of the airspace for something. I don't know if that's very realistic, but if they're maybe considering using more of I don't know, air assets, I guess you could call them that, and that I'm guessing will include stuff like missiles, of course.
I don't have an answer for that one, I'm afraid, Delman.
Oh, did I mute myself? I thought I was speaking. Sorry about that. So, I don't think that 4 is that many in a unless all concentrated in a very small area. If you see that kind of day in, day out for a couple of weeks, then clearly it's doing that. I think the problem they have with anti-aircraft systems is they tend to be often even a little bit further back, many of them, than and better covered than even electronic warfare systems. And of course, whenever they see one, they will go straight after it because it's a super high value target. It's just that
often they don't get to, and I think that's the trade-off there. And whenever they do spot any, whenever they do have intel for any, I think they go straight after them. It's just that, if it's in range, if you know that it's not moving, if you have eyes on it, that matters a lot, right, Monkey?
Yeah, it's just I don't think I can't remember, and it's not as if I followed this religiously and kept a logbook, but I can't remember any recent day at least, or any day at all, where 4 of these things have been destroyed. So of course it could have been misreported or whatever, but it's just an interesting thought speculation to keep in mind whilst we wait.
So I'll have a quick look. Give me a second. So here I see 6 somehow. Huh. Maybe they mistyped.
Is that on Oryx?
No, this is the Ukrainian Ministry of Finance has a great. It's only in Ukrainian, but it's fantastic. Has a great kind of a way to go through all of the days and see how much of which was which day. So there was apparently 7 on the 2nd of June, 6 on the 19th of May, 4 on the 3rd of May, also 5 on the 4th of June. So they've been actually there's a cluster here.
So it's more
late
common.
May.
It's more common than I thought.
Very late. Yeah, very late May, early June. There's quite a few that have been taken down. So if you look at June, so in June thus far, it's been 37 in the first 18 days of June, and it was 38 in all of the month of May. But by comparison, in all of the month of April, it was only 16. So I think that you can say that the step up was both in special equipment as well as anti-aircraft systems. It's just that anti-aircraft systems are in absolute numbers markedly smaller, so it's a little bit less obvious.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm just thinking about it a lot more because there's many more conversations right now about the threat of helicopters to Ukrainian armor and Air Force stories, and of course the F-16s and the F-18s and the Gripens. I think that's why it sort of popped up more in my mind. But no, it's good to see that that it has been somewhat constant.
Yeah, but it's definitely. I think it's just fewer that are visible as much. And the thing is, I think anti-aircraft systems. Yes, they need to transmit radar in order to function, right? But they only need to do that once there's already an air threat. Whereas the electronic warfare systems, they probably have on more of the time because the drone threat is much more ever present than the conventional air threat. If you see what I mean. So, they will also have them further back, around ammo dumps and command posts and whatever. Whereas the electronic warfare needs to function more like above the front, right, over the front line, and therefore it's probably a little bit more accessible more often.
So is that how they get detected? It's by the use of the radar, in the sense that it becomes a two-way system, or?
Well, you know what a radar is, right? A radar is a massive energy transmitter. So it's kind of like fire is hot on an IR scope. Well, radar also exerts a lot of energy out, so it's relatively easy to find. I don't think they always find them that way, but at least they get an idea of where a giant signal is emanating from.
Yeah, I know that traditionally there were a few targets that were always highly visible in these kind of things, and one of them is like the field kitchens, because of the communications equipment that they need to get the stuff from left and right. But then at the same time, it looks like the Russians don't really have much of a use of field kitchens anyway. So that is a bit of an outdated knowledge, and I guess that's been replaced by the more modern stuff like these electronic warfare systems. But it just makes you think that actually they're not very well protected, and it's something to keep in mind for conflicts, is you need to protect those assets, because otherwise, I mean, if you can find them so easily and destroy them, well, not that the Russians care that much, I guess.
Well, I would just challenge the theory that it is so easily. Right? I think that if it were easy, then a lot more would be getting destroyed than there are. It's because it's hard that actually it's not as many getting destroyed. If Ukrainians if they could target them more easily, they'd be destroying 10 times as many a day. It's not the artillery missions that are the limiting factor. I think it's the intel. Anyway, Mockers, you said you have a story for it.
I have a bit of additional news about the 11 prisoners which are being held in Hungary.
Oh, wow.
So, yeah. So, an advisor for the Commission of Missing Persons under Special Circumstances has informed us that Hungary is still keeping the 11 Ukrainian prisoners of war. He states they are still considered prisoners of war, as it is not yet known why they are not being released to Ukraine and on what grounds their detention in Hungary is. The families of the prisoners have already been able to see them in Hungary, but they have not been informed about the conditions of their detention or when they will return to Ukraine. So that's the current situation as of just 10 minutes ago.
Sheesh. Can you send me that over, please? I'd be very curious to try to explore more on the side while talking to all you wonderful people. Because that's obviously one that I'm very very interested in. Rachel.
Yes, I have 2 questions. Can I ask them?
Please do.
First one is who is mods or modes, MODs, and the 3 flags? Who are they? What countries do they represent?
MODs are Ministries of Defense or Ministers of Defense, respectively. So, like Secretary of Defense, like Lloyd Austin in the US. And the flags there are Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Ukraine.
And then, can anyone answer me who bombed the dam?
Oh, yeah, that's an easy one. Actually, I'll put here a link to an article up in the nest so that you can go read up on it additionally. But in short, basically, a dam isn't just a structure. Inside of the dam, there's something called a gallery, or sometimes there's several so-called galleries, and that is because there's the water seepage into from both underneath as well as from the top side into the dam, right? Everything is a little bit permeable. So in order for that water seepage not to actually subside the soil under the dam or make it less stable, it seeps inside of the dam, and then there's like a gallery, and they can remove the water from it. So what the Russians seem to have done, there's an article now up in the nest, the New York Times did finally a couple of days ago, and spoke to a bunch of engineers, and all of them basically said, yeah, what the Russians clearly have done is they walked into those galleries, which they could, because on the side of the dam that they controlled, there was an access point inwards, right? And they put lots of big explosives in it, and then they destroyed it, because this is the way that the dam was also kind of designed to be able to be destroyed. Now, when it was built in the 1950s, the Soviets were worried about an invasion from the West, and in case that happened, they designed the dam so that they could be destroyed, kind of like the Swiss bridges, for example, which are pre-designed to be destroyed if the Germans would come, right? And they blew it up. So it's very clear now from all of the evidence and speaking to engineers, including ones intimately familiar with the dam, including other engineers. Basically, everybody says, yeah, now there's only one way you can destroy a dam like this, because it's made.
It's a follow-up question.
Just let me half a sentence. It's made from the outside to withstand a massive blast, right? The only weak point is there from the inside of the dam, Rachel. Go ahead.
My follow-up question is, do you think it was Russian army, or do you think it was Russian underground army?
Oh, it was definitely Russian regular army. Specifically, I think it was the 205th Motorized Rifle Battalion,
regiment, one of those, which actually bragged on Telegram back in October that they were the ones who did it, who mined the dam back then. So this is the perfectly regular Russian army. Yes.
Thank you.
There we go. Thank you, Rachel. Freight Monkey.
All right, so I had a question regarding dams, and this comes from a conversation I had with someone who's very interested in that area of the world, and I'm not exactly sure it's 100% true, so maybe you can tell me. So the Soviets had built a dam originally back in the 1930s, which they blew up.
Not there.
Not there. Okay. Okay.
That dam was at the city of Zaporizhia, pretty much.
Okay.
So when they blew that one up, everything that later became the Kakhovka Reservoir, which, as you can see, used to be this very flat plain either side of the Dnipro, right, which you now see, that was very fertile. That was highly populated, and that's why when they blew up that dam, possibly tens of thousands of people, maybe into the 100,000+ died, because so many lived along the the flat, fertile banks of the river.
Yeah. No, because there's been like a history of blowing up dams, and it seems to be, in these conversations that I had, I've basically learned that it's also, standard operating procedure for the for the Russians to do that kind of stuff. And I think what you mentioned with the Swiss is very similar. I mean, that was until 2004, I think. We still had the explosives inside of all the bridges, and I think from 2004 they started taking them away. And these are explosives that you have to replace every now and then too. So there was like a standing preparation in the event of German, but then later on, of course, Soviet occupation. Before that they would blow up all the bridges, and Switzerland being basically a bunch of mountains with tunnels between the mountains, and on the plains you've got a lot of rivers with bridges. If the idea was, if you blew up every single bridge and every single tunnel, you make Switzerland completely useless to occupy, because it's got very little value in terms of natural resources, and very little industrial value if you look at the scale of worldwide scale, that is. So that was sort of the
Come
idea.
on, watches, Freight Monkey, watches.
Yeah, watches and the Ehrlichon factory. But that was the idea. So, but it seems to be also, in general, kind of standard operating procedure. If you think someone's going to attack, you just blow the dam because well, as we've mentioned a few times, it gives you a little bit of breathing space. It is quite interesting that they relocated so many troops to Zaporizhia, because they're going to have a problem at some point now, because those water levels look mighty low.
So what I really wonder about is, the how quickly those things actually dry out. Is one thing if you look at it and then you step on it and suddenly your foot has sunk a foot in, and the space around your boots is filling up with water, right? You know how that goes when you're in sort of a silty creek bank. I'm sure. I don't know how much you walked around like forests in Switzerland, but I've gotten my shoes wet where I thought it was solid before, and this thing was way wetter for way longer. Trade Monkey?
But I don't think it's now I'm completely out of my depth, but I've done a fair bit of walking around marshes and stuff like that, where you typically have that kind of problem. But that's because there's enough vegetation that grows. Considering that it's all sand, and considering that there's a movement of water, I would have thought maybe that it's more solid ground, even if it's not necessarily passable immediately. Kind of just, I don't know, I'm really, really speculating. I'm sure, though, that the Ukrainians know a lot more about it, because I'm sure that they've got a lot of, agricultural and all kinds of scientific records from what's what. So I'm sure they are fully aware of if if this is usable or not.
So I think that's a good point. The trouble is, of course, that there has been a lot of sedimentation over the 70 years or so since the dam was built there, right? So it will be, the ground is very different from how it used to be. The other thing that I'd say is, you're right, there isn't vegetation so much, but what there was quite a lot of organic matter deposits, right? Both sides of the Dnipro, above the Kakhovka Reservoir, was quite an agricultural region. So any all the rivers flowing into it would have, and all the snow melt flowing into it would take with it quite a lot of organic matter that takes a lot longer to dry out than straight sand. But then the question is, oh, but wasn't more of this organic matter flushed down as the flows moved? And the answer is, yeah, probably. But if you imagine you have a 10, 15, 20 kilometer wide reservoir, and especially since it's not all the same height, the bottom of it isn't all the same height, you're going to have currents develop, and you're going to have, maybe most of it is perfectly easily passable, except there's this like 200-meter wide stretch which is completely boggy, right? And I think if you try to cross it anyway, the critical thing you'd find would be that the terrain would change from bit to bit. The real way to do this is using satellite imagery. And I'm sure that there's appropriate types of satellite imagery that can, kind of give you an idea of how quickly things are drying out in different bits, especially now that it's summer, it's not so cloudy, there's lots of overpasses, right? And you can kind of devise a model of that. I think that's the real way to do it. But in some places it's gravel, in some places it's sand, in some places it's silt, in some places it's high in organic matter, in some places it's low in organic matter. And I really think that any crossing will have to cross through a bunch of different regions, some also much more soggy than others, right? Because if you imagine that there was a little indentation somewhere, right? There might still be water standing there at a low level, and that will take a much longer time to dry out, right? Than somewhere else where it will have had a consistent gravity flow. But all of that makes it a complicated question. So all I can outline are questions. I can't actually outline any answers because I don't have them. And if I did, I wouldn't be outlining them either, because that's for the Ukrainians to take advantage of rather than me to reveal. But I don't have answers, so it's easy not to say any of them.
Yeah, I love what you just said. I think that's very, very interesting. One last thing I'd say is people always think Ukraine is like this cold country, right? But especially in the south in summer, and everywhere in Ukraine in summer, I mean, it gets bloody warm and also quite dry. So that area specifically is would feel a lot more Mediterranean than you'd think. So maybe that will help some of going out. Kind of cut out for a second, but it's going to be very hard to tell right now. Anyway, I'm going to have to drop down for a bit.
Thank you, Fred Monkey. Yeah, I think you're exactly right. It's a very different. It's a very different place than many people imagine it to be. That's for sure. But at the same time, it does get quite a lot warmer, and also there's a what can I say? There's a little bit of a. I think looking at things from the outside. Looking at things from the outside, there is often a tendency to kind of paint with a broad brush and assume homogeneity to things. But I think it's always at every step we just kind of have to think and say, no, actually, it's much more complicated than that. Actually, it's a lot more varied than that. Actually, it's a lot more subtle. A lot of things are a lot more subtle than that. So, that I think is the difference between what we end up talking about at a 30,000 foot view, and then when you're actually in the literal mud, 10 meters left or right actually makes a difference, or at least can make a difference with how with what you're going to be encountering and how it's going to go.
So I'm trying to figure out if so this is actually from today. I think this is actually from today. It looks like the Russians, having been pushed out of Piatyhatki, might have a bit more of a consequence that I expected before. I mean, after all, they have been pouring a lot of resources into that area, right in there, and that Storm Ossetia unit that got more or less destroyed in Piatyhatki yesterday. It looks like that was done in large part because that's the first Russian line of defense. But then they might not have so much behind it between there and Melitopol. And so at least Russian Telegram for now considers Piatyhatki something of a gray zone still. So not quite liberated yet by Ukrainians. I think that there's some varied reports of exactly how it's being perceived.
Yeah, although they've done the flag waving video, there is still some areas that are being cleared out in that area. I'm sure it would appear that follow-on forces are making sure that the area is completely clean. I'm just seeing more of that trench fighting. Now, there is more information that the fire in Moscow, this centre was also being used to repair military vehicles, according to a bit more information there. So, gosh, what a terrible shame for them.
Oh no. So I'm looking at the satellite image of Piatyhatki, and basically it's about, let's estimate this as about 200 houses altogether. About 3/4 of them are disposed along a road. So sort of very long stretch of road, maybe a couple kilometers with a bunch of houses either side of it. And then how long is this? Yeah, about 2 kilometers. And then there's a couple of offshoots from that where there's a what looks to me is some sort of a farming center of sorts, and then a few houses to the side of that as well. So that's really what this is, and then that leads on to Jerebianki down the road further, which is another village disposed along the road. This is the sort of village setup that you see a lot in very flat areas, highly agricultural areas, very flat areas. If you look at the Pannonian Plain, for example, so it's in Hungary, you'll see a lot of villages that were initially designed like this as well. You see a road and then houses either side, and then behind each house, a long, narrow field stretches that belongs to said house, at least originally, right? And you see, so in both Piatyhatki and in Jerebianki, you still kind of see that, right? You see those fields behind houses. There's a kind of narrow and long on satellite imagery, and then you see the giant fields everywhere else around, which are now a part of the, or were at least before the war, a part of more industrial farming operations. And you can really see just the scale, how different it is between the little stripes that belong to a house, which is a little orchard or a vegetable garden or whatever, which is very large for a vegetable garden, but still compared to the giant industrial fields that are the many hectares in size each. Sorry, a bit of a, whenever I get to talk about agriculture, I will end up talking about agriculture. I think people have noticed that already about me, and I'll stop and go to Laughing Tommy instead.
So yes, Dolan, regarding Piatyhatki, I think that particular report is a bit, how should I say, overestimating the significance. Because if you look at how the different fortifications are situated between Jerebianki and Piatyhatki, there's a clump. It's a fortified position that's made to be defended from multiple sides, but the main defensive line lies between Jerebianki and Lugove, which is the next settlement to the west. And then the main defensive line is like a G going from Lugove, Hrozove, Dulina, Dulinka, I'm sorry, and so on. So there's a bunch of forward positions that could be breached by an advance southeast of Petihatki. So that's the Konovalova line, but it is a lighter line that's situated north of the first main line of defense. And we shouldn't, just because Petihatki was taken, we shouldn't expect some major breakthrough. What I would hope for is it gives a lot of opportunities, like pushing up on the settlement of Vasilivka, pushing up on Mirny and so on, but I don't want people to get their hopes up falsely expecting that tomorrow people will be in Tokmak. It's not going to work like that yet.
No, it's certainly not until it does. And I think that's the funny thing here, right? It will be slow, and then suddenly there might be a very unexpected, bigger change. No, I don't want to say that either. It was just an interesting, legitimization by the Russians of why they're pouring so much forces from reserves into, a relatively small area like that. And I think that's quite well, interesting, I guess. Interesting. And yeah, thank you for correcting me earlier. The 205th Motor Rifle Brigade, not battalion, that demolished the dam. Not that it necessarily particularly matters, but still. Tommy?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to get my hands on the what do you call it, the topographic map that I use, so that's why I was quiet for a bit. Basically, if you look at, I'm just trying to find the precise location. Yeah, so basically the Ukrainians are advancing into this ravine, and there are heights on both sides. So when they took Lobkove used to be a settlement that is further deeper into the valley, and that gave them protection of the flank along with the tactical heights north of Petihatki to protect at least one side of an advance. And now Jerebianki and the fortified position are on the height west of Petihatki. And this is going to be a tougher battle, and we will see how the Ukrainians will approach it. But for now, if you look at the riverine valleys, there is this bit of the northern bit of Kamyansk and so on that's currently under Ukrainian controls. They have basically secured the entire northern side of the riverbed all along. And I think that was the, should we say, tactical objective at this stage, because it is this river valley that is basically the fortified line of defense of the Russians. And now the Russians don't seem to have a single fortified position or anything occupied north of the valley. So all heights belong to the Ukrainians after the defeat of Petihatki, and it seems that they have also taken up the positions within the valley now. And we'll see what their next intended line of progress will be. But for now, this seems like a very robust strategic objective, and we'll see how things go on from here. But I think that looking, a lot of people don't take the topographical aspect into consideration, even though it's a difference in levels from. So Petihati is down at about 20 meters above sea level, and the height is 100 meters, but the difference in elevation from 80 meters happens within the span of, what is it, a kilometer or less, so 500 meters even. So it's a very steeply inclined hill. And from then on, it's going to be, this is going to be the main defensive position. And if the Ukrainians are smart, which they are, they're going to try to surround it somehow and not smack into it headstrong. And this is the moment which Russians have the maximum defensive advantage. So they're going to try to pour everything they can down the hill, and which is going to leave them exposed to Ukrainian artillery. But it's currently the best chance that they have of retaking the settlement, which is also for the Ukrainians if they've moved up artillery and exploit the exposed units charging southward, northeastward towards Petihati. We'll see how things go. It's currently an advantageous position for the Ukrainians to wait for reserves to engage and try to take Petihati while they shell them from the heights surrounding Petihati. So that's the significance of the battle currently, from what I would be able to extrapolate from just topographical fortification and unit disposition data, but there's still a lot of stuff we don't know that's more low level, which would only be accessible to commanders. And that's why I don't like the idea that, well, Petihati gives access to Vasilivka, which gives access to Melitopol. Well, there's like 40 settlements in between in different positions and so on. But it's very good positions for the Ukrainians to have finally collapsed any forward defense outside of the first fortified line in the sector is now collapsed. Basically, the fortified heights are all the Russians have. All their forward positions got chewed up and decimated over the last 2 weeks. And there are people who are actually disappointed that the offensive is going slowly, but I think it was over the entire winter, the Russians got 40 square kilometers of area.
46.
Yeah, so currently the Ukrainians have over 120, I think, in just 2 weeks. So we should cut the Ukrainians some slack in the evaluation. They're doing a pretty good pace, given that the Russians are throwing all manner of reserves, volunteer units, and whatever in their way.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest one, right? Russians are moving in more people for a reason, because they're running out otherwise.
Well,
right?
Yeah, like when we were talking about it, I don't know if it was on the space or I was just sending you messages, but the Russians had basically 2 rifle regiments in that sector and 1 or 2 volunteer units, and now there's like the battalion that got smashed in Petihati, the volunteer battalion. Then there's another motor rifle regiment from the DPR. Then the 4th Military Base Battalion, and so on and so on. And they keep sending all these mobilized units into the breach just to stand in the way of advancing Ukrainian artillery.
I think Friedman might have a question on this, and I'll have him go ahead. And then I want to talk about the Storm Ossetia, if you happen to know anything about it. Friedman?
So I took Thomas Tyner's advice from one of his talks, which was talking about the Battle of El Alamein. I think he meant the second battle, which he viewed this situation that the Ukrainian army is in as very similar to the British at that point in time. So I did some reading there, and a lot of if we're going to say that we're in the first innings of the offensive, basically, what I want to say, sorry, I'm not being very coherent. What I want to say is, everybody who thinks it's going too slow, I recommend they read up on that. And then it seems that the alternative, if you start thinking that you can just like smash through lines and capture Melitopol in 6 hours and drive straight down to Mariupol and boom, the war is done and liberated, then you're probably going to end up with a huge amount of casualties that are completely that would be completely unacceptable, but also would definitely most probably just end up in failure. So I did some very interesting reading on the North African campaign, because Thomas Tyner was talking about it a lot. That's the World War II North African campaign, and also on the Normandy campaign after the landings, the Anglo-British-French landings in Normandy in 1944, and how they had to shape themselves all across to break out of Normandy. And anybody who's more interested in that should just go and read the Wikipedia articles. They're very, very complete. There's a whole series of I think British-led operations, which Gunny was mentioning last time I heard him talk about it. One of them is called Operation Goodwood, I think, and it's very, very interesting, and it's painful when things are going slow, and especially when you do have images of tanks getting destroyed. But that is also really what they're there for. They're there to take that punishment, and I personally have a lot of confidence right now in the Ukrainian command, because they seem to be doing it in an exemplary fashion. So completely not what we would have expected maybe 2 years ago if you talked about the Ukrainian army, of course.
I think that's a great point. There's a huge difference between between the World War II and now, of course, but it gives you a good kind of basis as to what is a little bit more reasonable to expect, what is a little bit more sensible to think of. And I think that in this context, anyone who thought, oh, and it's going to be about 3 days and it's going to be in the Sea of Azov from the start, no, it's not going to work that way. The Russians have had far too much time to set up defensive lines. If only Ukraine could have been a little bit better equipped, a little bit more quickly, it would be that little bit easier. But again, Russians are funneling in so many troops as well that it would be much easier to continue if the Russians weren't funneling all of those in. The thing is, at the next lines and the lines after, who will they still have left to funnel in? Right, Monkey?
Yeah, and I think we're sometimes guilty on this space as well of being a little bit too optimistic. But there is reality has a way of dragging you back to the ground, and we always have to moderate our expectations, I feel. But I've got the impression that, at least from the footage that I'm seeing, that it's going well, and we've got to hope and trust and try to help whichever way we can, and we have some little ways to help here. So yeah, let's all keep that up.
So you see, there's that, but I wouldn't even call it optimistic. I'd just say whenever you zoom out enough, or maybe too much, you start glossing over details. You start glossing over the little indentations in the topography, right? And that makes a difference. And only paying attention to all of those gives you the right picture. That's where I think the difference is again. Marcus?
Oh, I was just going to interject with a bit of non-reality for you, just because it's funny. The Russian MOD have now claimed that the USA is releasing mosquitoes using UAVs and infecting their troops. The high technical readiness of the US to use infected vectors is evidenced by a patent for an unmanned aerial vehicle designed to disperse infected mosquitoes into the air. In accordance with the description, the drone must deliver a container with insects to a given area and release them. When bitten, mosquitoes will infect military personnel with a dangerous infection such as malaria. However, do you think that they're perhaps preparing their nation for a massive cholera outbreak?
I think they might be just. I think they will say, aha, those awful Ukrainians have given us malaria, cholera, malaria. I mean, what's the difference really, right? Other than being completely different diseases, completely different systems, and completely different transmission vectors. But other than that, we've given ourselves cholera by destroying the water supply, and then, of course, let's blame it on the made up nonsense that we made up. That's fantastic, really. Well done.
It's a particularly, it's sort of the same narrative as before, but it's a particularly new angle that it's all up to the US now. The US are so technologically advanced that they've done this to the Russians. How dare they?
Yeah, I'm forever.
Go on.
I'm forever impressed by the biolab story because it basically, what chances do the Russians have against, all of these biolab mosquitoes? Surely they should be the ones who just surrender then.
Well, exactly. If they're that outclassed.
It's all a part of the myth of, how what they've overcome. Tommy.
So something interesting regarding the way that the Russians are defending. Basically, the military theory is you either defend fortified locations and basically cede ground to the enemy where the current location is no longer tenable to defend and move back to a prepared position and so on. And there's the mobile defense where you do this and then counterattack from a different tag vector so that you destroy the formation that has just taken up your previous position and so on, which is what Ukrainians are doing, for example, in Marink, where when the Russian army advances a bit in the north, they counterattack them from the south, and so on, and vice versa. But what the Russians seem to be doing, especially in the region we discussed in that sector, is they just keep bringing up units and attacking from the same couple of directions non-stop. And it's very reminiscent of, if anyone's read about Operation Barbarossa and so on, Stalin had the basic standing command of just keep counterattacking all the time. It doesn't matter if we have massed enough troops, just keep counterattacking, not an inch for the enemy. And this looks very much like that, because the 429th Motor Rifle Regiment and the other, what was it? Just give me a sec. The 503rd Motor Rifle Regiment are both staying in their fortified areas of responsibility. And there was one, what do you call it? The 95th Motor Rifle Regiment was the DPR regiment that was defending the positions in between. And now all these units that are fighting for the ground that is ahead of those fortified positions are just these different either DPR or Mobic units that just keep getting sent, like I don't know, there's this newly formed, it was formed in April, I think, unit that is from the occupied Zaporizhia territory. Then you have the Ossetia volunteer battalion that got crushed in
Yeah,
Pitachi.
can we talk about the Ossetians a little bit more? So Storm Ossetia is a volunteer unit from, I guess, both North and South Ossetia, right? And
Yeah.
they are some of those really, kind of ideologically committed for Putin specifically, right?
Yeah, but sort of, kind of, because all these battalions basically they come from areas that are very economically suppressed, and when they offer them like what is it, $5,000 a month or something like that, to them is like the second coming of Christ. They think it's manna from heaven, the amount of money. And what happens is that you're going to get a lot of people who are very financially motivated. I don't know how much ideologically motivated, but then since all these volunteer units are armed by the local governors and so on, and as we know, Russians don't really leave much to the local authorities because they're afraid of unrest and uprisings and rebellions getting their arms on proper armaments. So all these units are basically armed a way to basically suck further money away from local governments, for one, because all these local governments now have to sponsor these units and sponsor their personal equipment and so on. And they also drain the men from those territories. So there's, as we know, mobilization is, and especially crypto mobilization is happening mainly from areas that are economically suppressed. And even when they happen in Moscow and so on, they seem to be targeting the the immigrant workers and so on from the hostels. So that's the people who they're going after. And I am betting you that the South Ossetian Storm Battalion or the battalion from the DPR or whatever, none of them have any advanced armor. None of them have. You're not going to see T-80s like you see with the regular regiments. You're not going to see any good equipment. It's just going to be whatever MTLBs and BMP-1s they can push together if they have that. And it's just going to be sent along to basically ride gloriously into the Ukrainian artillery fire. I mean, they're going to be a problem, and sadly, the Ukrainians are going to lose troops to them because that's just the reality of war. But it's the very definition of a meat assault. When you see those units, they're rarely the ones that have been well equipped and have the proper unit strength and so on. What's interesting is when you see the only ones that are not Russian regulars, the Kontraktniki, who actually have some experience, even though a lot of those units have been degraded because none of them are fresh units. But the other units that you pay attention to as having combat skill is DPR and LNR units that are stationed somewhere along the front for, let's say, 6 or 7 months, and those units would have had time to gain experience and so on. But that unit got immediately pulled back, the 95th Regiment, which used to be the 123rd, but I'm working from memory because I'm doing other stuff around the room. But those units got immediately pulled back behind fortified position. Now, I don't know, to be fair, it might be because they were the first unit to make contact with the Ukrainians and so got the heaviest brunt of the attack in the first days. So maybe they are degraded, but I don't have information about that. But they seem to have been pulled back behind the fortified defensive line. And the units that are coming in are 2 or 3 months old. And so you can only imagine the level of training if they got mobilized, trained for 5 weeks or 2 months or whatever, and then had 2 months experience within Ukraine and got sent directly to the hottest point of attack where all the Western kit that's being used is used and so on. Because they will be writing with MTLBs against the coaxial of a Leopard or the, what is it, the gun of the Bradley, which will just go for them like cheese. But we'll see.
So, in that context, I'm wondering why the why they were in so as committedly as they were, the Ossetians, right? Why did they stay and fight to, well, more or less the last man? And I think that's an interesting one because they were kind of isolated in this. I don't think there were any barrier troops that would be kind of cutting them off or preventing a surrender or anything like that. And in Piatihatki, this is where I'm more concerned, and I'm trying to kind of figure this out. And I wonder if Ukrainians have figured this out. If they've kind of profiled which units are they against, who's more likely to act how, who's more likely to react how. And I wonder if this is a part of their briefing, who's more likely to surrender, who's more likely to just fight it to the end. What do you reckon, Tommy? Why did these guys, say, oh, we're going to fight to the end?
I'm like, do you have a Ukrainian source about them fighting to the end? Because all I can see is like a Russian telegram going on about the heroic last stand in Petihatki by the South Ossetian unit, which, yes, it might mean that they were actually discommitted and so on, but given that they would have to retreat uphill into Russian fortified positions, and they were surrounded by Ukrainians all over the heights and getting stormed by them. I don't really know how much this idea of a heroic last stand is not just the Russians trying to basically whitewash that they told the unit to maintain the position at all costs and told them that basically if they turned back, they were going to get vaporized. And because if you look at how Petihatki is situated, it's just at the bottom of all these hills, and on the north on 3 sides, well, 2.5, like 180-degree arc or more, was taken up by Ukrainians. And I don't know, it's just, to me, it's, you can see these glorious retreats all over, but let's say that it actually happened again. I don't know. I don't think they have any particular ideological motivation. If you look at, because I look at all these movements within the different regions, hoping for a revolution endlessly. But if you look at how the South Ossetian and Ossetian national identity, the nationalist people who will have the spirit to fight, because it's all oriented around the unified Ossetia. So it's the North Ossetians and the South Ossetians together in a state. and they think that extending Russia's control to South Ossetia is a way to achieve that, even though it's under the Russians. But I don't, on that basis, maybe there's some ideological basis for support for Putin, but I don't think it's a genuine belief in the idea of Russia and so on. And if I was like them and in that mindset, patriotic for my small internal territory, and then got sent into the war being told that I'm going to be the part of the mighty Russian army that's been destroying the entire NATO military over the last however many months. And then I arrived and was basically and then I arrived and was basically getting smoked by Ukrainians. I wouldn't be that confident. Sorry, somebody came in to the.
No, I don't think there are any Ukrainian sources for that. I think that in practical terms, the source is, look, they were there for days. These the Storm Ossetia, and it took Ukrainians days to clear them out, right? So clearly they weren't surrendering. If they were surrendering en masse, this would have been just so much quicker. I think it's kind of. And also in the video at Piatihatki, afterwards, the Ukrainian liberators, they're standing on an Ossetian flag. I think that says a lot about who was there this whole time and how hard it was to get through them, right? So I think that's really the way to understand this better. Tommy?
Yeah, but that's precisely it. Like those were the units inside the village, but all around them, on the fortified positions on the hills and so on, there were other Russian units. So basically, there's how should I say, the advance of the Ukrainians, in order for it not to result in excessive loss and so on, would have been very careful, only at night and so on, and that's one reason why it would have taken this long. And honestly, they're way too close to other Russian fighting positions for me to believe that they just had the ability to move however they want. And if I, as a commander, got stuck and knew that the Russians behind me would have. So you're stuck in a village, your supply is in direct line of sight of a way better equipped for night operations and so on unit. And whenever you try to resupply and so on, they can direct fire on your supply routes. They have complete overwatch of your position, and the ability to conduct a retreat under those conditions, not knowing even if the units to your rear will allow you to retreat, but let's say they do, they don't shoot you like those guys in that video. Let's say they allow you to retreat, then that retreat would have to take place against the vicious artillery fire that is already precisely targeting you within your fortified position. So a retreat would be very, very difficult, and your only alternative would be to surrender. But if you surrender, that's also going to be overseen by your own units. And you see, this is what the dilemma they were facing. Maybe I don't know, maybe they got frozen into inaction. Maybe they maybe they did truly decide for heroic last stand, but I don't buy it. I don't think, how should I say, every time we hear about the heroic last stand and so on, then we find out that basically, like in Liman, they were making a stand, and then they just waited too long. They broke in the end, ran away like hell, and got stacked by the Ukrainians in the back. That's when we saw the most horrific videos where the Ukrainians were basically piling the Russians 10 deep in piles all over the place. usually when you see a video with a lot of bodies, like from Bakhmut and so on, they spread all over the field, but they were killing so many in Liman that they had piles of them around the road. Because there was this, I think it was a Foreign Legion operator who was just, there was a report by him. He was physically angry that the Russians wouldn't surrender, because in the woods behind Liman, they were killing so many of them that he basically went in, fired all his rounds, everything he was carrying, like 300 plus rounds, and killed so many of them that his entire combat patrol had to go back and restock again, because they were mowing them down. And this is what also Chechnya was like. He was telling us, I think it was a couple of months ago, but I have to cook for these people who just go there and just slaughter the Russians endlessly. And he was worried about the psychological state of their own troops. That's how lopsided some of these engagements were. And I'm not saying this was like that, but I'm saying that all these heroic last stands don't seem that heroic to me, because I don't know, there's no, if you look at Petihatki, it has no major tactical significance for the line and so on. It offers a fortified position along the valley, like fortified to the extent that a couple of houses and so on can make, but it doesn't offer some major overwatch position. It doesn't offer anything. It's just the gray zone between the two units, the Ukrainians to the north and the Russians to the south. It doesn't offer some major strategic advantage that will, how should I say, justify holding it with a heroic last stand. It's not like they're diverting the retreat of, providing a diversion for the retreat of their troops and so on, because all the other troops are behind the fortified line. So these guys were just in front, conducting a heroic defense, like standing in front of a bunker, heroically defending the people in the bunker. It doesn't make sense, given that the bunker is a better fortified position. Anyway, that's just my thinking. A heroic last stand doesn't make sense to me.
No, and I think the illustration of Stalin's operation during the Operation Barbarossa, the Stalin's approach of just sending more and more and more and endless counterattacks, I think that's a good one. I think it's the right way to look at it, and it's I think it's the right historical parallel. I think it's done with the same purpose. I think it's done in much the same way, and maybe that's really the way that they should be being looked at. It's a curious approach.
Tillman, today is a very sad day.
Today is a very sad day.
I've just sent you a message which made me want to cry.
Yes, see, I saw it literally a minute after he put it up, because I went to look at something on his profile while I was talking about it, and that's why I suddenly shut up earlier, about 40 minutes ago, and because I didn't know how to process it, and I couldn't even bring myself to read it out loud. And I've been avoiding thinking about it ever since, through about 50 people sending me the same link. Do you want to tell people what, or shall I? Because I think I've processed it. I've processed it by now. So in short, Oryx has announced that on the 1st of October they will cease running Oryx and updating the Oryx blog, because it doesn't make them happy anymore. The way I see this is the correct response by, thank you, Emil Kastehelmi from the Finnish Ocean folk, who I think summarized it as best as anyone, but a simple perkele. I think that's the only real response to this. I would also say it clearly should motivate all of the Western militaries to do the right thing and heavily oversupply Ukraine now, because Ukraine only really has until the 1st of October to finish this off. I mean, after that, who's going to be providing proper overview and intelligence after that, if not when Oryx is not online anymore? So clearly, now is the time to over-equip Ukraine and have them win in the next 3 months, because that's how long they have before.
Gentlemen,
Yes.
hopefully this might spark somebody philanthropic who loves their work and goes, oh, no, I can't see this die. I will give you X amount of money to carry on. Because, I think if they were paid for it, they would be a lot happier doing it.
I don't think so, because they refused donations previously. So I think basically, unless it was, a major agency that would have picked them up. But I think now it's too late. I think the time was yesterday or before. I think the decision's made. This is it. I don't think this is like extortion. They're fairly straightforward. Dutch people are generally very straightforward about things, especially serious things like this. When the decision's made, it's final. And I think the decision very much has been made, and the decision is final. I think until yesterday, the MI6 had the time to do it, or whatever the Dutch equivalent is, or any Western one. Really, I think they'd be quite happy to go for any non-Belgian service in the West. But I think now it's final, and it's a sad day. It's a sad day for comprehensive tracking. That's for sure.
I'll just have to cheer myself up with some beams later. That's all I can think of doing at the moment. Cheering myself up with some.
I can cheer you up with something.
Oh, go ahead.
So today is the anniversary. It's 1 year since Ambassador Ulyanov pronounced the pronouncing of nonsense.
Excellent. Yes, I do believe there might be something in the nest about that, because we are wishing everybody a Merry Nonsense-mas.
Merry Nonsense-mas.
Exactly. I've found a boom. As it happens, I've found a number of booms. Quite a number. There were Volnovacha.
Volnovacha. Yes, you will have to say this many times. So this is worth learning, because this will come in a number of times in the next month. Volnovacha.
Well, I'm just going to retweet the tweet, and you will see that there are many, many booms, it would appear, that this person drives past. So, yeah, Volnovacha. I'll try a bit harder. Go ahead, George.
I don't know. Good morning, everyone. Good day. I'm sorry. Did you guys talk about the mosquito-carrying UAVs that Ukraine's about to unleash on the Russian soldiers?
What? George, you know about them too? Nothing can be secret anymore.
Yeah.
Who's doing the OPSEC on this operation?
Yeah, they're infected with a virus that turns people alternative lifestyle. So.
Oh, that's not a bad thing at all.
Oh, it is for the Russians.
If they want to be dogs,
it is for the.
It's fine.
It is for the Russians because they're manly's men, So they.
Yeah, we've seen them praying. Don't you worry. What I was going to say about that, though, George, is we believe that this might just be what they're trying to do to explain away massive cholera outbreaks.
Oh yeah. That's. Well, I'll be honest with you. I was surprised. I have been surprised, or maybe it hasn't been reported, that even before the dam, getting blown by the Russians, that there wasn't massive outbreaks of whatever. Considering how they live in their trenches, like utter filth. I'd be surprised if there wasn't epidemics of, cholera and God knows what else there. It's the outbreak of the plague. It's
A
disgusting.
bit of dysentery.
What's that?
There's a nice bit of dysentery.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the dysentery, I'm sure is
George,
what.
I would suggest the dysentery is a thoroughly alternative lifestyle.
Yes. It's just disgusting. Anyway, I'm sorry, but I'm lost with the Ulanov thing. Well, can you explain that to me? Because I don't have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Oh my! Ambassador Ulyanov is the Russian ambassador to the OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And what he did was a year ago, exactly on this day, a year ago, he got first swarmed by NATO a little bit, and he said the everlasting phrase, "You pronounce this nonsense, not me." And then NATO was born before that, but this really, let's say, cemented NATO as a great force for good in the world.
Gotcha.
It's a critical part of NATO lore.
Gotcha. All right, I understand that. And today we have a federal holiday in the United States, Doman. I don't know if you're aware.
What nonsense, miss? It's already a federal holiday. That's clear. That's quick.
Now we have it's today is Juneteenth, and what this day celebrates is even though the Civil War ended in April and the Emancipation Proclamation had been announced by Lincoln, it wasn't until this day in not this day, but around this day in 1865 that federal troops of the United States made their way into parts of Texas and let slaves know that they actually were free, because a lot of the slave owners obviously knew this news, but obviously withheld it from the slaves because they wanted them to get in a few more harvests. So that's what we're celebrating today in the United States. An end of an unnecessary evil.
Thank you, George. And may I say we've had a bit of a nonsense miss miracle, because Jakub Janowski, the Czech chap who's in charge of much of the Russian and Ukrainian losses in Ukraine list, says that beyond October he will continue. He'll join the war spotting team, but also he'll maintain the
list?
Oryx lists as well.
Okay. Well, what would be nice, Doman, is that by October, if the lists are no longer necessary.
Exactly.
How's that?
The right way to go about this, George, is for every Western intelligence and defense agency to say, damn it, we can't live without these. We can't correctly assess this war without these lists. We need to get this done with. Here you go, Ukraine. Everything you need. Come on, let's kick out the Russians real quick, because we're on a deadline here.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That come October, we don't need these lists anymore, and we can finally stick the final fork in the Russian beast.
Tommy.
Yes, so just regarding the alternative lifestyle mosquitoes, I was wondering if there's this podcast of NAFO-related YouTube streamers, Laser Pig included. He's the online historian who made the T-14 Armata video that showed how insane it is as a project and how bad it is. And they were thinking about it like stream of consciousness, talking about the war in Ukraine, and one of them just thought, wouldn't it be great since Russians refer to ships as a he, so in the masculine gender, why not raise the Moskva and just cover it in pride flags and declare that it has transitioned into a she, just to see their faces? And maybe we could use the combat mosquitoes somehow for that as well.
That'd be quite interesting. I never knew before that the Russians referred to naval vessels as a masculine. That's interesting. At the corable, I guess, makes sense.
I mean, the ship in Russian is masculine, I think, because in Bulgarian it's also masculine, but when they refer to a ship, I don't know if they actually say he or it, but it's still funny. It still made me chuckle because of the whole, the meme, they, them army was war army, because they were trying to make fun of Ukrainians for allowing soldiers like Sarah Ashton to serve and so on. And anyway, that was my point.
George,
can someone find out what the what the Japanese consider ships? Is it female or masculine?
I don't know, but enough about the Japanese language, George, to tell you if it has grammatical genders.
Well,
yeah, I was going to say it has grammatical genders, but the Japanese are famously non-caring about the gender of anything, and a lot of their like the honorifics and the way they reference each other in language often doesn't even describe the gender of the speaker, the object, the person they're speaking to, and so on. So and I know this because of Japanese animation, which I still watch, even though I'm 30 something. When translators used to have this issue because often if a character doesn't have explicitly masculine or feminine features, the way it's drawn, and you have to then translate it into English, French, and so on, it actually becomes very hard in character that pretty much look like it, unless they consistently dress a certain way. It gets really hard to determine what their gender is, and it's often there have been several famous cases of how a character that was female kept getting translated as male and vice versa. So yeah, Japanese are notorious for not, in linguistic circles, are notorious for not particularly caring what the gender of a noun is.
Oh, so yeah, because the reason I was asking is 1905. But you might want to point the Russians to 1905, how well their male ships did back then.
Well, George, they really mailed it in, didn't they?
Yeah, they mailed it in all right. What an absolute butt whooping that was. But anyway, we digress. Let's get back to Ukraine. Gentlemen, today's Monday. You want to? Do we have anybody coming on today that people might want to, adjust their wristwatches to?
Actually, I don't think we do today. Or is Thomas coming? Is Thomas coming back this week for another?
He's coming back this week.
In which case, we have seemingly Thomas in a few hours, which I forgot about.
And that's at 1 o'clock Eastern, right? (1 p.m. Eastern?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. Thank you. See, God, thank God Marcus is here. Don't keep you in check. Jesus. Doman's sending me a nasty gram right now. He's just typing it away.
It's more than a nastygram, George. It's more than a nastygram.
Oh, am I gonna get one of those messages like they used to get on the old Mission Impossible thing, where you open the message and then the device disintegrates or self-destructs?
It will be engulfed in green flames the moment you read it, George. It's like in Harry Potter. Then, John.
Yeah, will it come as a mini disc or a tape, a mini tape? That's the big question. Yeah, regarding Thomas Tyner and his 20 minutes, I have to say that it's the longest, shortest 20 minutes in the history of mankind. Because if I look at the watch, it's always well beyond 20 minutes. But it doesn't feel like more. Actually, you want more after the 20 minutes. So
yeah, I think the Friday one ended up going for about 2 hours and 15 minutes, which
yeah, exactly. But there's a weekend to cover for the absence of.
I know. So if anything, the one today will be longer rather than shorter. Still, it's fun times.
Yeah. Of course, because Friday is forgotten that it was long to cover for the weekend. Yes, obviously.
Yeah, very impressive, isn't it? Very impressive. Then, John, what do you think? And actually, George, while we have you here, let's go to George first, and then to Ninja. George, did you see the tank loaded up with thousands of kilograms of TNT that the T-54-55? Did you see that?
Yes, and yes, I did, and that is going to change some things on the battlefield. Now, obviously, that blast was huge, like really huge, and not to be a Debbie Downer, but the guys in the trench suffered at the very least a concussion. Let's put it that way. But this new crackpot tactic that the Russians are doing, right? What that's going to cause is now any tank that shows up on the battlefield as it approaches, and what usually happened, right, is the rules of war. Not that the Russians abide by them, but usually when you're surrendering, let's say you're Russian and you contact the Ukrainian army, you call a number and you're like, oh, well, I'm going to surrender. My whole crew and our tank is going to surrender. So what happens is you approach a predetermined spot with your turret facing to the rear. That's not going to happen now. As soon as any tank approaches Ukrainian lines, it's going to eat a javelin or a Carl Gustav or something from beyond 100 meters.
No, I agree, George. I think that the adjustment to that is TOWs are back in service, and just any tank you see, shoot at it from max range, and then let's have the Russians suffer the concussions from and blasted eardrums from a giant bomb exploding in front of their trench.
Yeah, exactly. So, and of course, it's for the Russians. It's if it now makes it harder for their troops to surrender, that works for them, right? But once again, this is like a tactic that's usually used by armies, not even armies, and things like that. Improvised explosive device. That's what it is. Actually, was used by Taliban. not that difficult to defeat. Like you said, they're just going to start eating, whether it's a toe, javelin, en-law from a distance of at least 500 meters, and that'll be the end of them.
Something like that. That's the only way to really do it. I will note a couple of other things. On the one hand, you really see Russians learning from 1980s terrorist groups in the Middle East of what their tactics are now, and working and improving on that. That's one interesting note to make. While Ukrainians are learning from Brits and Americans and other NATO best practices. And at the same time, these tanks, they can't shoot back. They can't do anything else. They can't, put down suppressive fire with their machine guns or anything. It's really just a very slowly moving big target. So if anything, it should be easier to take them out. And I don't think this is going to be a solution for anything like long at all. For the Russians in the slightest. And I think General Ryan put together a bit of a thread on this as well. Basically said that this isn't going to make a big difference. It's fine. It is the way it is. They're literally just grasping at straws to do this in the first place. So, and I think that's good to know as well, and that's good to be aware of here as well.
I mean, I don't know what kind of explosive they might have emptied out some of those rusting shells that they had, whatever. It doesn't matter, but it's a last ditch tactic by an army that's losing.
Literally last ditch.
Yeah, and historically. There was a vehicle that the Germans developed, right? It was called the Goliath. It was a lot smaller. It was like a little tracked mini tank. It was supposed to be a remote control mine, and it was on a tether. And they tried to use them in Normandy. They weren't very very successful, and this is what they call stopgap measures when your real weapons have either run out or they're not working like they were supposed to do. So, in other words, what would have happened in a real army or a real military is you would have had your air wing drop a couple of bombs on that position and, get a better effect. But instead, they're just using this goofy, tank suicide thing. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an actual driver in the damn thing.
No, it doesn't look like there was, especially the way it was progressing was very, very even for something like that. So I think that's another reason to think it probably wasn't. But interesting, that something like this appears at all ever. I think is interesting in itself. Then John, what do you think? I'm sure you've both seen it as well as have thoughts on it.
Yeah, I saw it. I mean, it's quite an impressive blast, to say the least. And my thought was that kind of thing you want to take out as close to where it's launched from as possible. And that was already discussed. Shoot them at the furthest distance possible. But also, I mean, how big of a threat can it be? Obviously, it's terrible for the for the people who get involved or get how should I say? I can't find the words now. Get hit by this, but I mean, they can't launch thousands of these or even hundreds. So probably a small threat, but I think it will worsen their situation in case they want to surrender. That will probably not be accepted from a tank going forward. So I don't know.
That's an
desperation.
interesting one. I didn't think of that. I think that's a good component.
Yeah, and weeks of desperation, not having the right weapons to do the job.
I think that's very interesting. I don't think I would have thought of. No, and of course, yeah, reeks of desperation. You know, when this is the innovation, you know that they're going their own way, right? When this is the solution, supposedly, you know that they're going their own way. Not just introducing, not just introducing these, but even going as far as, but even going as far as introducing them in this way, right?
Yeah, because
big
I mean,
difference.
You can only surprise once with this kind of tactic, right? I mean, if you have, it's different from say attackams or gimbal's. Or I mean, everyone knows they're there, but you don't see them coming. This you can see from miles away, and for you get minutes to prepare for it. So it looks kind of toothless, to be honest.
The compensation for it, of course, being just the sheer size of the blast, right? That's how they're trying to compensate for it. But yeah, even that apparently, according to those who took it out, right, apparently didn't have too much of an effect. Being in a low position there, that helps a lot, right? With an explosion like this that kind of goes over you, at least mostly.
Was the turret still attached after the explosion?
I don't know. I don't think there was such a thing as a turret following that explosion. So I wanted to go back and look, but I forgot to find out whether there's an actual turret toss as a consequence of this. But I'm not sure. I'm genuinely not sure if it stayed attached.
It's in orbit by now. If there was.
Well, I more thought that it wasn't so much that the turret flew off. I think it was more of a case of the turret wasn't really a turret anymore, if that makes sense. It was more just kind of, I don't know, dust. That I think that can be a problem. There can be too much for the turret not to only detach but to actually shatter. Really, I guess is the best way to put it. No, big takeaway: more TOW missiles, more Stugnas, more handheld ATGMs, longer range. But I like the Stugnas, right? Because you don't need to be there to fire it. You can just kind of put it up and shelter as you fire it already. I think that helps with the consequences of the blast as well. So I'm quite a fan of that. Raver, good morning.
Raver, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Sorry, I had to call my wife real quick. There was a wreck on the highway, and we both have to commute down. So yeah, on the thing of that tank that exploded with all that explosive specs inside of it, I don't think there were two bolts stuck together after that thing went off.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there was even bits that were, because it's road homogeneous steel, right? And that means that it's I don't even think that wasn't ripped apart. Not just it seems, but even you wouldn't even get a walk out of it.
Yeah, it was also face hardened, so parts of it were set up more to shatter and then the rest of it would rip, deform almost like molten glass. at least for a split second. Hell, it may have blown the rubber off the road wheels. That was a big boom.
Yeah, that makes makes sense to me. You know, if if something like that big explodes somewhere, you know, that's not going to be that's not going to have good outcomes. So that's not going to have good outcomes. Certainly not for anything very close to it. Say like the road wheels.
It is, however, a grand statement that Russia really is Slavic ISIS.
Yeah, you know, when people say Russia's a terrorist state, well, what more evidence do you need to have other than they literally taking sort of Beirut bombing 1983 strategy to it, except it's a tank, not a truck.
Yeah, I'm hard pressed to find anything that they have dissimilar from Daesh, from looting cultural sites to torture, you know, the vehicle bombs, they do it all.
Yeah, it's you know, in one, in all, right? Like here, in one, then very much also in all other matters as well. On the plus side, I don't think it's going to have any significant effect, right? Because if anything, Ukrainians are just going to be looking out for tanks at longer distances and taking them out at longer distances, which is the good thing to do with Russian tanks generally anyway. It's just funny that the first confirmed T-54 loss came in quite this way. Klaus? Oh, Raver, go ahead. Carry on.
I was just gonna say it kind of had to show up this way, given the performances we've seen so far of the 64, 72, 80s, and 90s in the turret tossing competition. I mean, we know the Russians love steroids in their sports.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of that tank that actually entered orbit, I think, and is going to stay there forever. Just a little bit. Klaus, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Could it be so simple that the Russians have realized they have too much ammunition before they eventually will be forced to retreat and just blowing it up rather than giving it away to Ukraine? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the difference is between explosives and ammunition, right? Because this was probably straight explosive, at least most of it. Whereas ammunition, you need the shell for it, the surrounding things for it. And maybe they thought, you know what? Instead of taking this high explosive and dividing it in between shells, and we can't really manufacture shells and shell casings, and then you have to have the propellant, and you need to shoot it out of a cannon or a howitzer. What if we just pack all of this explosive in one big shell and send that to you? Maybe there's something to this, Klaus. Maybe there's something of that thinking actually genuinely to this. John?
Yeah, almost on the topic, but there seem to be air quotes saving the good tanks and air quotes for the entry into the Paris Olympics, because I think there was a statement that they will they will go there in tanks if they are forced to compete under the Olympian flag or neutral flag. So they might want to save them up.
There is a precedent from 209 years ago, right, when the Russian army got to Paris.
Yeah, but they didn't have tanks. They didn't have tanks.
They didn't. So. That's a good point. It's a good point. So this time with tanks, it should be much easier, right? I mean, they pretty much took Bakhmut, so surely the way to Warsaw, Berlin, and even Paris is now completely open. Johannes.
Okay. Yeah, I think just wanted to say maybe one sentence. What makes Russia different from the Islamic State is that they actually don't have an ideology. This is, I mean, this is something rather strange. But if you look at what Putin is saying all day long, it's total eclecticism between like some elements of Stalinism, or some elements of pre-revolutionary Russia, some elements of communism, some elements of Orthodox Christianity. So it's just kind of thrown together from all, and it's not really. I mean, there's no enthusiasm for the war in the Russian populace, so they're just going along with it, but they don't really. I mean, they don't really need it. So it's in a way, it's, I don't know. Russia is. I mean, there's of course this question that has been discussed like for like, yeah, since the war, since day one of the war, like, is Russia now fascist or not? And it's really, one can't really say. They don't have an ideology, and they're doing it anyway, and that's the strangest thing. And I think the one thing that it's all about is just to hold on to power, and just to use any means to hold on to power. And it's that was also visible, I think, a couple of days ago when Putin had this meeting with those Vayenkory, I think they're called mill bloggers in English, where Putin said totally, I mean, that's just totally incoherent ramblings coming from him, including when he was asked by one of those mill bloggers whether they actually would be changing the goals, or whether the goals of the special military operation are changing or not. And then Putin responded, I think, in the same sentence, something like, well, they're always being adjusted according to the situation, and then in the same sentence he says they're not changing. And one thing which has been kind of talked about a lot in the Russian-speaking kind of blogosphere, YouTube channels, and so on, is that what Putin has actually stopped paying attention very much to the war, and his main goal is to survive the March 24 elections. And of course, I mean, there will be all kinds of rigging, but still, it might be a point in time which still might have some danger for him. And so his attention has very much shifted from the war, and because I mean, in the beginning he was kind of very much accused of micromanaging the war, despite having zero expertise at all. And now he's completely shifted his attention away from it. He pretends as if the war doesn't actually exist, and it's all just about holding on to power. And then the next major milestone for that would be the elections next spring. And so I think that's a difference to ISIS, which has, I think, a defined ideology, which has a defined goal, as mad as it may be, but there is one. And I think in case of Russia, there's none.
So I think that the ideology can be summarized as Russia strong, pretty much. That's kind of the ideology, right? And then the second sentence is Putin strong. That's the extent of it. Now, I think that you can think of it as a post-ideology where the ideology can be summarized as very short, as I just did, in 4 words. Well, 3 words, I guess. One repeated itself, and the rest of it is just how that gets implemented, right? And that's the more flexible thing, perhaps. But does that make it not an ideology? That's an interesting question. What I will agree with, of course, is that they're just kind of looking to they're still looking to figure out what to get out of all of this. But it seemed like much of the war, as soon as it was clear after about a week or 2 weeks, that Ukraine wasn't just going to roll over and surrender, right? The war kind of became a war for the sake of war, as opposed to a war for the sake of actually achieving something very much specific. And I think that's where the gap is. Is it really different? I mean, I guess the difference is also in trajectory. Now I'll set up Raver with this one. I think the difference is in trajectory. Russia was a state that then decided to make itself into a state by virtue of terrorism, whereas ISIS started off as terrorism and wanted to become a state. Raver, that's a setup for your essay.
Yeah, I don't know if today's going to be a rough one. It'll be late. I'm on my way to return this rental. But so Russia is an empire that's trying to regain its imperial glory. And at that level, they're no different than Daesh, because Daesh whole thing was the recreation of the Islamic Third Reich, which is exactly what Russia's trying to do, just the Imperial Third Russian Reich. So, they may not have that zealotry, for God, but I don't think the rank and file of Daesh really bought into that either, given the amount of porn and sexual slavery and everything else we were watching happen. I think it's just pure smoke and mirrors to justify brutality.
I think that's a really good point to raise, Raver, right? Because if anything, I think it's a parallel between Russia and ISIS, right? What is it really? It's a case of saying something and living something very different. Because Russia doesn't really have an ideology, but it has these sort of ideological underpinnings that it claims to be running, right? And what is it? These ideological underpinnings. Yes, Christian values, fighting the LGBT whatever. And then it's like the highest level of let's call it sexual violence against males through that same sort of behavior. And I know it's for different purposes and so on, but it just looks like how to put this well. It just looks like a case of doing the exact opposite of what you're preaching. And like you said, ISIS did that. The same went for the same went here for Russia as well. They're acting exactly the opposite of what they claim to be standing for in so many ways, so very many ways. Raver?
So just so anybody's not confused, I am not condemning all Muslims. The great faiths of the planet seem to share a couple of interesting points: kindness to strangers, kindness to your neighbors, responsibility, self-accountability, things like that. Daesh didn't represent any of that. They represent the more base, whether it be the Catholic Crusades, Daesh, the Third Reich, the Russian Empire. Empire building is genocide. It's a feature, not a bug.
No, I completely agree with that, Raver. Of course, we're condemning the total violence against everyone and genocide, not the thing that it claims to stem from, which it's betraying as a part of it anyway. I think that's clear to most quite easily. Let's go on. Let's go to Rus. Good afternoon, Rus.
Good afternoon. I had this idea about this exploding T-55 that it failed because it wasn't cool enough. It should have been thrown by a trebuchet, or there should have been the scene from the second the Lord of the Rings movie where there was a running orc with a firebrand or something. They should try it a better way.
So
I know that.
I like your thinking, Bruce. I can add to it. May I?
Yes.
Last night when this first came out, I was talking to our Swedish Daniel, and he was saying, 75 years or however old these tanks are compared to the original design, right? If you go back from the creation of these tanks in the early Cold War, another time as long, you end up in like the Franco-Prussian War. That's the comparison in technology. And to which I said, you know what, Daniel, that is like they were converting back in early Cold War days horse-drawn carriages into VBIEDs. And clearly the modern equivalent to that is once they bring a T-14 Armata and use that as a vehicle-borne IED. Because as we all know, the T-14 Armata is likewise horse-drawn.
Yes, that would be perfect. But I have this scene from, I think it was from Grand Tour or the other car show, where they actually threw a car with a trebuchet. It should be doable with a tank too. You just need a bigger one.
So a T-54 weighs, I think, about 35 tons-ish, right? Empty, plus about 6 tons of explosives. So that's about 40 tons, and the car weighed like a ton. So you literally need to throw something 40 times as massive, and I'm presuming a much longer distance. How far did they throw those cars? I don't think they threw them anywhere as far as several kilometers that you would need for this. It's an engineering challenge, is where I'll leave it. It's an engineering challenge, and I don't think Russians are good enough at engineering. Klaus?
Yeah, going back to Raven's comment about Russia. In Russia's mind, they had already conquered Ukraine. They just needed to go the distance into Kiev. So, and that is the actual problem, that in their minds they own Ukraine. They just didn't bother to proper plan the invasion. So. Regarding the missing Armata, I don't know if you know this paradox by Fermi. I think he's called Fermi, a physician. Fermi's paradox. You know, the universe, if it's very, very, very big, and there is intelligent life out there, they should have visited us by now. And since we haven't seen any visitors from the space, we must just conclude that we are the only intelligent people in the universe. And the same logic can be used for the Armata, that since we haven't seen it yet, it simply doesn't exist. It's not even invincible. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Oh my, lovely, Klaus. I have more on a related topic actually, to the feint at Kiev, but I'll have Raver go ahead, and then I'll swing to that. Raver.
So a couple of things. Klaus, I'm a not a caw. So anyway, on the issue of the Franco-Prussian War, let us not forget that Russia has been equipping troops with Mosin Nagants and Maxims, which were part of that first technological wave after the Franco-Prussian War. So they are using some very old kit indeed. So yeah, and then I think that tank really bugs me on an intellectual level for a couple of reasons. One, they hit an anti-tank mine and didn't set it off. So it had to have been packed with some really insensitive explosives. But at the same time, when it did go off, there was a lot of red in that smoke, like it was an ANFO bomb. So I'd really like to know what it was packed with to get that explosion.
I think, Raver, that what they said was straight TNT, but I think that that's part of the purpose of having used the tank, that the stuff inside survives quite a lot of impacts on the outside because it is still pretty well armored compared to literally everything else other than a better tank. And I think that the purpose was, if you put this in a BMP, if you put this in a truck can be taken out with a 50 cal, but at least this has some level of protection. And I think that the mine that it ran up on, it took out the track, but it didn't, shock the detonator hard enough. I think that's really the idea of it, of using a tank. Now, some of the time, an anti-tank mine would have actually destroyed the tank sufficiently to set it off, but not all of the time, depending on which bit ran on it and how close it was. And if it was slightly to the side, a track gets taken out, but the explosive doesn't. Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Yeah, Klaus Raver. Oh, not Raven. I like the way that you put it there, Raver. That's all right. I'm sure it's not the first time that I heard somebody say Raven, and I love the explanation, the manner in which it was explained. Raver. So one of the things that Klaus mentioned was, of course, the feint at Kiev, and this past weekend, as leaders of various African countries were visiting first Kiev and then St. Petersburg, Putin presented them with a document which allegedly, he said, was agreed by the Ukrainians back in Turkey, and that precipitated the Russian retreat from areas around Kiev. The problem for it is that he says that this was done on March 29th last year. And that's why the Russians then retreated in early April. But the funny thing is, and thank you, Beefeater, for highlighting this, the Russians retreated in early April. The date there on this document that he's waving around is the 12th of April, which was both after the Russian retreat from areas around Kiev, as well as there wasn't any actual negotiations on the 12th of April. When the Ukrainians were allegedly have signed the document, which is absolutely hilarious, and this just shows the half thought through, half arsed ways that Russians approach just so many things. There is no pride in getting things done correctly. There is no pride in even lying well. They just go with it, and it's sort of the Nigerian prince scam email level of thinking things through and polishing them out. And I think it's actually is actually not just to lie, but it's also to it's also to kind of sort the believers from the people who think. I think in part because when you do things so poorly, only those who are sufficiently persuaded already, sufficiently convinced already, that are ever going to actually believe it. And I think that is interesting. And that's almost the tactic that they employ here.
Well, there's that. And there's also, are they deliberately trying to get everybody to underestimate them? That's bizarre. But what's funny is remember, if you go back just a couple of weeks before that mythical document was supposedly signed, Putin was saying, "Oh, we're not going to invade." So now you have the liar apparently running around crying that he got lied to, assuming, and I'm not assuming this, but even had Ukraine negotiated Russian withdrawal and then said, whatever, we're not going to sign it, we're just going to take back our land. What the hell has he got to be upset about anyway? If he got hoodwinked and Ukraine was able to regain that land with the minimum bloodshed, good for Ukraine. If they never signed it at all and Russia retreated because they kicked their ass, good for Ukraine. There's no facet of this where Russia looks good.
He went as far as to specifically blame Boris Johnson to have persuaded Ukrainians to continue, fighting on afterwards. So, yeah, because Ukrainians needed Boris Johnson to persuade them to not leave large swathes of Ukraine in Russian hands. Go ahead, Raven.
Fascist dictators have one common theme running through them, despite everything else, and that is a fear and loathing of the British government. The Kaiser did it, Hitler did it, Mussolini did it, the Japanese were scared of the British. they all have a fear of the British government. It's like just part and parcel. Oh, I'm going to be a would-be conqueror. Oh no, there's the British. I must hate the British.
Something like that, yeah. So perfect example, just out now. Ribar, one of these Mo bloggers, one of these Russian Mo bloggers, just posted the message on his Telegram, and people will have seen of course, the video of Ukrainian Marine Special Forces. I think is the shortest, roughly correct way of describing them. And you can see the trench clearing, right? And the Ribar called it footage of execution of unarmed Russian soldiers by the Ukrainian Special Forces. And the picture used to illustrate it, or the little video clip used to illustrate it, literally shows a Russian holding a gun ready to shoot with both hands. So, how a description that is so at odds with the attached media, I think it's yet another example of that, Russians kind of going the Nigerian prince scammer route. Anyone who believes that will literally believe any old nonsense.
Well, I guess we know what Squatson's going to be talking about today.
Sorry, who?
Hayden Squatson's, Mr. Ice Skip Lake.
So yeah, I don't pay attention to those even. Because why?
He loves parodying Rybar.
Amazing. Amazing that there still are such people. Absolutely tremendous.
Well, we know for him and dumbass Davushka that it was all a scam. That they pretending to be pro-Russian in order to sell merch to line their own pockets, which is, I guess, an interesting way to approach a genocide. Is look at it as something, an opportunity for fun and profit.
Doman, have you seen the latest offering from War Translated?
Which one?
Well, it's the video on the bus. It caught my attention, shall we say? That there's a bunch of Ukrainian teenagers with an argument. They're getting an argument with a Russian occupier on the bus, and well, let's just say they're very certain that he's not welcome. They tell him some severe home truths about the fact that, hardly anybody lives there anymore and they've destroyed the place. And what do you expect us to be grateful for? We've survived a war because of you. How many of us have you killed? And so he's saying, so you didn't want us to come here? And they were like, no, of course we didn't. You murdered people and ruined our flipping city. And then he starts getting a bit funny with them, and they're like, haha, you have no idea who we know, and now you're not going to happen, now you're in a bad way, basically. And now I don't know who these kids know, but they seemed quite confident that this guy was probably going to receive some comeuppance as a result of his actions. And I just thought that was nice to hear.
Yeah, we don't know who they know, but he's about to find out.
Absolutely. And, people have been saying it is the younger generation who are not as afraid to stand up to them because they've never lived under this oppression before, I think. They're probably a lot more westernized, in inverted commas. They've got more open minds and more education, and they see exactly what's going on because it's pretty obvious. And they're not afraid to speak up. And, well, let's just say that I don't think that Russian occupier is going to want to bump into those kids again, because they seemed very confident that he wasn't going to enjoy the outcome of their heated discussion. So anyway, just with you saying, activation of partisans earlier, and I just wonder if word gets around, doesn't it, about these sorts of things?
I think that's exactly how it's going to go. As Ukrainian forces move a little bit closer here, a little bit closer there, a little bit closer somewhere else, it's going to become more difficult for the Russians, and it's going to become a little bit more difficult also for the Russians in the a little bit deeper in occupied territories to be for them to continue existing there, let's say, and that's good. That's very, very good.
Yeah, well, let's just say he was made to feel very uncomfortable, and so much so that he was waving a pepper spray at them, and that didn't bother them in the slightest.
Well, they just waved one of their own back.
Yes, they did, but the girl did put it away afterwards because she decided it might start something that they didn't really want, I think. Let's face it, pepper spray is pretty horrible.
Especially in an enclosed area like that, right? It doesn't dissipate very quickly. It's interesting that that's that's something that they're happy to just kind of let go. But I think what it also says is they don't have that many forces anymore able to stay back in places like Mariupol to control the local population. And we kind of see that in waves. And we really do see Russians moving forces away from occupied urban areas and into the front lines when need arises. What that means is they don't have spares. They don't actually have very extensive operational reserves when their reserves really need to be committed very close to the front line or to the front line as soon as the Ukrainian push forward starts, right? So what does that mean? That means that as long as Ukrainians can break through in the next few weeks before Russians can mobilize somehow or bring from Russia proper larger numbers of personnel, if they can, then if they break through the initial geographical area, that in itself can have a big that in itself can be a big difference maker.
Yeah, I think as well, as the residents start to realise that, it's coming closer and closer, I think it probably spurs them on a little bit to have more hope and maybe be a little bit more bolshy.
Maybe just a little bit more forward in what they do, right? Just a little bit more forward. and a little bit less resistant to that, right? I think that's important. I think that's an important bit. If and when they're more if and when they're more comfortable that Russians are about to be at the end of it all, it makes it easier for them to also go forward and say, now is the time to push them out, to get rid of them. And in a context like that, that might well be happening quite soon. Although probably Melitopol first, just to guess.
One of the things about what you were saying about lack of troops, they've had some really quite large booms, shall we say, recently with regards to concentrations of troops as well. We've heard about bases being taken out. We've heard about commanders being taken out. And you're right that, the loss of control must be starting to show, because, otherwise people might not necessarily be speaking out quite so openly. It does seem that their grip is getting a little bit difficult there.
I think that's a good point. I think the other good point to say maybe is, with Ukraine getting rid of quite a lot of these large ammo depots, especially down in the south of Kherson Oblast, that makes it also harder for Russians at the front to get resupplied. If the extent of that ammo depot at Rykove specifically was as big as we are led to now believe, then they're going to have not just a shell shortage, but they're going to have probably a small arms shortage of sorts as well at the front. Not tomorrow, not the day after tomorrow, but maybe in 4, 5, 6 days. And if Ukrainians start observing any greater movements on the Sea of Azov, any more resupply across the water there to then resupply by trucks further north, they're in real trouble. Do you see where I'm going with that? Right? If the Russians there were relying heavily on people further on getting resupplies there from the Crimean base in north at Rykove, and now they can't use that, and they possibly can't use the railway there either, that could be an even bigger problem for them at the front line, especially closer in Zaporizhia, right? In this western end of the Zaporizhia front line, close south of Piatyhatki, and then they could be in much greater trouble still, which would be good. So I hope that's true.
Yeah, those ammo depots taken out yesterday, I imagine, were a massive blow, because they certainly were big booms. And that one that people have concentrated on at Rykove, was it? It was apparently quite a number of buildings jammed to the rafters with ammunition, all together in one place. That was a great thing to do, I thought. Thank you very much for that, Russians. It shows a certain level of thinking, doesn't it, to put all your stuff in great big ammo storage somewhere, not underground or anything like that.
So they said that they had a bunch of special forces guarding it, and also Akhmat guarding it, which are the Kadyrovites. I guess it's a good way to keep Kadyrovites far away from the front lines while still making them vaguely useful. The thing is, obviously, all of the Kadyrovites in the world aren't going to help you in the slightest when the weather turns for the worse. And really what we mean here for the weather turning for the worse is a big old explosion, right? Facilitated by, say, a storm shadow. Now, what I don't quite understand is necessarily how and why the ammo depot went for a long time without getting hit by something like that that's appropriately long range, if they were operating from it for that long. But maybe actually the bunker busting capabilities of storm shadows really came into use here, right? Because if it was an underground storage, or if it was a somewhat fortified storage, and the bunker buster was needed to even access it in the first place, maybe maybe that's how and why this was able to be blown up now when it previously wasn't. Just a thought.
Well, I like the fact that it was all done together in sequence as well. It shows, a level of planning and coordination, which we know the Ukrainian forces are extremely good at. Just to advise, there are indeed what appear to be missile launches towards the Dnipro and Zaporizhia areas for the moment.
That's not very nice at all. There's no real way to make light of that. Russians are trying, of course, their absolute hardest to, maximize. Let's say to maximize their to maximize what havoc they can wreak in cities. What they're also trying to do, I think, is what they're also trying to do is try to dissuade Ukraine from moving air defenses closer to the front, right? So this is really the balance here. Now, Russians want to use close air support. They can't use close air support if the better, longer range, better radar Ukrainian air defenses are closer to the front. So they try to destroy civilian centers using things that those air defenses are okay against, especially, I'm guessing that they might orient to areas outside of Kiev as a consequence. They'll be shooting more of these missile salvos at secondary, maybe tertiary cities, right? I think that's why they've been trying to hit Uman to say, even your smaller cities won't be able to escape from our missiles, and you need to put all of your air defenses at cities and none anywhere else. And this is why, a few days ago we were speaking with Goldman, we're saying, look, Russians park these helicopters 100, 200 kilometers from the front lines. They only have about 300 or so kilometers of range, maybe 400, maybe even 500. But what does that mean? They need to get to the front line and back on that tank of fuel. So if Ukraine was to be given ATACMS with cluster munitions that are able to take out any concentrations at all, 2, 3, 5, 10 helicopters in the same place, which is kind of needed for Russians to run some sort of sensible level of logistics off it, right? Ukrainians having these ATACMS would basically make any Russian close air support impossible, because all of them would need to be parked further away that they can be used from. So let's give Ukraine 1980s design ATACMS, so 35, 40-year-old technology ATACMS, and treat that as giving Ukraine more air defense, because in practice that's what it does. It makes it so that Ukrainians don't need to bring nearly as much air defense out of the cities and towards the front line. It's like they have extra air defenses. So give them ATACMS so that their air defense can work better. How's that for a marketing pitch? No, I've certainly not heard a better one myself.
No, I like it. I like it. I'll put you in charge of marketing from now on.
Yes, large quasi-ballistic missile with cluster munitions. It's basically air defense. But that's actually the impact that it has. Right? That is genuinely the impact missiles like that would have on the development of the war. Like, why not take advantage of that? Use it to its full potential. It's not like they're doing anything good anywhere else, and it's not like it's novel technology either. No, it's from literally the 1980s. It's not it's not something that's exactly cutting edge. It's not something that hasn't been used, plenty in other cases already. And there hasn't been a better use case for it than this, literally ever. Literally ever. And when on the other hand, right, protecting the civilian population, supplying Ukraine with adequate air defenses is sort of the principal goal of a lot of these extended efforts at various Ramstein conferences. Do the easy thing, do the simple thing. Make sure that just Russia can't have tactical aviation anywhere near Ukraine, period. If it can't have that, there's way more air defenses to go around to actually protect other areas.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The air defences that, the more mobile air defences that they've currently got protecting certain areas. Well, if they just had more of the stuff, they could also have those mobile air defences running with the packs of tanks, couldn't they?
Well, exactly. So that's kind of it, right? You would only need really manpads to deal with drones and the like, because you wouldn't need to have all of the you wouldn't really need to have all of those you wouldn't really need to have all of those sort of mid to longer range air defenses with them, because there wouldn't be anything that they'd need to be taking down anyway, if there's no real helicopters or Su-25s that are able to hit the Ukrainians on the front lines. So that's really the solution, I think. It's certainly the easiest solution here under the circumstances. Simplify things and move onward with it. Secure the cities better while securing Ukrainian troops on the front lines better.
So, Doman, I have a little something which I tucked away, which I thought would be fun to hear. It's a little tale of woe.
Yes, please.
Excellent stuff. So, a Russian regimental commander is reported to have shot up 2 of his own men's donated vehicles, badly damaging them, apparently because he did not like them to receive humanitarian aid. The colonel's name is Kutev, and he is now said to be under investigation. So the pro-war telegram channel 2 Majors reports a message sent to the channel operators by troops at the front. The regimental commander came and shot up the guy's equipment, some of it from volunteers, some of it bought with their own money, with the compensation received for their wounds. All of this happened because of the humanitarian aid that was delivered to the guys. They took the boys under their wing. All those who work at the front line. Can you help cover the situation? He should be punished for this. So, the damage can be seen in a video filmed by one of the unit members, in which there's quite obviously bullet damage to a Neva car and a quad bike. According to the commentary, the bike cost 600,000 rubles, which is $7,200. and was bought with his compensation money for being wounded. Two Majors comments that this is not the first time commanders have taken exception to volunteers and even own men providing equipment to the units. It said that some commanders seem to have a puzzling hostile attitude towards humanitarian aid. For example, they refuse to sign requests for drones, and to the People's Front, it says in here, it's going to get very Life of Brian again in a minute, the All-Russian People's Front, ONF, a Putin-led umbrella political organization. So without a commander's signature, aid from the ONF cannot be provided. Commanders call on the carpet those who dare to record a video of the confirmation of a donation of equipment to them. They threaten them with anything up to an assault to transfers, anything and up to including transfers to assault teams. So basically death. The paradox is that we only try to organise donations for those who really need it. And the regimental commander sitting in the rear, whose personnel are fighting right now, are more afraid of a reprimand from their superiors than that personnel being killed without supplies. Then there's a little video here, and it says, we are told the video shows the 103 Motorised Rifle Regiment of the 150th Division, who have been fighting around Marinka. So there's more here. Maybe at least the military prosecutor's office should check why an unidentified person using unknown firearms fired shots at the equipment of the military personnel of the Russian armed forces. Krybar also reports it's been confirmed, this incident, through his own contacts, and that counterintelligence is now investigating Colonel Kutev, who is presumably this unit's commander. According to another Russian telegram channel, the soldiers of the regiment say Kutev is a total bleep who offered to sleep with the wife of one of the mobilized, and if she did, that nothing would happen to her husband. He would be removed from the front lines. That's nice, isn't it? So the True Soviet telegram channel puts the incident down to the commander's greed, envy, and stinginess, and comments, I know that one high-ranking commander is demanding 10% of all aid received from volunteers. Of course he is. It's what they do. He's also trying to extort a UAZ Patriot from the commanders to whom he sends help to. He cannot take anything away himself because everybody knows about his miserliness, and the help goes directly to the commanders of platoons and companies. Attempts to squeeze the equipment, though, have not stopped. First, he was ordered to transfer all equipment to his unit. Then he was prohibited to use any transport that was not in his unit. But nothing seems to work for him. All vehicles are registered to the State Traffic Safety Inspectorate in the name of soldiers and physical persons, and that's why the guy is peed off. Of course, corruption in the Russian military chain has been widely reported. Humanitarian aid sent to Russian troops on the front line is often stolen, and in some cases, resold to the troops for profit. As one of the soldiers put it, all the cream settles at the headquarters. Did you like my tale of woe?
I mean, this is tremendous. Thank you, Marcus. And this last bit, I was going to comment that. I was going to say that, the commander sees it and then they resell it to the soldiers where it was destined to, because that's how the Russian army works. But I forgot. This is just, he said it right at the end. That was the perfect coda to the story. But this is it, right? This is the... Okay, then I'll comment on one other thing. Right at the start, you said one of them was a Lada Niva that this Kutyaev took, right? You didn't say Lada, you just said a Niva.
No.
So,
it's a Niva, yeah.
Sorry, shut up with Niva. So a Lada Niva is one of those cars that's a famous product of Russia that actually got some export success in the 90s and early 2000s. And you won't have seen very many mockers off in Britain, but if you go to let's say Central and Eastern Europe, you'll see quite a few of them, and they're kind of like the bare bones 4x4. But if you live really, if you're a farmer, basically, if you're a farmer and you have your cows down a very long, very beaten up forest path or something, then you will be interested in having one of these. The UAZ Patriot that was mentioned at the end, right? That he was also trying to extort from the commanders. That one is that I think that's the one that was famous for breaking down where no other 4x4 can reach. So, something along those lines. I think that was a famed a famous thing that one was called. Do you see the joke? Breaking down where no other 4x4 can reach.
Indeed.
It's actually a good vehicle in itself, except it has no reliability whatsoever. Scribe.
Good morning, everyone. I am curious on the happenings of overnight last night, but that was my question. But pretty much, Mockers pretty much explained everything over the past 30 minutes. I've been waiting to speak. So, like I said yesterday, this place is a place of information, and sometimes I just have to wait for my answer to be said without me even asking the question.
Right. Let's think about what happened last night. I think another Ka-52 helicopter got taken down out of the sky. This is critical Italian aid to Ukraine, right, Marcus?
What? It was a what aid?
Well, Italian aid to Ukraine, right? That keeps taking down
Oh,
these
yeah.
Ka-52s.
Yes.
It's affinity for high fashion that keeps converting alligators into handbags, belts, boots, all of that.
Could this be the mystery item that Italy said that we're transferring something to Ukraine? They've been asking for it. It will really help. It's what they need. And that's all we're going to tell you.
Yeah, alligator processing. Yes. Could be. For anybody who missed it, this was a joke. It's actually air defenses that don't come from Italy that are taking these down, but it's more amusing if you frame it that way, because it's called an alligator, and what do dead alligators make? Boots and purses and so on. Okay, what else happened overnight? The first Russian T-54-55 is registered as destroyed, except the Russians first packed it with many tons of TNT and sent it in a remote controlled mode to the Ukrainian lines, where it first hit an anti-tank mine, got stuck, and then was hit by an RPG and blew up in a very glorious explosion that was probably felt many kilometers away. So look up for a video of that, Scribe, because it's interesting. Apparently, the Ukrainian unit that destroyed it is perfectly fine, and they were safe in their trench, even though they were kind of overshot by the blast wave from it, which you can very easily visually see on the recording. What else big happened overnight? I'm sure there was something. Oh yeah, do you know what happened? Other people are cluing in on the CV90s Czech, Slovak, Ukrainian news. Finally, a day after we had discussed it extensively here. In bad news, Oryx announced that with the 1st of October, he'll stop updating stuff, or the Steam, I think, through Oryx announced it. Oryx was going to concluding things on the 1st of October. However, Jakub Janowski, who's the Czech chap updating the Russian invasion of Ukraine news, said that he will continue even afterwards. So it's okay. So that's a big one that happened. And of course, today is Nonsense-mas. Today is the first anniversary of Ambassador Ulyanov saying things, let's say, pronouncing of nonsense So that's a great day for everyone to be aware of. What did I miss, Marcus?
Only that the satellite images have now been released of the Rikove, and well, those buildings don't exist anymore. How was that, Scribe?
That sounds like glorious news. If an ammo depot eliminates several buildings, it shows that whatever's there is now not there and maybe in orbit. To Doman, to what you were talking about the K-52s, ironically, I'm actually was responding to Stroll's troll story. I can't say his name, but he's one of those Russian propagandists that AFO keeps on pestering, and he doesn't seem to go away because he hasn't posted anything that we can bonk him for, but he's still one of those annoying Russian propagandists. And he was saying, "Oh, look at this brand new KA-52. It has we're your karma art. It's your karma on it." Something like that. I'm like, man, you guys have lost so many of these. So the more 52s out of the air, the more happier I'll be. And then, yes, I did see the tank exploding. I was wondering what that was. I thought it had just explosive armor, not reactive explosive armor.
No, this one was on the wrong side of the armor. The one that explodes in a giant hemisphere of light and blast wave, that was fully loaded with explosives. Oh, the other one that you will see about is there's a trench clearing video where Ukrainian basically naval special forces, marine special forces clear out and shoot at basically point blank range 10 quite well armed Russians in a trench system, and that was quite big, and you'll see videos of that going around, and you will also see claims from, for example, from Rybar saying, "Oh, Ukrainians shoot unarmed Russians at point blank range," while the video above it very clearly shows a Russian holding a rifle ready to shoot right in front of him with both hands, because that's how our unarmed Russians apparently look like. Which is a great example of Russians pronouncing nonsense. How appropriate on Nonsense Myths.
Very appropriate indeed. Scribe?
I have one question though. How much longer do we have to wait for the Novokhoka dam areas to dry, the lake bed essentially to dry up enough to where we can see armed operations going across it? Because Russia did not think that one very clearly through.
That's a very difficult question to answer, and we kind of delved into it earlier. And it's not that I have a good answer. I'll just kind of illustrate some questions around it that need to be answered in order for an answer to be forthcoming. But basically, the ground, the what used to be the reservoir bed, let's call it that, it's not quite a river bed, of the dam, behind the dam, it accumulated sediments over decades, right? Some of these sediments got flushed with the water, some didn't. The bed wasn't completely flat. It had not just that it was pointed roughly downwards towards the former riverbed, but also it has undulations along it, right? So some bits might dry a lot more quickly than others. If you imagine a slight indentation, it might actually be a little puddle or a lake, or it might be actually a very flat, very white puddle, and that can take a long time to dry out because it doesn't just drain out necessarily. Depending on what's underneath, it might actually have to dry out. Now, some of these might be sandier, some might be gravel and very well drained, some might be quite silty, some might be high in organic matter, and those might dry out very slowly over a very long time. And then if you try to cross, say 10, 15 kilometers across on this, you might find bits that are very dry and very, very supportive of whatever you're driving across. You might find other bits which really, really aren't, which are the exact opposite of that, and might be very muddy or very silty or very high in organic matter and still quite wet. So I don't have an answer. I think the Ukrainians will be relying on a lot of aerial and satellite imagery for figuring out exactly how that goes. but it might or might not be possible before it's not necessary anyway. As to downstream, yesterday the river level at Kherson was about 93, or water level at Kherson was about 93 centimeters above normal, so about 3 feet above normal, which is not that high. But again, remember, water will have gone in places that it can't really drain from, right? Because if you have really high water level, it can go over a dike, for example, and then the stuff on the other side of the dike gets flooded. But when the water level drops to the riverside, the dike will also be holding water from draining out into the river back again. So there will be areas that will stay flooded, smaller areas that will stay flooded for much longer, even though the waters are now below that level, because there will be basically higher lying, kind of like lakes. That's the best I can do.
I can understand that after certain situations in various places I lived, I've seen water go over flooded places, and it can stay for a bit, and it can cause a lot of damage to when it stays there.
There you go. Thank you, Scribe. Clyde, good morning.
Good morning. I apologize if this has been talked about already, but Wall Street Journal, amongst others, are reporting that they're going to call off the offensive.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't know what to make of it, because they literally just liberated another what is it? Village, right? Piatehatki. I don't know what that means. I will just ignore it and then interact with actual stuff happening.
I smell Russian money.
Well, I think, yeah, it could be. ISW is saying that they could just have an operational pause, which would make sense to me. I mean, if the F-16s could be here in a couple of months, why wouldn't you just, and maybe ATACMS? Sounds like maybe ATACMS are closer than ever. I mean, they could just keep doing these probing operations and, sort of henpecking their way along their front and wait till they have their stuff. Apparently that air power stuff is making things tough. But
or maybe it's a Ukrainian psyop to make the Russians think that it's all fine, and then
Yeah. We don't know, but yeah, which is okay that we don't know. But when that got reported, it was on several places. ISW is calling it an operational pause, but anyway.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know what the reality is, and that's why I started off by saying let's interact with reality instead rather than statements, because it might mean something, it might mean nothing whatsoever, and it will be very clear in a few days whether it was meant as a something or it wasn't.
Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Clyde. No, I see. I know exactly, right? You read something like that, and then I know exactly what you mean, because when you read something like that, you're a bit taken aback. Like, what is that supposed to mean? But then whether it ends up meaning something or not is kind of down to what happens afterwards. And I wouldn't think that they'd say yes, we'll just pack it all in, go home. Nah, that's not happening, is it? Doesn't sound very likely. Scribe?
Well, given from what we've learned before, every time some country has announced something, it's usually already in country, save for a few certain things. So, like with the ATACMS, if America's just now starting to announce them, I'm kind of iffy on it, whether or not if they're already in country or not. But who knows? Hopefully, one day we could see a certain bridge burning again. But I can only hope.
That's the other side of it. I think that's a good point, Scribe. That's the other side of it. If some things might be best, go unsaid or less than said, or if they actually do take, if they reduce the intensity of operations for a couple of days and then be like, surprise, we didn't really mean to do that for a very long time. Could be a good thing, might not be. Who knows? Anything's possible.
Another thing that this reminds me of is like the calm before a storm, where all of a sudden all the wind just stops and you're like, huh, that was good. It was just windy earlier. And then the storm hits.
Or a storm shadow.
Hey, when a real big supercell is coming close, they're coming close to you, of course there's going to be a storm shadow.
No, exactly, and this is where I found it so funny. You know, the Russians apparently invested into protecting that largest of ammo depots off in near Henichensk in Rykove. They said special forces and special Ahmad.
You know, for how dumb the Russians are, I'm surprised that they don't have large clusters of ammonium nitrate somewhere in their country right now. Kind of like what happened in Beirut a few years ago. Since if they do, oh my God, will we see massive explosions?
Yeah, that's what invariably will come about at some point, right? I think the interesting one is it going to get is it going to be out in a big ammunition depot, explosive depot, or is it going to be inside a tank in some cases, like the one that we saw yesterday?
Honestly, with how big the explosion from that tank is, I'm not surprised if we can actually if we one day may find micro fragments of that tank somewhere in high orbit. Which
that was a question actually earlier today, right? If the turret got launched, and I haven't looked at the video closely enough. I meant to do it this morning, and I meant to look at the video closely enough to figure out where the turret ended up. But I don't think that there is such a thing that could be defined as a turret anymore.
No, there wasn't. I looked at the video. I'm like, that thing got evaporated. But Dolan, do you want to hear? Do you want to hear an interesting story real fast?
Go for it.
I believe it was during like the 1950s. The United States was testing a nuclear bomb, one of the nuclear bombs that they had, and so they buried it like 300 feet down in the ground, and they placed a sewer cap on top of the hole that they had placed the nuke in. A photographer who was there at the time caught the few moments, right, like the few millisecond moments of the explosion on his camera, and apparently he calculated the speed of that the sewer cap got ejected from the force of the explosion from the ground. Apparently, it reached that to where it was like a escape velocity. So there's been a debate on whether or not did that sewer cap get evaporated in the atmosphere, or did it have enough speed and with that as in that little bit of time that it's may or may not be right now orbiting around the sun.
So I think that there's two things here, right? How quickly was it traveling? The sewer cover. How quickly was it traveling? And also, if it was traveling so quickly, it could have, let's say, call it burn up an atmosphere as it's usually called. But it basically means oxidize, and then because of speed of travel, rust isn't sufficiently well adhered to the rest of it, and it just blows off, and then the next one oxidizes, and so on and so on, right? So that's one option. Or it got disintegrated in the blast initially. But as you say, there was a picture of it, right? That kind of showed it still together. The sewer cover.
What happened was the air pressure from the explosion popped it into the air, and so just for the I think it was like 1 or 2 seconds of the camera, the scientist photographer was able to record the speed that it traveled in that little bit of frames that he had, and apparently it was that of escape velocity upon getting tossed into the air.
Yeah, that's good. As it gives you an estimation that at least it wasn't destroyed while still on or incredibly close to the ground. No, that's helpful, I guess. To know that it's going to be roughly there.
but for me, it's like every now and then, every time I see a Russian tank exploding, I always think of that one story of that story, like how we may have managed to put something into space via launching it with a nuke. Because back in the 50s, America and Russia and the Soviet Union were testing nukes for everything.
Yeah, it was a new thing. It still needed to be figured out how to, kind of how to do it.
You know, Domin, I just had this idea come to me. Ukraine can manufacture helium, right? Like a bunch of helium.
They can, I guess. They do produce some natural gas, and helium is usually co-located with the natural gas. That's where it usually comes from.
I was wondering, could Ukraine, during the Reconstruction era, produce a airship that kind of has like bits and pieces of their culture that they can go around the world with? Since what's not better than having a very large display sign that has a Ukraine flag on it, going around the world, showing off what Ukraine can offer to the world, while at the same time sticking it to Russia's face, saying, "Ha, we won."
I don't know, Marcus. What do you think? I fear that might backfire a little bit as an advertising strategy. It might look a little bit, I don't know, ostentatious almost.
This idea just came to me because back during the 60s, the United States and some other countries of the West wanted to build a airship that housed a nuclear reactor on board to show off the benefits of clean energy, of nuclear energy, at the same time also displaying how much better the West was compared to the Soviet Union. Unfortunately, plans fell through because this thing was very big and very expensive.
And also because you don't like to put that up in the air necessarily, or move it around
Yeah,
too much. There's a few components.
After the B-52 situation, I think that was one of the main reasons why they canceled it, or not the B-52, the B-20, the Super Fortress. Essentially, when one of them accidentally crumpled apart and fell apart over Spain, that was one of the reasons why they're like, let's not do this, because having a floating nuclear reactor in the air in a country that doesn't like us may not be the best option.
Yes, indeed. You don't want to necessarily have problems like that. There's a reason why there was never such a thing. There's a good reason. Marcus?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a bit more in-depth information on the 11 Ukrainian forces who've been given to Hungary. So this is coming directly from the Foreign Ministry spokesman Oleg Nikolenko, that all attempts by Ukrainian diplomats in recent days to establish direct contact with the Ukrainian civilians have failed. As well as information received from relatives of some of them, there is an indication that the assurances of the Hungarian authorities about the alleged free status of these Ukrainian defenders in Hungary are not true. Nikolenko emphasized that, in fact, they are being held in isolation. They do not have access to any source of information. Their communication with relatives can only take place in the presence of third parties, and they are denied contact with any Ukrainian embassy. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine has once again appealed to the Hungarian side to immediately allow the Ukrainian consul to visit the prisoners of war. So I believe that's our current situation.
It's
I'm fairly annoyed.
It's an odd situation, right? Because what we heard over the weekend was that Semyon Zsolt kind of did it all on his own, without anybody else doing anything with it, right? So it was all the deputy prime minister, and now they're kind of trying to figure things out, still not communicating clearly with Ukrainians, nor with anyone else in Europe, which is an iffy one. I think that not allowing Ukrainian consular staff get in touch is very iffy, I think, and that might not be entirely in line with rules. Need to get Nick on this. I think I have a full article as well here now that explains things quite detailedly, and let's see how this goes and where it goes. Scribe.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but if this is a one-person idea and thing, why isn't the Hungarian government being more amicable with the Ukrainian and government and allowing the soldiers to speak and stuff? Because to me, this sounds like this was more than just one person's idea, and the Hungarian government, as much as they want to stay friends with certain individuals, they're realizing that they are putting themselves into a bit of a chokehold with other countries now, realizing that they're doing something that isn't what is the word, legal, very morally correct. It's, to me, this sounds like the Hungarian government's trying to weasel their way out of this situation while at the same time still trying to play best friends with Putin.
The thing is, the Hungarian government really doesn't like Ukraine, the Ukrainian government, one bit in the first place. So that, I think, is a big part of it here. They're not fans of Ukraine. They're not fans of the Ukrainian minority law in the slightest. And as a consequence, right? As a consequence, they're trying to get in the way here of any improvements, of any work done by Ukraine, and also they're trying to kind of stick it to Ukrainians here as a bigger political gesture. As far as the Hungarians are concerned, as far as the Hungarians are concerned, these are probably being treated at least somewhat as the rightful citizenry of Hungary instead of Ukrainians, which isn't right in the slightest, which isn't true at all. And I think this is part of the additional problem here. Hungary lays a level of claim to the Ukrainian oblast, Transcarpathia Oblast, or Zakarpattia Oblast, rather, and I think this is playing a role here as well. Scribe.
Can another country, say like another bigger country, get involved and to oversee this operation? Because at this current juncture, with how Hungary is and how I've heard how Hungary's been acting, it's like I feel like we need a third party involved, not Russia, more a Western NATO country, like a NATO member, overseeing this. Because to me, there's so much issues right now, and I don't like the situation.
Well, the thing is, we tried reaching out to the European Commission of Human Rights, whose job this is in part. That's the Council of Europe thing, not the European Council, the European Commission thing, even though it's called the Commissioner. I hope Nick ends up being successful in his writing campaign, because that's probably who should be, advising us to this. Yeah, Tim, what do you think? Is that going to help at all with the whole Hungarians keeping Ukrainian prisoners that they got from Russia, allegedly directly by the deputy prime minister working with the Russian Orthodox Church patriarch Kirill, who himself should be on European sanctions list, but he's not because the Hungarians blocked that?
So the story here is that Hungary is holding Ukrainian prisoners on behalf of Russia.
that's the Hungarian story, and the Hungarian government says it's not our fault. It was the deputy prime minister who's not from Fidesz, but instead the Christian Democrat Party, who arranged this all on his own without any interventions or agreement of anybody else in the Hungarian government whatsoever, and just brought them in somehow and arranged this with the Russian patriarch.
Yeah, I don't.
But they're not allowed. They're now in Hungary, but they're not allowed contact with the Ukrainian embassy at all.
Yeah, that sounds like it isn't true. This seems like it should. There should be some kind of intervention by somebody supranational to Hungary, be it the Council of Europe or the European Union, because it looks like they're clashing with both systems of rules at this point.
I would have to agree. It seems like they're breaking an awful lot of rules right now doing this, and I would like them to explain themselves and then hand over these people. That would make a big difference, I think.
And if their story is one rogue bloke who has taken, who's gone ultra vires and done something without the permission of the government, then they should be prosecuting him, maybe. Sounds like the sort of thing they should do. What do you reckon? Assuming that they're not.
We don't know the outcome yet, but they have blamed this guy. So yeah, you're absolutely right. He should be prosecuted. Well, put it this way, he would be in a lot of places. Fancy Vishivanka, please go ahead.
Is this, hi team, is this confirmed already that Hungarians hold hostage those Ukrainian prisoners? Because I would call it holding hostage, because that's what it is, right? I mean, there is legitimate Ukrainian soldiers who've been defending Ukraine against the Russian invasion. Russia takes them captives, gives them to Hungary. I mean, I don't know the whole story, except for that there are some prisoners, right, that supposedly have been handed over. I mean, if that's the case, okay, let's go knock on Hungary's door, right? I think there should not be any reason whatsoever why Hungary holds captive Ukrainian defending forces. Zero, right? Maybe if we can pull up some more details, I don't know, get some confirmation also from Ukrainian side, that would be something for NATO, right? Because everyone can write to their respective governments in Europe that there should be pressure put on Hungary, and it can't be that Hungary holds hostages the Ukrainian soldiers. So if that is confirmed that this is the case, I think everyone should get active of NATO and write to their governments, and that's what I would do. Just increase the pressure and shine the light on it so big that it's impossible to ignore this issue. That's just my 50 cents on that topic.
Absolutely, thank you, Vishnu.
Yeah.
My question here is, I'm a little out of the loop on this one because I haven't really been following it. Why have Hungary done this? Why would they want to host prisoners of war? I mean, is it a favor to Russia, or like what's actually going on here? What can they possibly gain from this?
These people have some sort of connection to Hungarian nationality, and it seems to be that they're playing a very silly game with regards to this. However, the statement that I read out was reported by the Foreign Ministry spokesman, Ole Nikolenko. So I'm going to say that that is as official as we can get.
So you're looking for that statement?
No, I found that statement and read it out. Here we go. I'll read it again. All attempts by Ukrainian diplomats in recent days to establish direct contact with the Ukrainian citizens have failed. Information received from relatives of some of them indicates that the assurances of the Hungarian authorities about the alleged free status of the Ukrainian defenders in Hungary are not true. Nikolenko emphasized the fact that the military are being held in isolation. They do not have access to information. Their communication with relatives only takes place in presence of third parties, and they are denied contact with the Ukrainian embassy. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine has once again appealed to the Hungarian side to immediately allow the Ukrainian consul to visit Ukrainian prisoners of war. So, yeah, it's still an ongoing issue. And to be honest, as diplomacy goes, I don't know what Hungary are playing at.
This is very, very odd. So the Hungarians are basically saying that these people are Hungarian.
They apparently made some deal with the Russians that the Russian Orthodox Church to pick out anybody with some sort of Hungarian origin. So they might be like, have Hungarian grandparents or something like that, but actually be Ukrainian. So these 11 people were singled out as having enough Hungarian roots to be declared as basically Hungarian citizens as far as they were concerned. Which I think if you asked the people themselves, they would probably say, no, we're Ukrainian. But you know how it is. Russian people don't really appreciate that. They just put labels on you, whether you need them or not. So, so they've decided these people have enough Hungarian origin to be returned to Hungary in an act of goodwill. Only these guys are still imprisoned, and it would seem that they're not being allowed to have their basic human rights. And, well, that's concerning, surely.
Well, it might not be totally awful, in that they're probably going to be treated a lot better than they would be in Russia.
There is that, but they are indeed being kept in complete isolation by the sounds of things, and only their families are allowed to visit them under, guard, basically. So they're not able to speak to one another properly. It would seem that at one point they were going to use them for some sort of propaganda. There was quite a lot of hoo-ha that they were going to put them on the telly, and they were going to declare themselves Hungarian citizens who'd been dragged into the Ukrainian army. And you can imagine what sort of response that might have received from the wider community, shall we say. And suddenly that seemed to go away. But now they've blamed it on the Deputy Prime Minister. And they've said, oh, he did this completely on his own without any of our knowledge. But we're still not letting you visit them. We're still not letting Ukraine have any contact with them. And that to me doesn't seem right.
I'm just kind of wondering what the ask is from Putin here. I mean, it's my only guess can be it's the propaganda thing, right? If he can use these people through Hungary to undermine the rhetorical integrity of Ukraine by saying, well, actually, Ukraine is artificial. Look at these people; they're Hungarian and they yearn to be Hungarian, and look, they're saying it on the telly. Obviously, not coerced or anything. Is that possible? Is that are they that? Do they think we're that stupid? It's just very, very odd.
To be fair, Tim, that seems to have been the plan. Yes.
Crikey, bulldozers! These people. Pierre, very good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much. I'm not an expert in this area, but I understood that there were two real plays here by the Hungarians. On the one hand, using a very old kind of propaganda trick, try to argue that an ethnic Hungarian group in Ukraine were being mistreated by the Ukrainians, as a way, essentially, to lay claim in a kind of revanchist way to some territory that was now part of Ukraine that Hungary wanted for itself. I think the angle for Russia in this is that it mirrors the claim that the Ukrainians have treated the people of the Luhansk and Donetsk areas very badly, the Russian-speaking people in those areas. And so this just strengthens a kind of message, I think, mostly for either a Vatnik crew or for an internal audience, that Ukraine is is very bad to its minorities, consistent with the image that they're trying to portray of Ukraine. So, without being an expert, from what I read in the last 2 or 3 weeks, that would be my take on what's going on.
And the Hungarians have form on this, right? Because they're currently trying to create problems in Romania with Hungarians or something. I remember seeing something like that. I've not really followed it very closely though.
That's my understanding. Anyway, that's what I had. I'm going to send you.
Yeah, there's some games going on, Tim. Definitely some games going on. And well, I am hoping very soon that they receive word from somebody really serious who says, I think those 11 gentlemen deserve to return back to their homes and their families, don't you? And I'm not asking. I think, in the end, there's going to be a decision made like that. I'm hopeful for that anyway.
Well, I mean, it seems obvious that that's the way it's going, right? Because if the government of Hungary are already distancing themselves from this, then they know it's backfired, and they whatever calculus went on. I mean, it's possible they just started to believe their own nonsense, right? They were, because we've seen this, we've seen this from Russia as well, where they go so hard on a particular area of nonsense that they start to believe it themselves and they start to behave as if it's true. And so do you think possibly Hungary has internalized that and thought, yeah, this will work. And then it's backfired. And now they've realized just how stupid it is. And so they're kind of rowing back and they're blaming the Deputy Prime Minister or something.
Yes, apparently the Deputy Prime Minister is very good buddies with the Russian Orthodox Church. And so he had these connections to be able to do this. But of course, it was entirely him on his own. He didn't tell anybody else. He just decided off the top of his head that this would be a great idea. Apparently, according to the Hungarian government.
What absolute?
Does sound a bit flimsy, doesn't it? Bit of a flimsy excuse.
Yeah, it is a bit silly. But I mean, this is a mistake we make in the West, is that we have these dictator goggles on, right? And we look at our own political systems that seem very, very chaotic, and we look at the political systems of dictatorships like China or Russia, and we think, well, they don't seem to suffer from the apparent drawbacks of democracy. They seem able to plan in decades and centuries, and they seem to have this kind of laser focus to them, and they seem to be kind of traveling all in the same direction. And of course, that's just optics, right? I mean, they're far, far more chaotic when you scratch the surface than any Western democracy. And perhaps that's it. Perhaps this is the mistake we've made in thinking that there's a level of competence and focus in Hungary because it's not really a proper democracy, and therefore we've credited them with a lot more competence than they actually have.
Perhaps, but either way, it's a very silly situation to have gotten themselves into. And, you know, I find it a bit disgusting that it's not been sorted out already because, yeah, the very fact that they've had this announcement distancing themselves from it, shouldn't they be bending over backwards now to look as though they're doing everything to sort it out? I don't know. I just think that, you know, they've not done enough to prove to me that it wasn't all planned in the first place.
But then it's the golden rule of European politics: is you never do anything for free, right? So if the Council of Europe wants something, you know, if the Council of Europe want them to do something, or the European Commission want them to do something, then they at least think they might be able to extract a price for that. So they're going to ask for something, and that's probably money.
Yeah.
It's probably money.
That's pretty much exactly how it works. Yeah, they're in a massive hole with money. They desperately want some more European cash. And you know what? The thing is, they could have been receiving it had they not been such obstinate folks, shall we say. But, you know, they sort of had all that, you know, had a number of perks removed from their hands already. So, you know, perhaps there's an element of that can be done. In other words, you know, you want something from us, well, now you're going to get even less of it unless you hand them over. So, you know, I think there's always a way that it can be worked out in both directions. I would hope that Hungary get the message, but either way, they will want to extract something out of it, and I think it should be turned on them and said, no, sorry, you want help from the European Union, you'll get that afterwards.
And of course, we have to remember exactly, I think it's worth reminding ourselves exactly how dependent Hungary is on European funding. 20% of the Hungarian government budget is Brussels money. 20%. So that's like an entire health service or 2 militaries. So they really are quite in hock to Brussels at this point. And when those, you know, those things, I believe they're in the process of withdrawing funding, or they've started withdrawing funding or something like that because they're fed up with the Pratt. And so this, you know, this could do real harm to Hungary. And so it's just a little odd that they think they're in a position to do these things when the European Council can pull the plug on them very, very easily. It's very, very odd the way they behave.
Well, exactly. I think they're setting themselves up for a fall when they thought they might have had the upper hand on something. So, you know, I do kind of feel as though they really played this one the wrong way. But we have Lily. Go ahead, Lily.
Oh, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Marcus, Tim. Excuse me. Could you explain just a little bit more when you say the money attachment from Hungary and Brussels? You're saying maybe are there private investment funds and that have profiting in Brussels and they send proceeds back, or is there a goodwill?
So this is the mechanisms, the various mechanisms that the European Union has to kind of develop its less rich members, and also kind of equalize and balance the continent economically. So within the European system, you have net contributors and net beneficiaries. So the net contributors are basically Germany. So the Germany, Belgium, Holland, Austria, I think Italy is a very slight net contributor. And then there are the net beneficiaries, which are, France is a very minor net contributor as well. If I'm getting this all right in my head, and then you have the net beneficiaries, which are the countries that are in a lower stage of development, or in a poorer stage of development. They receive quite a lot of money You know, it's in the billions or tens of billions a year in order to develop specific parts of their country and their economy. So a lot of it is spent on infrastructure. So things like building roads, building out ports, building airports. The funding is kind of divided between stuff that Brussels funds directly and stuff that is kind of distributed to the member states in order for them to make their own decisions about what to spend it on. But in Hungary's case, it is a lot of their economy. So 20% of their government budget comes in the form of Brussels money. But yeah, it's basically redistribution of public spending from the richer members of the European Union to the poorer members of the European Union. So it's not private money; it is government money, and it's something that can be taken away. Put it that way, and it looks like that's the direction Brussels is going in.
Okay, so the net contributors have maybe on their back end come together to discuss this, to try to squeeze that or hold that as a reaction or penalty for this?
I think so. I'm a little hazy on the exact mechanism for this, but there are two things that Brussels can do to you if you've been a very, very naughty country. They can take you to the European Court of Justice and fine you, or they can, I think it's the European Council, so the collegiate body of heads of government of the European Union member states can decide to sanction you by withdrawing funds. What they can't expel. I don't think there's any mechanism for expelling a member of the European Union, but they can apply financial pressure. I don't think they can apply trade sanctions to a member either. So it is just withdrawing Brussels funding, or if they've broken a specific law, then they get the European Commission, which is the executive branch, steps in and fines them. But Axel probably knows more about this than I do, and he is coming up.
Thank you so much. That's great. Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Mockers. And please
Hi,
retweet
Tim.
the space and share people. Sorry, Axel, go right ahead. Sorry.
What
No,
have I got
that's
wrong,
okay.
Axel?
No, not at all. On the contrary, I think you made it very clear in a simple fashion, and I appreciate that. What I was about to highlight is that as a sort of say, as a measure of last resort, the EU can, and its member states can, suspend the voting rights of a nation which has not complied with what it once, at some point in time, acquiesced to and confirmed that it would attend to, meaning the acquis communautaire, which is the documentation in which you state that you will always comply with what are the treaties and therefore also the principles of the EU. There are nations which have, from time to time, thought it wise to contravene those. We haven't yet ever suspended the voting rights. Hungary is moving closer and closer to that shoreline. And there are various ways, as you described, where structural funds can be, say, withheld, where the funds from, for example, the recovery fund created during a pandemic can be withheld, even completely withheld and forfeit. So there is a number of things in which, a number of avenues with which the EU budgeting process can punish a nation which simply goes against the grain or denies its European citizens, meaning they are citizens of that sovereign nation, of course. They voted for that nation's parliament and allowed the executive to be formed, but still the nation once, through its representatives, has acquiesced to the acquis communautaire. As a consequence, they should fulfill it and comply with it and provide the same kind of freedoms to its own citizens. The EU demands that all nation states, part of that federation, provide to and say give to their, shall we say, taxpayers. In this instance, some nations are not as
good as others, and Hungary will be punished heavily. But the pressure is not so much from the EU alone. The EU does it through its bureaucratic apparatus, as Tim explained so nicely. But the pressure is by means of making investment in the country, continued investment, significantly less attractive. Now, Hungary, for example, does it by itself, by denying the free rights of those who own and have financed property, and by leveling all sorts of bureaucratic obstacles against those investors. The main investors in terms of private industry in Hungary are German. The main trade partner is Germany. Everything Hungary does hurts itself by means of German companies, large and small, and the smaller and medium-sized ones already in recent years have decided to simply forfeit this when at some point in time it just made no sense anymore. But whilst the Germans tend to be rather pain tolerant when it comes to investment and very much invested over the medium and long term, there's a certain moment where it ends. And when the decision is made, the elephant turns around. All the German elephants have turned around on Hungary.
Thank you, Axel. Now, when it comes to withdrawing structural funds, do you know where that decision comes from? Is it the council or the commission?
I think essentially the fund, that is actually the commission. Because the commission would have to sign. I mean, I can check with Nick, but I think it is the commission which then allows for the structural funds to be drawn. The council will have made the decision as to who is eligible for structural funds, but I think it is the commission which allows the drawdown to be made. The commission won't do so when the council has decided against it.
Because it seems to me that when it comes to the kind of violations that Hungary is committing, they're kind of violations of high-level principles rather than the letter of the law, right? So it strikes me as an inherently political judgment to make whether they're in violation of, the rule of law or the independence of the judiciary or the freedom of the press.
Yeah,
or,
okay.
do you see what I mean? It's kind of
it's both. I think you're right on the general, say, principle, because Hungary started chipping away at that in order to make sure that it can't be easily attacked and punished. However, by failing to heed, for example, there's this, the Venice Commission, by failing to heed the guidance of that commission on judiciary requirements and say manning the courts in the appropriate fashion, by heeding the advice on property rights, and that advice being rendered, requirements being set forth, and failing on complying with what is the bureaucratic process, at some point in time, the process catches up with you. And that's what has happened with Hungary. There are a number of procedures where they simply fail to comply, and now they're being punished. And if there's one thing the EU Commission, with its unlimited amount of funding for people who are only qualified as mediocre lawyers, but very good at sitting there and processing those regulations, and the EU, trust me, has a lot of them, as you very well know, Tim. When you fail the process, when you fail the compliance, at some point, that is what the EU is good at.
Thank you, Axel. Lily, Jens, and David. Lily.
Axel, ich habe eine Frage. Can Germany, Germany, since they are the major investors and trade partners, out of all the other contributors or earners that put towards the benefactors, could Germany use more weight to persuade Orban to behave? Like, is this a time where Schulz could be stronger? Or
No, he can't, because Germany is a federal government, and Germany's government is famous for one thing, that everything Mr. Scholz and his party, the Social Democrats, want doesn't work. Meaning their means of having a controlled
or économie sociale, as the French, where you can create industrial champions, has never ever worked. Whenever something like that was tried in Germany, it failed. Germany is ultimately the key decentralized industrial economy in Europe, for that matter. Has always been. That's why it has what we call the Mittelstand, the small to medium-sized companies, which are not so small and not so medium-sized anymore, because they're essentially very strong in terms of their capability to deliver solutions. However, Germany taxes them highly, so as a consequence, their equity level is significantly lower if you were to say compare their equity at hand or the equity with, for example, American tech companies, which have a lot of paper equity. Having said this, the German government has an influence as to how German companies perceive a nation. And there it can do a lot in terms of communication. Can it steer the economy? No, it cannot. Can it have an influence on certain companies which are so large that they're constantly in battle with the government? Yes, absolutely. Can it have an impact on companies where states such as the rather socialist-minded state of Lower Saxony, where the SPD has always had a very strong influence, with a few years of exception, where the father of Ursula von der Leyen, Ernst Albrecht, was the Christian Democrat and therefore center-right, albeit today you call him center-right, say prime minister of that state, was in charge in the 1970s, prior to him making a leadership challenge, which he lost against Helmut Kohl and the others, and Franz Josef Strauss. Ursula von der Leyen grew up in that state, and she understands this extremely well. And she's highlighted many times to the German government that they're failing on one account. The state has a significantly large sway over Volkswagen. There's the family of Piech, meaning Porsche, which is German-Austrian as a family, and they have a strong input still. However, the state of Lower Saxony has a massive investment in it. And the company has been significantly state impacted for many, many decades. Volkswagen, as an investor, as formerly the largest European car manufacturer, actually, no, it might still be actually, the largest European car manufacturer, is a massive investor. So if Volkswagen were to go in a certain direction in terms of its supply chain and says, we're not going to buy from this or that location or this or that supplier, or we're not going to integrate this supply chain element, for example, in Hungary, that would have an impact, of course. And there, the government of Lower Saxony, which ultimately is very closely affiliated with Olaf Scholz's party, which is why he, for example, recruited his new defense minister from the same town he was born in, because they both know each other from the days when they're both youth socialists and the so-called Jungsozialisten, youth socialists, the youth organization of the so-called Social Democratic Party of Germany. When Mr. Scholz was happily traveling 9 times to visit in the Soviet-occupied zone, his friendly socialist comrades to then instill fervor in writing and on the national television of the incite the West German, create a general strike against the dedication of, and therefore German companies do not necessarily take guidance from the German government. On the contrary, it's the other way around. And therefore, as much as Germany can lend a help and lend guidance in terms of communication, and that's what it should do, when it fails to do so, then Hungary runs free. The German government, both under the finance minister Olaf Scholz, under the previous Merkel government, the grand coalition between the Christian Democrats and the socialists, social democrats, as well as now under the new green utopian coalition under the social democrats, has the same thing in hand. They do not communicate well. They simply don't. They fail to hold sway. They fail to make themselves felt. That's a real issue, and it's a German issue. It's not a party issue, but it becomes more virulent if you're structurally conservative, i.e. if you do not look at what needs to be done because you are conservative to principle, but when you are trying to preserve what has worked in the past and simply want to get by. Getting by is not an option in days of war.
Thank you, Axel. Jens, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Axel more or less answered it already, but it seems to me that maybe Hungary didn't think this through, and now they're in a position where they look bad, but once the POVs are released, they may even look worse. So I think maybe they need outside pressure to help them face this mistake.
I mean, it's one of those curious calculuses that the tanky tendency in the world makes, right? Is that they don't seem to appreciate just how unimportant their friends are from an economic perspective, and how enormously overwhelmingly important their perceived enemies are from an economic perspective. You know, it's this startling imbalance of priorities when it comes to who they decide to keep happy and who they decide to annoy. Russia can't ultimately do anything for Hungary. Russia can't replace 20% of its budget in direct aid. Brussels can do that. The United States can do that at the drop of a hat. Russia can't. So the price they will pay for going down this road is absolutely extraordinary, and it is high time that the West started playing hardball with these nutters, and I would extend that to the tanky tendency in the global South as well. There is nothing Russia can do for you. What they are able to bring to the table is dwarfed in comparison to what the collective West brings. And I think it is very, very high time that these places choose. It's either you retreat to your ideological comfort zone of weird Marxoid anti-imperialist nonsense, or you enjoy the fruits of prosperity that come from partnership with Western democracies. Like it's one or the other. You can't. I'm trying to think of a metaphor without swearing. But you can't be in both camps at once. And it's high time they were forced to choose, right? It's Belt and Road, or it's our markets. It's hosting Wagner mercenaries, or it's genuine security partnerships that won't kill your people and won't steal your resources for the benefit of its own oligarchs. That's the choice. That's the choice they face. That's the choice they need to be forced to make, and then we can all move forward from whatever it is that's going on at the moment. Because this is, frankly, I've had enough. The Cold War was a long time ago. Imperialism was a long time ago, and it's time everybody grew up. David, very good morning to you.
Exceptionally well put, Tim.
Thank you, Axel. David, good morning.
Hello, Tim. Good morning. Hello, Marcus and Axel and Jens and everybody, Lily, everybody contributing. Thank you for being here and having the forum. I just want to encourage people, as usual, please retweet, share the space. This is MriyaReport.org. Do visit the website, MriyaReport.org. Make a donation according to your means. It is a registered charity, so you can have yourself a tax receipt for your IRS tax returns next year. I wanted to, number one, commend the conversation. I'm very happy and glad to hear it aired. I suppose it's a topic whose time has come. And I wanted to ask specifically, I had asked here previously and got a great answer when I asked to compare the Czech system of bilking direct aid into the former president's mafia mob group, and therefore thereby feathering his nest. I got an excellent answer that Hungary is in fact a wholly different animal, not really comparable in terms of how the system of bilking the EU money went, but comparable only in the breadth of the pretty much lying that has gone on for money unchecked. And unfortunately, for those who have been doing the lying, now is the time where they're getting checked. Unfortunately, for those giving the money, so the EU development bodies and structural supports and all these other good things for the union are now, I guess, going to start looking where the money has gone. My question is one based on it's a question from the Foreign Corrupt Practice Act, which is an American piece of law that makes it illegal to bribe, for certain people to bribe certain government officers to attain business or preferential business. It might sound quite complicated to prove, but it's actually not. It's just not very frequently used. But it is an excellent piece of law. And the reason I ask is, it would seem Volkswagen have some certain exposure if it is that they trade securities in the United States, and that they might find themselves under the auspices of this act. Not that I would dare to impugn any family or company by raising questions about how they might conduct their business, but if it is that we see a particularly corrupt nation within the EU structures, and we also see one of the larger European corporations heavily doing business in that nation, I think it's fair to give it a good look and see if anybody has been stepping outside the line. Of course, it does raise the awkward spectre of the United States prosecuting corruption in Europe. But I would point out that this corruption is not in Europe, given that Volkswagen prides itself on being a global power and also has many manufacturers.
Yeah, but Volkswagen's not bribing anyone. And
as I said,
David, very briefly, I didn't say that Volkswagen is bribing anyone. On the contrary, what I'm saying is that Volkswagen, as is Audi, which is part of the whole group, they're heavily invested in the country, but they don't have to pay bribes because they're too important for the country. The question is, would they be willing to sacrifice the supply chain? That's the whole point. It was not about corrupt practices at all. Volkswagen or a German company doesn't have any need to bribe anyone in Hungary.
I understood. My point is, they've been found on the wrong side of the American law recently when they told lies to Congress.
Yeah, that's fine. That's a different scandal. It's a complete
Hang on,
thing.
I land the plane, don't worry. And so my point is, we might see a whiff of scandal about these men, and we might see that if it is that, and women, and if it is that they are one of the largest concerns in a country that's not playing ball because it seems to be so dreadfully corrupt, I think it makes sense to start looking to see if there is corruption. I mean, I don't assume that there is, but something rotten there, all right. So I wonder, does it create a liability for them that they're even aware of? Maybe they're not. And of course, we don't want to have America having to enforce American law in Europe. But if it is proven that any American money or even any American officers of the company were involved or knew about any potential corruption, it would create an interesting problem for Volkswagen's continued expansion. Speaking solely from a person in the southeast of the United States, Volkswagen has a large presence here, and I hope they would continue it, because we need their thousands of jobs. Never mind their excellent trucks and vehicles, we need their jobs, but at what cost? And if that cost is if the cost is watering a poison tree in Europe, then maybe we need to look at it. So my point is not that I know of, or nor did I allege direct or rank corruption. My point is, we have a large company that has huge exposure in the United States that seem also to have huge exposure in a pretty unfriendly regime. I don't think Hungary itself is unfriendly. I would say the same thing for any of the other nations in Europe, or in NATO, like Turkey, that find them in thrall for various different reasons. I wouldn't like to see Hungary excluded, nor the Turkish people excluded, but I think that we can only allow our free and fair market or free and fair way of doing business be exposed to such malactors for so long. And I think maybe 20 years is long enough, although both Turkey and Hungary have had a longer stretch than that. So you're absolutely right, Axel. I'm glad you made the interjection. I don't mean to cast aspersions on anybody's honesty or dishonesty. Rather, it seems that this is a large corporation that has exposure to the United States, and something that could be looked at without complicating the European situation.
By the way, and you have a very good point there, David, because, for example, roughly what I think about 1.8 or 1.85 or something million diesel engines, which Volkswagen built, because this is the thing, it's very difficult. It's an extremely difficult topic. The EU came up with a regulation for diesel, which technically makes no sense, but doesn't matter. As it made
We
no
don't get to
sense,
choose the laws
it
we
really,
like.
no, it's a thing. Sorry, electric cars make no sense. I can tell you why, but it doesn't really matter to anyone because everybody is now on the hype train. That's fine. But if you know how batteries are made and what cost to the environment they have and what it means in terms of evil and crime and thuggery, evil, crime, and economic disaster in Africa as well as in China, you would never buy an electric car with the current technology. Never. But then again, it doesn't matter. The diesel engine, by comparison, is still significantly better, and it contributes comparatively little to what people are fearful of at this point in time, the continued amount of CO2 emissions. It's irrelevant for the purpose, but the EU came up with a certain sense of regulation for engines, which made no sense, no technical sense in that format at that time. That regulation was skirted, circumnavigated, and the likes by a number of manufacturers, German, French, the likes. Volkswagen's manufacturers and manufacturing plant at that point in time in what is, and Lily, you have a hot mic, by the way, Volkswagen's Audi subsidiary built those, 1.85, 1.9, you name it, I don't have the number in my head, million engines from 2000, I think the end of 2014, still in Hungary. It is Hungarian plant. In German, you would now say, Nachtigall, ich höre dir trapsen. It's a nightingale, it's a sign. Now, that does not mean that the Hungarian plant management is necessarily corrupt. It does not mean that, no, the skirting of the regulation is not corruption per se, but it's actually taking advantage of, and it's a felony, and lying about it makes it a real felony. And that's all wrong, that's all fine, and it has been found out in Germany, by the way, and it was then becoming an action in the US. That's fine too, because American companies have an interest that German car companies don't succeed in America with what is better technology. Completely fine, I understand all this. That's why American companies will find ways to donate their funds at a, say, tax benefit to action packs, which then support class action suits, which then help themselves against what is better German technology and cars in the US. I completely understand this. Okay, that's their normal competitive behavior between different economic regions and the likes. However, the Germans, meaning in this case the Volkswagen management, made a massive mistake. The Audi guys have been tried for it because they lied, and they should never have lied. They should never have done it, and they should never have lied. What they should have done is, in those years, when this stupid regulation came up, they should have, rather than saying yes, 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 they should have just told the EU Commission to go fuck themselves. They should have told them, you're idiots. You don't know anything about engineering. You don't understand anything about anything anyway, and let's try the science first. And they never did this because they are just meek and passive and idiotic when it comes to real industrial policy. That's fine. By the way, they conceded this, and Ferdinand Piech, not necessarily the most compliant and the most deconflicting, the most harmonious person in the world, said so about the management of the entity which his family had founded once and which he had led by himself, with conflict, with everything, but still, he said so. I trust his word in that regard. It seems evident. This goes for many companies of such large size. It's not something which is very typically German or French or Czech or you name it, or American or Italian. It is something which seems to be vested in large organizations. It seems something which is the culture of passivity and compliance and lack of entrepreneurialism. We can talk about this until the cows come home. It doesn't help Ukraine. What helps Ukraine is that we, and on the government side, and those who have an impact on the government, and those who have an impact on those companies, and those who work in responsible positions in these companies, think about what it means for in 20 years when they look back at as to what they could have done and what they could have influenced and what they should have done. Look back at the images of the mass graves excavated in Mariupol. What they could and should have done when they look back at the failure of European policy in responding quickly enough. What they could and should have done to prevent from hundreds of male prisoners of war from the Ukrainian armed forces, territorial defense forces, special operations, firemen, policemen being castrated by Russian soldiers. What they could and should have done in order to avoid mass rape. What they could and should have done from starving prisoners of war, torturing them and civilians. What they could and should have done. But coulda, shoulda, woulda doesn't do. It simply doesn't serve. So the appeal can only be, think about every Ukrainian you see, every Ukrainian you read about and you hear about. Think about every Ukrainian you see on television or on YouTube or on Twitter as your neighbor, as your brother, as your sister, as your niece, as your daughter. And then think about what you should be doing in order to put European industry on a safe, sound, solid, hard-nosed, completely, utterly competent, innovation-friendly, non-state intervention, but very dedicated war footing. Freedom does not come for free. And European industry has a choice. European voters, European managers in industry have a choice. They can go after the chimera of electric cars. They can go after the utopian world of we will live completely carbon neutral. No, we won't. We will transition through technologies. We'll do pragmatic things. We'll survive. But if we sanction everything we do and suffocate our own economy at this point in time, if we shut down perfectly wonderful, superb, world-class nuclear power plants, if we constantly tell people what can't be done as opposed to what should be done, what is doable, how pragmatically we can deliver it, then freedom cannot be defended, Mordor cannot be defeated, and we are sitting simply in a little hole waiting for Mordor to come and take us. That must not happen. Coulda, shoulda, woulda doesn't do. Stand up, rise up, and deliver. Thank you. And donate to MriyaReport.org.
Well, that's beautiful, Axel. Thank you very much for your answer. Oh, sorry, it's a little loud here. I really appreciate the answer. That's why I asked to learn, and I always say it here. People probably are sick of hearing me say it, but I truly appreciate this forum being here, not just as a venue for 24-hour live support for Ukraine as she liberates herself from imperial genocide, but also so that here I am in North Florida and I can connect and learn information from people on the ground who know in Europe. And I really value that more than I can say, and I value it more than I can donate. So thank you very much is what I can say. I suppose in listening to your answer, I may have asked a question from the wrong point of view, which is the external. Perhaps if I had phrased it from the internal of Hungary, to see how this regime, to my mind, it feels without knowing anything. So again, I'm looking for information if possible. It feels as if Orban has probably played himself out in that his usefulness is coming to an end, and so it might be at the stage where acid is burned and more ludicrous and lunatic things are attempted, because it seems as if the cover is no longer what it was. And from that, I wonder if it is possible to trace. I don't particularly think it is what happened in the Czech Republic, just from the information I learned here. I don't think it is as crude as direct funds to feathering nest of dictator-esque person. But I feel that the funds must have landed, or supposed to have been landed somewhere. And if it is we look out from within Hungary, perhaps we can trace the corruption from that end. I would, again, distance from any direct, like to put distance between myself and any direct accusation against Volkswagen, because I have no such information. And, you know, just from what you've said, and without wishing to be contrarian, but running it backwards the other way, with Volkswagen being the largest, probably of heavier weight than central government, perhaps we can wield that economic heft for good. Again, I'm speaking here totally without any information, as if this isn't happening already. So I suppose I feel that although it is very public and the debasement of democratic process and decent free offices of government formed by people to govern themselves, as we see with Orban and to a greater or lesser extent with the Turkish leader, I wonder how long it is to be tolerated, or how long can it be tolerated, particularly at a time when freedom and liberty are in such sharp focus with Ukraine. So I wonder, is it something that perhaps we give a lot of attention to, but perhaps the time for that has passed and we already may be in the death throes of our band's system? So yeah, rather than directly look, I suppose I phrased it poorly. In my mind, I had the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, but rather than directly assuming or presuming to find some corruption within Volkswagen or any other large company, perhaps we should peep at it from the other side, from the side of the corrupted system, whereby we can trace patronage and oligarchy. Yeah, so I really appreciate this space and the information. Thanks very much, Axel and MriyaReport. Hello, mockers. Hello, Robin. Please retweet and share the space. Visit MriyaReport.org and donate if you can.
Well, from one country who's being a bad one to, well, my own country. And I've got to say I'm a tiny bit proud. There's been some statements today by the UK that Britain will not be lifting sanctions against Russia until Russia pays a correct amount of compensation to Ukraine. This is from the British Foreign Ministry. Also, that Britain will control that the money of the Russian oligarchs goes to the restoration of Ukraine. Now, I know British and Russian oligarchs have been a little bit too friendly in the past, but I have a funny feeling that they've made this decision. So, yeah, hopefully they're now getting away from the times when they maybe haven't covered themselves in so much glory, huh? At least they've come out on the right side of this, and I can only say that we all know mistakes have been made, but it's nice to see things starting to turn in a different direction. What do you think, Favid?
I try not to think it hurts. But I think it's what you say is true. If we are to be honest, if we are a space to keep ourselves honest and in the pursuit of truth, which I think we do, we have to pay credit when it's due. So, yes, there's been fair criticism, perhaps. Yesterday, I had a wonderful conversation. I listened to Peter Heatherly, and he was able to speak wonderfully on the Abramovich sanctioning. I think it's to be welcomed, mockers, and I think it's also very timely at a time when we can perhaps already hear the nonsense cries of Muscovite allies and their plenipotentiaries at what we call a peace conference. I can already hear well, you must give up sanctions before we talk about peace or surrender. By having this announced at this stage, of the counteroffensive or of the liberation of Ukraine, it very clearly sets out Westminster or the United Kingdom's stated goal or stated view of a future, which is not one where sanctions can be lifted willy-nilly or bargained away, perhaps at a future date, if maybe 5-7 years down the line, politics and things have changed. It'll be very difficult. It would be very difficult for any authority in Westminster to later roll back on this, because it is so clear and makes such good sense. It'd be politically very difficult to go against it. So for many reasons, I think it's a very good, very well timed announcement, and also it heaps more pressure on the Russians and probably double the amount of support and morale to the Ukrainians. I think it's very effective, and I won't be accused of holding back on criticism of Westminster, but in this instance, it should be noted as continuing the leadership taken by the United Kingdom and her people. I would think, I would hazard a guess that the people of the UK, Northern Ireland, England, Scotland, and Wales, probably support Ukraine and the fight for liberty more rapidly, or more passionately, I should say, than their government. And perhaps this is, been saying this a lot for the last couple of weeks, this might be a sign of representative democracy working. And yes, it took about a year or 15 months, but people who rely on us for votes seem to have got the message and now seem to be making policy accordingly, which is very reassuring and something we should take heart from as people who are active in the support of Ukraine.
Yeah, thank you, David. Yeah, I must say, I'm very jealous of you Brits at this point. Churchill's one of his many bon mots about how the United States can be depended on. He said it better than I will, to do the right thing after they tried everything else. I'm heartened by the fact that Britain has done this, because maybe we'll finally get on our horse and do the same thing. On a less happy note, as you guys were going on about how the UK has stepped up to the plate, I came across an article from the Kyiv Independent from today, and this is based, unfortunately for me as an American, this is based on a well-documented source here, Mark McFowle, expert group on Russian sanctions. And they've found that up to 81% of foreign components found in Russian missiles originate in the U.S. from places like Texas Instruments, Intel, Cypress Semiconductor. This is absolutely scandalous, and I think as Captain Sullenberger said, if you've seen the movie Sully, let's get serious. This should not be happening. The United States has blood on its hands if we continue to allow these materials to get through the porous sanctions that we seem to have not quite got in place. So anyway, it makes me want to pack up and move to the UK at this point, which I would love to, but I won't be, unfortunately. I'm a New Yorker. Okay, now, there's been a lot going on in the news in the last few days. I'm just going to look at my folder of. Oh, this is very disheartening when we talk about Russian war crimes. Apparently, as the Russians are losing, they're still actively kidnapping and deporting Ukrainian children. Ukrainians now say that they have records of about 19,500 children that have been stolen by the Russians, which is horrendous. I just hope we can get a lot of them back. Peter, you're up. Good morning. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. I just heard my name being so thank you, David. I hadn't heard that the UK has said that they won't lift sanctions until effectively reparations or compensation or whatever has been paid to Ukraine. But if they've said that, then that's blooming good news. And the timing is right now, because you can see exactly what's going to happen. The sort of weaker members of the international community, by which we might as well name France and Germany, they'll just be chomping at the bit to try and get sanctions taken off and get back to normal. And that would just be completely wrong, you know, until there is properly resolved in terms of compensating Ukraine, accepting responsibility, and setting Ukraine up on a post-war footing, as the West did with West Germany, for example, after World War II. Anyway, that's just a small opinion piece. Whether you agree with it, I should imagine, hopefully everybody does.
Yep. Thank you, Peter. Yeah, it certainly works for me. David?
Good morning, Robin. Thanks for being here, co-host. It's lovely to hear you. Thanks for popping up, Peter. Yes, I did mention your name. I think it's extremely timely for the reasons I've said and the reasons you've said yourself, Peter, from the UK, because it puts a stake in the ground. This is leadership, and this is where you could probably say one of the, if not the closest ally in the European continent, aside from immediate neighbours and Baltic states, would be the UK, and that this is the stance being taken is not just the heft of Westminster, but it's also the heft of London City, banking and insurance industries, and all those affiliated financial services. So this is a very significant statement, and it gives me great heart, not because I had doubt, but for a time last year and a little bit this year, it was fashionable to offer, well, if we do this for Russia, if Russia does this, we'll reward them by lifting this American sanction. We should incentivize Russia's good behavior by rewarding them for genocide, is a translation of that. And I personally never bought into that fantasy, and there's nothing that has been ever stated to offer that idea any credence. And in fact, the opposite. The American, I would say, politicians of all shades, people who've spoken on this, have been more than clear that as a policy position, these sanctions are in place to permanently disable Muscovites' capacity to rebuild a war machine. So it's almost like saying the same thing in a different way with a shorter formula of words. And I think it's incredibly important that it be said at this time during the counter-offensive, and at a time when folks who were perhaps reluctant to help Ukraine win in a speedy fashion, will be the ones quickest to push for a poor peace. So yeah, peace on Ukraine's terms is the peace that we need, not Chinese peace, not South African peace, not Russian peace. Ukrainian peace is the one we're after. So yeah, that's it. Please retweet and share the space. This is MriyaReport. Visit MriyaReport.org. Make a donation if you can.
Yeah, thank you for that. That is very true. I don't think that we have the moral wherewithal, unfortunately, to invade and bring Russia to heel. We're not. There's not going to be an occupying force afterwards, but if the sanctions and confiscation and all, if that's serious enough, I think it will have a lot of the same effect as the occupation might have. I still, if I had my druthers, the NATO would march in there and take care of the whole mess, but I unfortunately don't think that's going to happen. All right.
Yeah, I understand how you feel, Robin. I'll tell you what, right at the beginning of the invasion, I was just wanting that to happen. And yeah, well, it seems that we don't always get what we want. But in this way, Ukraine are, well, they're managing to do an awful lot of things which maybe they wouldn't have been able to get round to doing before, such as, clearing up corruption. getting rid of Russian influence, removing the Russian Orthodox Church, which I don't think would have ever happened before this invasion. I think they would have stayed around spying, to be fair. And, you know, just generally winning their lives back from everything that's been put upon them for God knows how long. And yeah, I think this is unfortunately a process that they've had to go through to be able to come out the other side like a phoenix. But of course, it's horrific. However, I have cheered myself up with a boom. In Donetsk, occupied Donetsk city, there is a boom across over yonder. And well, the video is from looking across, you know, some tall buildings, but the boom is on the far, far side. So I'm assuming that it may be an industrial area or something like that. And it's something that I'll tell you more about as soon as I know, because that's, you know, how it goes.
That's great. We always love a good boom. I absolutely agree with you. Much of what Ukraine has been able to accomplish, oddly enough, faster in a state of war than they might have otherwise. I ran across a survey done by Transparency International, which is apparently an organization I didn't know before, but they trace corruption in various countries, and they do surveys of public attitude to corruption rather than just trying to establish whether there's corruption going on. And they discovered, even in the midst, I don't have the specific percentage, but I'll just give you what I remember. Even in the midst of this war, that 80% roughly of Ukrainians, their biggest fear after the war is that corruption could resurface again. So it's you know, this is a big issue. I know several Ukrainians who, you know, have told me at great length about just regular person in life, what it's like to deal with a system that is corrupt. And thank God Ukraine has made great strides. And I think that this part of what this war has accomplished is it's made it very clear to the rest of the world how much Russia has its dirty little fingers in all sorts of things. There's another Ukrainian group that has it's a group of journalists, and I can find the name in a sec, who are keeping track of a list of Putinist you know, undercover agents, whatever you want to call it, people who supposedly have other jobs that are actually you know, working for the Russian surveillance state in all sorts of areas in Europe. It's texty.org.ua. It's really very illuminating. As I said, it's clear to me in the United States we have a problem with this, and it's in a lot of other countries too. At least at this point, the network is getting light flashed on it, which it could not want. David.
Thanks, Robin. I wanted to say something similar to yourself about it's always great to hear the boom report. Thank you very much, Rockers. It was actually it was one of the things I was going to ask this morning. So you've beaten me to the punch. How did you know? I did see
in Dolman told me how to spell it before. Oh, you know what? I'll have to read it again and then speak to Dolman. There was another boom this morning in one of those places that I can't say properly. And let me tell you where it was, because it seemed to be extensive. And as soon as I found the tweet, because people, you've got to stop tweeting so much. Here we go. Volnovaha. That one. Yes, well, this place we're going to have to get used to me saying terribly, because apparently it is on the way to Melitopol, I think. I think that's what Doman said. And he said, you will hear this place a number of times again. Go ahead, David.
When you pronounce it, I remember Doman trying to teach us Volnavacha or something, Volnavacha, something like that. It was
That's
to be
the one, Volnavacha.
they're right beside it. It was to be my next question of whereabouts, but it's in the Southern Theatre, Melitopol area direction, he said. That is most encouraging. I had been watching over the weekend, and it just seems that the targeted use of precision fire from Ukraine continues, both at mustering points and various resupply depots, be it ammunition or repair and maintenance products like oil, lubricants, different things you would need generally to have a motorized campaign. And it just seems that, to me, they are probably allowing Ukraine are probably allowing the supplies or the logistics train work really hard on the Russian side and get all their stuff to what they hope is the next safest point behind the line. Let them fill up that bag and then blow it up, which is marvelous because it not only deprives Russia of their supply and resupply and their men for mustering points to get hit, but it also means they've wasted all that effort to bring all those assets to that point, only to see them burn. So that's it's like a double or a triple win, really. And then there's the morale factor as well.
Yes, we do love our boons, don't we? Peter.
Hi again. Yeah, Volnovakha is just north of Mariupol, not Melitopol. It's the
You know what, Peter? I'm glad
Yep.
you know your geography because I get those two mixed up every darned day. My apologies. I wasn't sure when I said it, I knew I was picking the wrong one. Thank you.
Similar names. I think Volnovakha is on quite high ground. It was a city of, I can't remember, something like 50,000 people or something, significant population, and the city's basically been wiped off the map. It's the place where Ilya Ponomarenko, the journalist from Kiev Independent, comes from originally. It's significant because it's on the rail route from Russia through Donetsk into Melitopol. So that's already under fire control, so they can't really use it properly. But if they were to seize Volnovakha, it would be a significant step on the way to Mariupol and would completely knock out any use of the rail route from Russia and Donetsk to further west. So I'm sure that will be one of the places that will be on the target list, but it's not strategically as important as Melitopol, because when they get Melitopol, that just cuts off all of Kherson, and really it makes Crimea very, very difficult for the Russian to retain. So either one of those going will be good, but
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you know where places are because I have terrible trouble with names. I'm great with faces, terrible with names. Show me a map and I'm fine, but ask me to remember it afterwards, and maybe not. However, I did have a bit of something else to bring to us, and you know how you were saying that morale wasn't very high. Whoever said that? Well, folks, morale is not very high. This morning we had a bear with me. We had a note from there it is. No, it isn't. That was something else. I'm terrible, me, for keeping. Oh yes, yeah. We heard about the flexible line of defence, didn't we? That was flexible line of defence. I send these things to people, and I don't remember to keep them for myself. That's rude of me, isn't it? Never mind. I have something else I can bring to you, which will also demonstrate what I was just about to say. That this is one of the reasons why morale is so very down. And it could be that these people say that they will, what's it called? That they will be doing one thing and then they send them out to do another. And I have a little tale of woe from the mobilized Russians from Crimea. So these are some of the people that have been holed up in Crimea doing whatever they do over there. And oh, there's also some guys from Budyanovsk. I'm not going to tell you where that is because I don't know. So they have been trained and then they've been transferred against their will to the militia of the Luhansk People's Republic, in inverted commas. And as a result, the MOD aren't obliged to look after them anymore. So they've neither clothes, food, or pay. But they have been given some equipment. The only thing is, it's damaged and it's got blood on it. Ew. So, the men and their relatives have so far made 3 separate videos, and if you follow Chris O'Wiki like I do, you will have kept up with this particular saga, and it is quite the story. So, in the first video from May, the men say they were taken to a training camp in the Luhansk area and were given used and damaged body armour and weapons, which appeared to have been taken directly from the dead. Not cleaned or anything. So, in a second video made in June, the relatives then complained that their men were sent to the front line without any adequate training and their documents were taken away from them. They were listed as being dismissed from service in the Russian army when actually they were transferred to this Luhansk militia and stopped receiving any pay as a result of them no longer being in the army. So they have since discovered that the men's transfer was completely undocumented and not recorded in any military paperwork nor their ID. As a result, the relatives are not receiving any payments. They're not very happy. And they are now saying that because of all the trouble that's been caused, the commanders of the Luhansk whatever are threatening the men with execution if they don't fight. A number of them have already been killed and wounded in battle. Then a third video released more recently. There are 25 men in the video, and they state that they are now refusing to fight and want to be transferred back to the Russian army proper. They were sent to the Bakhmut flanks at the end of May and have been relying on Wagner and airborne forces, that's the VDV, for food and water. That was the only way they could get it, was to beg, steal, or borrow or buy from their fellow soldiers. The men do not even have a commander. They do not have a name, and it is categorized as forbidden information. So they've basically been told, yeah, you do have a commander, but we're not telling you who he is. Brilliant. So in the video, they state we have no provision, none at all, no clothes, no food, no commander. We should not be with this militia because we are from the Russian MOD. Near Bakhmut, we were under constant shelling until the 1st of June. We had artillery, tanks, mortars and rockets all flying towards us day and night. Sounds emotional. So, for the first 3 days, we did not eat or drink anything. There was hardly any water, and the militia had no commanders to contact. These are now classed as refuseniks, and they recorded their video appeal when they were moved back from the front lines. Now, unfortunately, it's not really clear what will happen to them as a result of now creating a third video, because one of the problems is you pop your head above the parapet and they send you to Avdiivka or Vuhledar, and you just never come back. And they forget to send you artillery support because, you know, that's really helpful. And we have heard of this about a number of different units that have either refused or you know, got to a point where they're just like, we can't fight right now, we can't fight anymore, and they've been like, okay, no problem, we'll send you off to dig trenches in Avdiivka, and basically they're digging a trench right on the front line, and before they know it, they're at one with their maker. So, go on, Robin.
No, they are. The Russian society is so spectacularly dysfunctional from the top to the bottom. It just amazes me. It amazes me that this army is still in the field altogether with what's been going on. It's. I don't get it. It's really astonishing. And at what point do these people decide they've had enough? I mean, we hear these stories again and again of what goes on in their so to speak military, and the threat of violence I would think, can only go so far. You know, at some point you would think, well, normal people would rebel. Jens is up.
Somehow.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, somehow there is reports of smaller groups doing so, but it's not been seen en masse anywhere now recently. However, some of these smaller groups have taken the initiative to shoot their commander before deciding to leave, and they've never left empty-handed. They've always taken some equipment and ammunition and arms with them, because, you know, you can go back to Russia, and if you manage to get back in, you can just use this stuff to sell, make yourself a bit of money, perhaps.
That is one thing we're good at, looting.
Exactly. So, yeah, this has happened at least 3 times that I'm aware of, and there are also other instances of soldiers just literally dropping their guns and saying no, and getting shot by their commanders. So, you know, there are more and more of these instances being reported, shall we say. And the very fact that we're seeing more than 1 or 2 would lead you to believe that there might be a turning point for some of them. I know certainly the convicts got to the point where they've had enough in a number of cases. Jens?
Yeah, it just reminded me of last year. I followed a small YouTube channel that curated intercepted calls from Russians, and I had to stop at some point because of the absurdity of these situations. They are all aware that they exist in an entirely corrupt system where they are being lied to, they are being sent to their deaths, they're being stolen from, and yet still they ask their wives and girlfriends to file a letter with the prosecutor's office, as if, I mean, it'll be shredded at the mail slot, or the angry emails will go into a trash folder. It's just I feel like it's like something out of like Catch-22. It's just an absurd comedy, and it seems like Russians, they hate free people more than they hate their own change. I just don't know how to deal with it, other than, you know, I don't know. It's just absurd.
Yeah, I think that is a very good point. I remember reading something about someone. I think it might have even been a Ukrainian. You know, when as the Russians were invading, asking why they were invading. There were and the person he spoke with said, "Well, we want you to be with us," and the question was why? Well, and it turns out it wasn't because we love you and we want you to be part of us. It was because we want you to be as miserable as we are, and you're not. So we need to take Ukraine over to make it as miserable as what goes on in Russia. And I think this is part of Putin's issue too. It's having a vibrant, rather chaotic, but vibrant free democracy on his doorstep of people who ethnically are not that distinguishable from Russians. I mean, they are to some extent, but not a lot. There's a lot of overlap. Is just couldn't be allowed to continue because Ukraine was doing so much better than Russia, and that's certainly his concern was about rebellion being fomented in Russia because of that.
I mean, it would be laughable if it wasn't because the absurdity is only surpassed by their cruelty. But it's just I really I listened with some curiosity because I thought I might develop some kind of understanding of the madness, but it just seemed like it was just madness and cruelty.
Yeah, I agree with you. If they didn't have, if they weren't able to subjugate other people, it would be sad and rather laughable. But these people are, and as you say, the cruelty too. The dysfunction is sad, but the cruelty that goes along with it is unforgivable. Somebody.
Here, by the way, I'm just pending stuff for tomorrow. I've got to that point of the day of work where I'm just like, yeah, I've had enough of this now.
Well, I was just going to mention, someone mentioned before the prisoners returning to Russia, and apparently Prigozhin, or Prigozhin, as some of us say, was crowing about the 32,000 prisoners who have, this is his number, that had been returned from their service with Wagner back into Russia. And he was saying that they had a very low recidivism rate, which, as the person, the Kyiv Independent who wrote about it, was saying, they haven't really had a lot of time to get up to a lot of stuff still. But that's going to be another time bomb. There's 32,000 bad guys who should still be incarcerated. Presumably, because I doubt if if their political prisoners were let out. I assume these are hardcore criminals. That can't be good. It can't be good for the rest of society.
Well, there's already been problems with these people being let back into the community. I believe one of them actually murdered somebody. I believe it was somebody he knew from his previous life. And he decided he would murder them, and then a couple of days later he was picked up for that. But there's a lot of bad feeling being caused by it as well. There's a lot of people who have been sort of released back to the community within a couple of years of some horrific crime, and everybody knows them and they don't want them around. It's I don't know how I'd feel if that was the situation. So you can imagine that it's causing people to feel quite uneasy, I would believe. Daniel, do you have a opinion? I bet you do. Oh no, Daniel's not talking to me.
Was it something you said? Daniel, are you there?
My phone was a bit nasty. About that number of Prigozhin is just a blatant lie. He recruited around 55,000 from the prison to send them in Bakhmut. And if he says 32,000 are released and they are in Russia, just a big lie. The big lie is because the numbers of the losses in Bakhmut, where estimation is around 25,000 to 40,000 killed, not wounded, killed, and probably a lot of wounded doesn't get medical attention and probably die also. So when you say, look, I sent home 42,000, I'm a very efficient military leader, that is a huge lie, because nobody will control him and nobody will contest that number. And it's not about just institutions, but the reality is these guys were sent there to die. So before that, refuseniks who were sold to DNR, LNR. When you sold the unit, you don't sold that unit because you want them home. You send them to die. Extremely simple. So be aware about this thing. Probably there are maybe few hundred who come back. Maybe. Don't forget, there is a judicial system. Yeah, it's totally inappropriate to be called judicial system, but they have some rules, and the rules are like this: if you're convicted, there is only one man who can say you're no more a criminal, and lift your prison conviction, and that man is Vladimir Putin. If you imagine Vladimir Putin signing 42,000 of for getting your criminal record, I think you live in a different bubble. So this not happen. Try to look like, look, you saw me in armor with weapons. I was in Bakhmut, not like Shoigu. My people received what they promised. If you want the service, then freedom. That's bullshit. They had so many people.
Starting to lose you, Daniel.
Okay, sorry, mate. No, what I wanted to say was just that. Don't imagine there are so many convicts who go home. It's not even close to that number. It's just a blatant lie. It's classic lies after lies after lies. And for Prigozhin, it's just about political stance. Because he keep the promise. Go back, look at recruitment in penitentiaries and labor camps made it by him. Go up and say, look at me. Imagine I was a convict like you. I'm now a rich man. Come to fight with me in Bakhmut. You will get your freedom. We have strong rules against alcoholism, rape, and things like that. But after 6 months, you'll be released. This never happened. This is just bullshit.
I think one or two of them have been released because there were stories about the problems that had caused. But yeah, I agree that probably the bulk of them have returned home in boxes.
Mokas, 42,000 is a huge number. He recruited around 50,000. How many are declared dead by your Ministry of Defense? 25,000 in Bakhmut only, and around 100,000 casualties in that area. So it's not a grain of salt there. It's just a blatant lie. Yeah, you saw few people chosen to be released, like PR stunts when
We're about
Prigozhin
to be
have.
arrested, Daniel.
Can you repeat, please?
No, it's okay. I was just checking that you weren't about to be arrested. It sounded like you just set off some alarms and you were like, legging it with your loot or something.
Nah, no, it's just usual stuff in a city, Things are making loud noises. No, what I want to tell you was that idea. Don't look at any number. I mean, any number put by any Russian and take it serious. Putin said 24 hours ago, Russia destroyed 5 Patriot batteries. They received 2.5. So, stop listening to them.
Well, then that's an incredible achievement.
But watch all these numbers like usual bullshit. So, why I push the button and say, let's talk with Mockers about this? Because the number of recruitment was 55,000. Must be incredibly successful unit there. Do you have this feeling after 7 months of siege of Bakhmut? They were extremely efficient? Or quoting the units who fight there and said, we kill 50, 60 every evening. And this was the Ukrainian platoon. I don't think Wagner has more than 7,000 former veterans who are the professionals ready to be deployed in Sudan, for example. No
I've
more.
got a theory, Daniel. I've got a theory that he is telling the truth on that number, but he just hasn't said how many of them have gone back dead.
We have numbers there. We have numbers there. There we have the cemeteries. They are from Crimea, Krasnodar, all the way, all to Russia. And they're usually 50, 60 graves recorded, but there are cemeteries where they have 300, 400 people buried there from Wagner. Because Wagner cemeteries are very different than MOD cemeteries. I think better watch on the other side, on the Shoigu case, his soldiers. Because imagine all that refugees who are sold to DNR or LNR. When they are sold to become Storm Z units, usually are a mix of regular people from Russia, convicts, which are now recruited by Shogu, by his ministry, then they are put on dead list. These people disappear when mother, sister, wife asks, where is my husband? They'll say, oh, he's there, he's fighting, but he's long gone. And he will not be buried officially in a cemetery. He'll stand there and feel the need for sunflowers to grow.
Well, of course they wouldn't admit to him being dead because they'd have to part with a lot at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've already downgraded in some areas to bags of potatoes and blocks of frozen fish and things like that. So perhaps perhaps they've got to the point where they just can't afford people dying anymore.
The ice cubes to Siberia. Daniel brought up something that makes a lot of sense. I think the Russian proclivity to let people die by neglect rather than actually, active measures. I remember reading the Gulag Archipelago years and years and years and years ago, and one of the things I got out of that was that the Russians were not so interested in taking people out and shooting them, although they would do that too to some extent, but it was somehow much more palatable to stick somebody in Siberia without winter clothing and no food and let them waste away. Allowing all of these convicts out to fight on the front lines may have been a similar kind of thing. It's a great way to lower your prison population. If they're dead, they're much less to support. So it makes a lot of sense what Daniel is saying too, that there would not be that many going back afterwards, at least not standing.
Yes. Did you see when Prigozhin had a bunch of severely wounded people that he was congratulating and sending back home with their pension money or whatever it was?
No, I missed that.
Well, he was in a room full of people generally missing a limb, at least one limb. And they're all, you know, hanging about in the wheelchairs and the flipping crutches and sat in chairs and stuff. And he's saying to them, well, you know, we can always find more work for you. You just get yourself a prosthetic piece and come back, and you can't have your leg blown off again because it'll be a metal one. And there you go. So, you know, he was even then trying to convince them that they had a future in the army.
That's hysterical. And I suppose that one would have to buy one's own prosthetic. I doubt if he was going to go out and pay for them.
Yeah, something tells me that those things might be a bit difficult to get hold of in Russia these days.
Yes, I would think so, as are most things.
Yes, yes, including ladies' items, which, you know, is...
Well, they've deployed all the tampons to the front already. So. Excuse me.
Well, that's it. They encourage the soldiers to use these ladies' items for, you know, medical reasons. And so, of course, a lot of these were bought up and sent to the front, and now you can't get hold of them. Gosh, it's a terrible state of affairs. Who knew that the men were going to cause such a problem, eh? Johannes?
Yeah, one of the truly, I mean, disturbing things about Russia you can hear these days is really that because I'm listening to a lot of Russian language YouTube channels from the kind of both from Ukraine and also from the Russian opposition, and that they all discuss about, well, what are Prigozhin's chances of becoming Russia's next president? And they say that according to surveys, although I'm not really sure what kind of how you can actually conduct a survey these days in Russia. So I'm not really sure where they get the data from, but what they say, what I've heard from repeated from several sources in the last couple of days is really that Prigozhin is more popular in Russia than Putin. And as you probably are aware, Putin has got really high approval rating for whatever reason. But I mean, Putin is something I can't say on air here. But I mean, Prigozhin is even worse, and Prigozhin is more popular, obviously, in Russia. So there, I mean, that tells you a lot about how deeply pathological Russian society seems to be. Although, again, I don't really know where there was, how those polls have been taken and how reliable they are. But yeah, I just was so astonished. So I really wanted to throw it out here.
You know what? I kind of understand why he's making himself popular. I mean, in a way, this is one of the only things he's left with, is to find himself some sort of political clout, because he's been sort of pretty much kicked to the wayside. That he's not really anybody's favorite person.
But the point is really that Russians seem to love him. I mean, at least according to that data that I have. I don't know how reliable that is. But if that is worth anything, then he's currently the most popular politician in Russia, actually without being a politician, but he's presenting himself very much, he's positioning himself very much as a politician. He's traveling around in Russia, he's giving press conferences, he's kind of handing out awards to soldiers. So he's doing all the stuff that usually politicians are doing. And while he's doing so, he seems to be, according to the poll data that is there, he seems to be incredibly popular in Russia. I mean, he's such a nasty piece of work. So it's. I mean, how can anybody not be disgusted? I mean, by his face alone. I mean, let alone what he's doing. So it's not just that he's making himself popular, but that he is genuinely popular, which is so disturbing about Russia. I mean, this notion that Russia is now an unhinged death cult. I mean, he's really the very embodiment of that. So it's really. I mean, I've been there like for the last 30 years. I've been in Russia many times, and now I'm so shocked about what I seem to have overlooked for all these decades.
Yeah, it's definitely a pathology that I don't understand, but I think Tom might be able to explain it to us. Tom.
Yeah, I thought I'd pop up to have a try at explaining it. I think what we need to remember with Putin is that he's been in power for about 20 years. But, you know, prior to that, we had the 90s and it was Yeltsin that was in power. And I think the thing that perhaps people need to remember to put this into context is just how chaotic and how much economic ruin and sort of organized crime, or perhaps more disorganized crime, there was in the 90s, and just how bad that was for the Russian people to live through. And then with the sort of relative return to prosperity in the 2000s, Putin became very popular because of that. And so I think, apart from the fact that, you know, they have masses of propaganda and media is very controlled and feeds them lies and censors anything they don't like, I think because the Russian population remembers living through times that were worse, you know, objectively worse. And then when Putin got into power, things became objectively better. I think that, sorry, I'm just trying to get around with my dog here, past some other dog. I think it's, you know, like in America, when the gas price is high, everyone always blames the president, right? It's like, these gas prices, it's all the fault of President so-and-so. It's ridiculous, but people make those associations. So I think for a lot of people in Russia, when things have been bad and then improved under Putin, I think there's an association in Russians' minds that, yeah, Putin may not be a very nice guy, but if it wasn't him, it would be someone even worse. Or things would be terrible if it wasn't for Putin. And he plays up on this, you know, he goes on TV and he has these shows where people in a certain oblast are like, you know, the roads aren't fixed, this hasn't happened, this isn't working properly. And he will sort of tell off the governor on live TV or on these recorded shows. And like, we should sort these things out. And there's always been a culture in Russia of sort of blaming some middleman for why things are wrong, rather than recognizing that the whole system is corrupt from top to bottom, because that isolates the Tsar from any blame. And I think this goes back a really, really long way. You sort of blame the local barons or the corrupt businessman or the, you know, the captain or the colonel. It's never the man at the top's fault, you know. And even with Prigozhin, for all of the complaints that he makes, it's only been very recently that he sort of tried to criticize the granddad, which could be Putin, but he still didn't name him. And so I think, yeah, for us, Putin is transparently evil and incompetent. But I think it's quite easy for us to realize that emotionally, because we can see that the Russians are evil when they commit these war crimes. We can see that the Russians are stupid with their corruption. But to realize that your own side is stupid or evil is emotionally painful. And so people deny it. they make excuses to say, well, there is corruption, but it's just a few bad apples. It's not the whole system. And I think this is why Russian troops will go on video and complain and say, well, this has happened and it's not fair, as though it's going to be sorted out, which to us seems ridiculous because we know the whole system is corrupt and evil. But I think they think that just parts of the system are corrupt and evil. And if they could just deal with those few bad eggs, everything would be all right. And I think that false narrative has been very instilled in them so that they don't, vent their fury at the man at the top. That's the impression that I get anyway. Does that make sense to you guys?
Makes a lot of sense. I'm thinking back to something Timothy Snyder writes about Russia in specific and fascist governments in general. That part of how they keep people in line is by always making sure there's an outside enemy to blame things on, and that deflects away from the strong man in charge, who he represents as almost a mythical creature, the savior of the country, that they can't afford to question the person at the top, because he is the one who saves them, and they focus all of their ire on somebody outside. For the Nazis, it was the Jews. For Russia, it was Ukraine, and it was NATO, and someone will be next. There always has to be an enemy to hang everything on.
Yeah, and that's what nationalism and fascism do. And I think there's an interesting interaction between the personality types of the leaders and the emotional defenses of the population. So let me explain what I mean by that. Nationalism and fascism are generally based on a couple of things. One is that we are exceptional. We as a people are better than everyone else. And two is that outsiders are to blame for everything. Now, personality-wise, the belief that I am better than everyone else and everyone else is to blame for anything bad that happens to me, that is describing a narcissistic personality, or possibly even a narcissistic personality disorder. So one of the things that highly narcissistic leaders will do is extend that belief to sort of protect and cover their population. So not only is it not my fault because I'm amazing and everyone else is to blame for whatever befalls me, but it's not my countrymen's fault. They and we are amazing. We are the special people, and everyone else is to blame. And yeah, Hitler did this with the Jews. Putin's doing this with Ukrainians. We can all do this. If you think about, I don't want to get into American domestic politics, but if you think about the idea of the American dream, right? The idea that if you just work hard enough, you'll make it. Now, sadly, that's not entirely true. Hard work is a very necessary ingredient for success for the vast majority of us, unless we're born into massive wealth. But, there's plenty of people that work hard and don't make it. So the problem is, if you believe the American dream and you work hard and you don't make it, if you believe the American dream, in a way, you've only got yourself to blame, right? Because you think, well, I must have not worked hard enough, which no one wants to believe. And of course, it isn't true. There's other factors. You could just have bad luck or run into a medical bill you can't pay, or get into an auto wreck or lose your job. All sorts of things could happen. But if some charismatic leader comes along and says, you know what, it isn't your fault because we are a great people, it's all the fault of some other outside group. And if we entirely blame these other outside groups and prevent them from having what we have, then everything will be brilliant again. It's a seductive argument because it appeals to the innate narcissism that we all have, and it protects us from either blaming ourselves correctly or incorrectly for problems that our society has got. So to bring it back to Russia, there's all sorts of problems in Russia, but the main problem that they've got is a corrupt oligarchy taking all of the wealth. I mean, the economy of Russia is 2/3 the size of the economy of the UK. And the economy of the UK is like 1/10 of the economy of America. So how the hell does Russia, with 2/3 the size of the economy that the UK has got, manage to maintain a massive military, a massive nuclear arsenal, and have massive $500 million yachts for its oligarchs? There's a simple answer. The money just goes to the top. It doesn't even maintain the military, as we found out with, tires that were ruined and trucks that hadn't got any fuel in the first days of the invasion. All of the money is going to a corrupt group of oligarchs. Now, if the Russians realized that, and knowing their Soviet socialist communist history, if they actually realize that, they'd realize they've been overtaken by a group of mafia capitalists, really, and they'd be angry against those people, and maybe they'd call for revolution again. But what Putin and his cronies have done is very carefully scapegoated the West and said, look, everything was fine here until America ruined everything in the 90s, all their fault. And they provided them with an outside group of people to blame, the West, anyone who associates with them, including Ukraine. And this enables people in Russia to not blame themselves for what's gone wrong in their country. And I don't want to put all the blame on the Russian people. I put more of the blame on the Siloviki and the oligarchs. But the idea that Russia had a chance of really getting into prosperity and it blew it, be quite a painful thing to realize. And no one wants to think that way. So it's much easier to just think, oh, it's all the fault of some evil bad guys. And if we just beat them, everything will be fine. And I think given Russia's history of, fighting the Nazis and things, I think that's been quite an easy message to feed to them. So I think the reason why they continue to have faith in their system is that losing faith in their system would probably be so depressing that they just don't want to believe it. That's the only thing I can think, because it just seems ludicrous that they're complaining and saying this isn't fair, as though they think that's going to change anything. It just seems ridiculous, doesn't it?
It is ridiculous, Tom. That's why it seems ridiculous. Johannes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still struck by the fact that somebody who, to us appears very much like the caricature of a Bond villain can manage to be the most popular person in Russia, in current Russia, at least, again, according to those polls, of whom I don't know how reliable they are. He's just so, he's got this aura of being as evil as you possibly can be. I'm really not sure. Since I'm banned from Russia, I don't really have a lot of contact nowadays with kind of normal Russians. So I really don't know how they perceive him. But as he comes across to us, it's just so unbelievable. And then there seems to be something different still at work than just this grievance about those chaotic 90s under Yeltsin, which kind of Putin allegedly fixed. There's still something more to it, and this whole notion that has been very much floating around in recent months about Russia having become a death cult. I'm not really sure how to, maybe the Freudian notion of the death drive, or however it's called in English, isn't really something, it's maybe not worth much, but there's something about, there's a parallel between Russia and ISIS. There was I think once at one of those atrocities ISIS committed, and they had a kind of they sent out they published a message which contained the sentence like, "You love life and we love death." So they honestly said so, and then there was kind of a long sermon followed that, and that's how Russia appears right now. It just doesn't make any sense what Russia is doing. It's just about spreading death and destruction. It's nothing. It seems to be so. I mean, ultimately, it is self-destructive, and I just wonder where that comes from. And maybe I'm overthinking the matter. I don't know. It's just beyond mere imperialism, and that's also something which is, I think, specific about Russia. I'm currently reading Alexander Atkins, I think it's 10 years old, Internal Colonization. And one thing he notes about what distinguishes Russia from other empires is that usually kind of the rank and file Russians haven't actually benefited from the empire. For instance, serfdom. Sorry, if I'm ranting too long, feel free to interrupt me.
You're
But
not.
like for instance, serfdom has been kind of introduced at a time in Russia where serfdom in Western Europe was being abolished. And I think it has been sometime in the mid-19th century, it was ultimately abolished in Russia. But the interesting thing about it is only Slavs, only Russians could become serfs. So that is like Jews, Poles, Germans, and so on. They were and Central Asians, Georgians, they were all not in danger of becoming serfs. Only Russians could become serfs. So there is a kind of something to this, what Ukrainians often say about Russians, that they have this slave mentality, and the historical background seems to be that the Russian Empire always did a kind of in a particular way enslaved Russians, and they didn't enslave other peoples, other ethnic groups in the same fashion. And I just wonder, well, maybe I should just end here. It's just that I'm still trying to understand what is so deeply wrong with current Russian society.
Yeah, as you're saying, some of this, it sounds like masochism that they, and I think, as I understand the history too, they did enslave their own people more than they did other people. I don't know. I'm not sure that people who aren't of this same inside pathology understand it very well.
I could say a little more, if G-Man doesn't mind. I'll try to be briefer this time. I think on the why is Putin admired thing, there's a thing, again, I don't really want to get too much into American politics, but there's the idea of, yeah, I know he's an asshole, but he's our asshole. Meaning he's on our side.
I'm sorry if I'm interrupting you. My point is why Prigozhin so admired, because Prigozhin is really this caricature textbook villain.
Okay, I mean, I think that there's a thing in human evolutionary psychology, and I've met a few people who did have antisocial personality disorder or may have been psychopathic, and one of the things is that if other people threaten you and they consider that you're one of them, those sorts of people are actually quite useful to have in your tribe. Like having a leader who has no compunction about killing people is actually quite useful to protect your tribe. So in the event that actually Russia was being invaded by Nazis and Russia hadn't started the war itself, having a leader like Putin or Prigozhin that will fight and doesn't care about anyone and will quite happily kill them is quite a useful thing. And I think that's one of the reasons why these people are admired from within a group. Even whilst outside of a group, we can easily see that they're a monster. They're just like a Bond villain. Does that make sense, Johannes?
Yeah, I think there's still an explanatory gap, but I think we won't solve it here. Thanks a lot for your thoughts anyway.
No, that's okay. The other thing you talk about the Freudian death instinct. So there's the basic idea is that there's two basic instincts that drive us. There's one which is eros, which is the drive for life, for sex, for having children and families and growth and having a home and these sorts of things. And then the other one is thanatos, which is death and destruction and oblivion. And one of the theories is that when people's ability to achieve the things that they want in life, Eros is frustrated, they'll turn to destruction. So, for example, look at certain Arabic countries where rich men are allowed to have 4 wives and people have big families. This means there's a lot of young men who can't have a girlfriend, can't get married, don't have a decent job, can't afford a home, can't have family. So all of their Eros drive is frustrated, and that makes a perfect recruiting ground for killing, especially if you blame it all on an outside group like the West. This is one of the theories of ISIS. So with Russia, whilst it's not the same economically, people don't really have any kind of decent future to invest in, and so people give in to despair and alcoholism or drug addiction, which are very high in there. And it's the idea that if you can't create, you'll destroy. It's a very sort of metaphorical, hand-wavy explanation, I know, but basically frustrated life instinct leads to death instinct is the basic theory. And again, it's just, if everyone in Russia was, economically prosperous and doing really well, why the hell would they want this war? They wouldn't sign up for it. But things seem pretty hopeless anyway. Maybe this is a way of getting some money and making things better, and then I can get what I want in life. Okay, let's go and kill. I don't know. I think there's still more to it than that, but that's part of it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, over to G-Man.
Yeah, afternoon. I've just come up and listening to Tom, it struck me and reminded of one of the Timothy Snyder's points in his lecture series on the foundation, the birth of modern Ukraine. And it's something that he's written about quite a bit around nationalism in Europe and elsewhere, where there's basically a creation myth in these nation states, and most nation states could be guilty of this, including our own. It basically goes like this. In the beginning, everything was really good. We were very strong. We were together. But then this thing happened. These people came, or sometimes this people, we could call them, if you were Germany, the Jews, or you could call them something else. But now, because of that, we're not so good, and we need to get back to what we used to be. He did an article in Politico 2019, and he's talked about this in his lectures too, about even the European community itself, the European Union, have a myth as well. And that myth is the fable of what he calls the wise nation. So according to this narrative, I'm just reading a wee bit, but bear with me. According to this narrative, European nation states have a long and rich history. In particular, these nation states learned from World War II that war is bad, and so bound themselves together in its aftermath in a peaceful cooperation. So friends of the European project like this fairy tale because it tells a story of learning and progress, and it confers a sense of superiority over Americans. While enemies of the EU also like this narrative because it suggests that the nation state was always present and it was the agent that made decisions. So if a nation state chose to enter the EU, they reason it can choose at any moment to exit. And he then goes on to say this fable of the wise nation is false because the nation state's a very young thing. History of the nation state in Western and Central Europe is practically non-existent. In Eastern Europe, it is longer, but not necessarily glorious. Nation states in the Balkans, set the stage for World War I, and in its aftermath, 6 new nation states were created in Eastern Europe, all of which had been removed from the map by the middle of World War II. By 1945, European powers had not learned that war is bad, and they didn't. We kept fighting. Britain had colonial wars. France especially had colonial wars in Indochina, Indonesia. Indonesia would have been Dutch. Algeria, Egypt, Britain had Malaya, Kenya, Angola. That would have been us. I'm not sure who. Mozambique. That was Portugal, and then Spanish Sahara. And his argument is that the nation states of Europe, when they were defeated, stopped having the idea of empire, and then started really the idea of the nation state itself. I might tweet this out. It's an interesting argument. I'll tweet this article out. Doesn't go into the detail that he went into in his lectures, but it's quite a compelling argument in many respects of what has happened. You know, what his argument was that France didn't really get interested in a peaceful coexistence in Europe until after it was defeated in its colonial wars. And arguably, Britain didn't really get interested in it, and maybe arguably weren't ever really interested in it until we'd give up our empire. The Russian element is that they've never really got over their empire. They still are trying to build it. I'm not sure what people think.
I think that's a pretty good description, to be honest, JUN. I have some info from the battlefield. Would you like it?
Oh, yes, please.
Excellent stuff. Okay, so Russians have stated, you know how they state all these different things, don't they? They what's it called? They had a regrouping. They had a moving to more favourable positions. And now we've got rolling back. We're just rolling back. This is in the Rybotny area of Zaporizhia. So, Regiment 1430, together with companies of the 291st Regiment, have been fighting hard in this morning in the direction of Rybotny. They don't call it that. There are losses. The enemy is pressing, but we are holding on. Of course they are, valiantly. I'm going to have to feed the cats now because I promised them in the kitchen. Oh no. Somewhere we have had to roll back to regroup and counterattack. The situation is difficult, but the guys are fighting with all their might. Now, there's a place that we identified this morning with a double-barreled name. Can't just remember, but they call it Akhmat Vostok. Oh no, Akhmat Vostok. These are the groups, aren't they? This is Akhmat from Chechens, that's the ones, are fighting in the neighborhood, and they also have a very difficult time. Oh no. However, they do state aviation is active, both attack helicopters and aircraft. So that'd be why they lost a Ka-52 yesterday then, and 2 the day before. So this could explain. So this is what we should expect over the next few days to happen. This is like a little prediction here from P-Star 1. A few more Ka-52s splattered, which they appear to be using instead of artillery, because the Russian artillery gets smashed by HIMARS or other precision weapons, and then they have to resort to the helicopter support. Also expect lots of POWs. Expect that the Russians will claim that Budanov has died yet again, and don't expect any TikTok videos from the Chechens there, because Akhmat has either fled or died. So that's the predictions coming out of that. And poor Budanov, he's going to die again.
You know, it's if they didn't have nuclear weapons and weren't committing genocide, this would be totally laughable. It's like what? How many HIMARS have they just had destroyed by now? About 10 times as many as that were ever delivered. It just astounds me that if you're going to lie, at least make it halfway believable.
Well, you know about all the Patriots that they've destroyed, don't you? All 6 of them. Only one problem there, that Ukraine were never given 6 Patriots. They have, what, 2 and a bit?
Oh, you're so literal. I mean, really. As they say, the thing with the Russian disinformation is not that they want you to believe what they're saying. They want to confuse things so much that people have no idea what to believe and throw up their hands in despair and just ignore everything. It's not working. I hate to break it to them.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, something I've been following today is these 11 POWs that were transferred to Hungary. And I've got a little bit more detail on it now. And I will have to just find it again because you know how I am. There we go. Right, so the European Commission has now come out and made a statement stating that Hungary should explain its role in the release of the 11 Ukrainian prisoners of war from Russia and its communication with Kyiv on the issue. As it would appear, they didn't communicate at all. This is how the European Commission spokesperson for Foreign Affairs, Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Peter Stano, reacted to the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry statement that Hungary is not allowing diplomats to visit their prisoners of war. This is an ongoing diplomatic issue, which I do believe will end up with the correct decision, but I just can't believe that they got involved in this at all. I mean, it's great that those guys are no longer under Russian captivity, but this wasn't the way to do it.
Yeah, you have to wonder what Hungary was thinking. I mean, I find it hard to believe that they can be so out of touch that they thought something good was going to come out of this. The Russians are clearly going down. You would think at least enlightened self-interest would militate that they would try to put a little distance between them and the Russians. Isn't there an election coming up in Hungary sometime soon? Does anyone know? I don't keep track of this the way I should. But
it's been and gone.
Oh dear. Oh well. Oh, never mind. So clearly it's not Orban posturing to get an advantage in an election. So what do they think they're doing? I mean, their economy is in the tank. They're vilified by all of their so-called allies. It just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I don't know if they were going for a piece of leverage for some political posturing, like you say, or what. But they've now, laid the blame squarely on the deputy prime minister, and apparently he has strong connections to the Russian Orthodox Church. But like Daniel was telling me earlier, when I find his message, you know how it is. There he is. It's changed his picture. That's the problem.
I
there are no Orthodox Hungarian believers in Hungary. None. 0. Hungary is mainly Catholic with a part Protestant. And so it's, religious makeup is not even anything to do with the Russian Orthodox Church. Just goes to show how deeply skeevy they are. Skeevy being dodgy.
Yes, all of those words work. It's so interesting to contrast Hungary and Poland. Poland is forward thinking and forward looking, and Hungary seems to be mired in the past. I think that some of this still has to do with Hungary still hankering to get back part of whatever, I don't remember. I'm blanking on the name of the oblast with the
Transcarpathia.
Transcarpathia. That's right, exactly. That they haven't given up their claims on that part of Ukraine. I mean, Poland, who I think in some ways would have a stronger claim to going up to as far as Lviv, just historically, they've made it very clear that they have no interest in moving their borders and that Ukraine is Ukraine. And it's interesting. Poland is in much better shape economically and socially than Hungary is. They really need to get with the program.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They like Axel said before, they rely on so much EU money that really they shouldn't be trying to pee off the EU, should they? G-Man.
Just going to chime in, yeah, that agreeing with Robin. I mean, Poland would have a much better claim and has a better claim, except to give it up. And Poland rejected the suggestions that Russia would give early last year, or different times last year, that maybe you would like Poland would like a bit of Ukraine too, and they're having none of it. Hungary is just well, the leader there has these revanchist tendencies and playing to the populists that might like those ideas, bread and circuses, I guess.
Not to get into American politics so much, but just, I mean, tangentially, there's, I'm sure, the commentator you've all heard of, Tucker Carlson, whose first name I'd like to pronounce with an F at this point. But it's very interesting. I used to watch him. I didn't always agree with him, but he was entertaining. But then he went to Hungary a couple of years ago and interviewed Orban for a week, and he came back and he went nuts, and so did Orban. You sort of wonder if there was some heavy metals in the tea they were drinking together or something. Yeah, G-Man.
Tucker's father works for Orban.
Does he really? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So it adds up. I mean, you're right, Tucker. In many ways, I never really watched a lot, but the odd clip that he would have, and you'd go, oh, yeah, that guy talks a lot of sense if he's not talking about Russia. But the more I delved into it, and I would recommend the Vatnik Tears threads by Pekka, our Finnish friend, and he's got good articles on all of these Muppets like Tucker and the rest of them that are mouthpieces for Putin in some way. But yes, Tucker's father works for Orban, so that's where that connection comes from.
Thank you. That explains it a lot. I looked at Vatnik Tears. They have wonderful articles. I did not look at the one on Tucker Carlson yet, though. I'm going to definitely put that on my list for later today. Thank you.
No worries.
The more you know, eh? The more you know. Hey, look who's here. It's the lovely Shaggy Fella. Hello, Shaggy Fella.
Hello, how are you? How's everyone today?
Oh, not too bad. I've just logged out of work, so, not too bad. I've got steak for me dinner. Quite looking forward to that.
Okay, lovely. I got a bit of a dicky tummy, and I found my second car, went to it, and it got stolen. So that wasn't very good. So that's my day.
Oh.
Well, things are looking up now. You're on MriyaReport, so things have to get better, right?
Exactly. I'm starting at the bottom, working my way up.
Well, that's one place to start. So, my lovely Shaggy Fella, are you going to do a little swap with me?
Yep. I'm ready.
Excellent stuff. I shall pop down then. But before I do, I want to thank you all for joining us today. And I'll still be here listening anyway. So enjoy.
Thank you, Marcus. It's great to be with you. And we'll look forward to seeing Shaggy in a couple of minutes, or in a minute or two, as soon as he comes up. Just does anyone else have do we have other contributions on this topic? I don't want to change the subject if we still have more to say on this. Okay, gone. There we go. Found something interesting which hasn't been commented here as far as I know yet. That apparently in the destruction of the Novakhovka Dam and the draining of the water out of it, a number of archaeological things of archaeological interest have become uncovered again, including, quite astoundingly, a church with paintings that were done by Taras Shevchenko, who was the sort of the dean of Ukrainian literature and was also in his life a well-known painter. And so someone pointed out we haven't focused on this because we've been so concerned about this destruction caused by the Russians destroying this dam, but in some ways it was also a attempt at cultural genocide when this whole thing was flooded, because so much Ukrainian history apparently was flooded in the same time. Imagine a church with paintings by Shevchenko was just they didn't move it, they didn't do anything. It was just flooded. I mean, it's a horrible thing. I don't know how much is left of it now. I hope was something to salvage. Anyway, let's see. Sorry.
Was that on a wall in a church, like a mural, or was it a painting still hung on a wall somewhere?
Honestly, let me see. I've got the article here. Let me just give me a minute to find it. I'm trying to channel my inner mockers. I try to hold on to these things. I don't do anywhere as well as she does. But let me see if I can find this article here. Let's see. Okay, incredible discovery under sad conditions. Okay, yeah, it says the church was painted by the famous writer Taras Shevchenko. Okay, this doesn't really this was just a tweet. I'm gonna have to see if I can figure out. Oh, he got it from, looks as though he got it from something in Ukrainian. My Ukrainian will be good enough in a couple of years to tell you what it says, but you're give me a minute and I'll try to go through it and see exactly what they say.
Put the tweet in the nest and somebody maybe can translate it.
Yeah, will do. I just had a little Google as well, but I came up with the wrong church. I came up with one in Derwent in Derbyshire, so I'll try and Google the correct one. But yeah,
I won't need to do that, because what I was thinking was an article is just the exact same text in Ukrainian. Let's see. Anyway, yeah, we'll see. Maybe one of our listeners is on top of it and could find for us. Anyone who has any contributions would greatly appreciate it. This speaks to a historical issue. As 2 years ago, I think I knew where Ukraine was on the map. I think if it'd given me a little time, I could have found it. I didn't know much else. And in reading Serhiy Plokhy's book and in listening to Timothy Snyder's lectures, I really have learned a lot. I still don't know a lot, but I know a lot more than I did. And once you know Ukrainian history at all, what the Russians are doing now comes as absolutely no surprise. There have been hundreds of years of Russians' attempt to suppress Ukrainian culture, Ukrainian language, Ukrainians. And it's unfortunately, we in the West, until this all started, I think we had absorbed the Russian propaganda on this issue. I mean, how many people used to think that Ukrainians and Russians were the same, for example? I mean, I had now found, having learned about it, that there's massive differences in Ukrainian and Russian culture and Ukrainian and Russian worldview, and always have been. And in terms of language suppression, it went back and forth between under the czars at a certain point, not allowing any kind of not allowing books to be published in Ukrainian. Apparently, the center of Ukrainian publishing was in Kharkiv, and I think it might still be when there wasn't a war going on. And they shut it down completely, as they're doing now in the occupied territories, going to libraries and destroying everything written in Ukrainian. It's as I said, I mean, I'm going on, but my point is that none of what's going on now is any surprise once you understand the history. And Shaggy has found the article here. Shaggy, do you want to say anything about it, or shall we I'll try to read through it in the meantime.
Yeah, you can have a little go. Literally, it's the first document that I came up with my search technique. I can't pronounce those names in Hungarian. The village of Pokrovsky, is that it?
Word for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! Yeah, the pid. It's much harder when they romanize it. If it was written in Cyrillic, it would be easier to read. I know Doman was saying that this morning was something that he couldn't figure out what it was until he looked at the actual spelling of it. And then, if nothing else, nothing about Ukrainian is simple except for the fact that it's very phonetic. But yeah.
You could write it in Moonbats or Ukrainian. It looks the same as me. I wouldn't understand it. I've got a little bit of a chance with Roman numerals, as it were. But yeah, apparently it was the new Sitch. Or yeah, I'll let you pronounce those names.
Let's just pretend I did with the mic off. Anyway, it says here, this is interesting. This is before the flooding, the Soviets managed to remove valuable relics from the shrine. Now there's a surprise. I think we call that looting, but whatever. Yeah, it was so the Zaporizhia Cossacks. It was a Cossack church, apparently, Church of the Intercession. Which they're painted. In particular, Shevchenko painted the Church of the Intercession with stone walls and a wooden dome. He also did paintings of it. Huh. Wow. Anyway, I'm sorry. This is really fascinating radio, listening to me read something, but yeah. So I hope I can't imagine being under the water for 50 years or however long it is going to do a lot of good. But if it was buried under enough silt, maybe something is still redeemable. I certainly hope so.
Yeah, exactly. It would take a while for the silt to go over it and stuff like that. But yeah, hopefully it seems that the locals removed some things as well. The key for the church and stuff like that. Looking at the picture of it, I'll do a post and stick up in the nest so everyone can have a little look and read of it as well. Yeah, round graveyard, round area around it. I'll get this post done, Robin.
Yeah. Actually, if you could put it in the nest, that's something I still haven't figured out how to do. So I'm sure people will be interested in looking at that. Yeah. Anyway, it's Catherine the Great ordered the destruction of the new Sitch, and the revocation of the the Zaporizhia army's liberties. One of the things that I was quite surprised to discover as I learned more about Ukrainian history is that the Cossacks, who I had very negative opinions of, having firstly knowing from Jewish history there was some let's say Jewish Cossack interaction that didn't turn out too well for the Jews, but I found out first of all that was although important, was a very small part of what the Cossacks were about, and Cossack culture was one of the earlier examples of a relatively democratic social organization, which again, the Russians have felt threatened by Ukrainians for hundreds of years, and I think that Catherine the Great, when they found that the Ukrainians were not willing to subjugate themselves to Russian rule, she went after them, as the Russians have gone after Ukrainians for hundreds of years.
Okay, I've put the post up in the nest now, so everyone else can have a read of what we're talking about.
Beautiful. And later on, when we finished co-hosting, maybe you could give me a little tutorial on how to do that. I'm sure it's easy to do, but I can't figure it out. And we have Nick up. Welcome, Nick.
Hi, Robin. Thank you. I was just waking up a little while ago, and Tom and Johannes were having a conversation, and I had something to contribute, but I had to at least start my coffee first. So I have done.
Know how that
Yeah.
works.
So I have. I'm on the west coast of North America, so it's morning for me. Johannes was asking why Prigozhin is so admired, I guess is the word. Because he's such an obvious villain, and he's a villain to us because we know about him. And I am reminded of the American company Blackwater, which during the second Iraq War was a big part of the American military effort. It's a private military company akin to Prigozhin's company, and its owner or founder was a fellow Michiganian like me named Eric Prince, and I knew who Eric Prince was because I am from Michigan, and I can't stand the strain of Michiganian that is extremely right wing. I'm not one of them, but I'm nevertheless a proud Michiganian. I just recognize that my state has a dark side. So that's not why I brought this up. I brought this up because I was listening to a report from Moscow a few weeks ago, and the question that people were being asked in Moscow was what they thought of Evgeny Prigozhin, and the majority of people on the street had never heard of him. And that to me, that is akin to how many Americans probably knew who the hell Eric Prince was. They might have heard of Blackwater, just like most Russians have surely heard of Wagner, but they might not know much beyond the fact that there's some guy that owns the company, and he's not necessarily well known. He's absolutely well known among the mill bloggers and the ultra nationalists, but not necessarily by the majority of Russian people, many of whom probably don't know. We are probably in this community probably much more knowledgeable about the details of the ongoing war in Ukraine than a majority of Russians, just like a majority of Americans don't know what's going on in the war in Ukraine because they're busy playing video games and watching sports and stupid, idiotic reality shows on television and blah, blah, blah. So I think there's an information gap, and Prigozhin might not be as revered or admired, or even might not even have the name recognition in ordinary Russian circles as he does amongst us. And I just thought that was worth positing for the consideration of the space. And thank you for letting me speak before I did anything but warm up my coffee. That was actually very dangerous of you. Thank you.
Given how I am before coffee, you are astonishingly coherent, so I give you a lot of credit. Yeah, that's amazing. That's thank you for bringing that up. That's something that would never have occurred to me. We all live in our own little bubbles, and I would have assumed. I mean, I find when I talk to other Americans, they don't know who Zelensky is. They don't know who Putin is. It just blows me away. The fact that not every Russian is up on what Prigozhin is doing and what's going on is not something that would ever have occurred to me. So thank you for bringing that up. It's a reality check is important once in a while. Now I see the very appropriately named Shevchenko lives here. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks. I was looking into the Shevchenko news from the bottom of the reservoir. Not that I'm at the bottom of the reservoir. The news that came from the bottom of the reservoir. So I'm not seeing a whole lot of information on it, other than that it was that that Shevchenko drew. He painted the church that was located at the bottom of the reservoir. It's not that his paintings were there. It's that he in a sketch that he drew once upon a time. One of those sketches featured that church that they found. So, of course, it's a loss that church was buried in the rubble previously, but it wasn't that they lost his paintings.
Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, now that I'm quickly looking at this article again, you're right. That's what they're talking about. It was still a destruction of a beautiful church, obviously from his drawing here. But yeah, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
Mary, good afternoon, good morning.
Hey, Shaggy. Hey, Robin. Um, Someone just was talking about Blackwater, and I don't mean to, bring in American politics or whatever. And Eric Prince is a giant asshat. However, please do not compare the people who worked for Blackwater to Wagner. The people who worked for Blackwater were devoted for the most part. I mean, I've known many of them, and they were amazing guys and are amazing guys for, so please be careful when you draw a comparison for people who aren't familiar with Blackwater, and because they're going to assume that they're the same, and they are not at all the same. The guys who worked for Blackwater typically were ex-special forces who had amazing training, and went there to do good, spent every holiday away from their kids. I mean, so please don't compare them to Wagner. That's just not a fair comparison.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Mary. I think that you do have a point. They did fill a role in some of American foreign entanglements, but I don't think Nick was equating the two.
Right. No, I just, for someone who's not familiar with the way that it was run or familiar with the company itself, they just hear that Blackwater was a mercenary group, and they're going to assume that it's run the same way that Wagner is run or whatever else. And that's not the way it was. That's not how, especially the way it started early on. Now, the way it evolved, it is what it is. And that's why a lot of the guys eventually left. But, the guys that were there are good guys.
Yeah, understood. Let's go back to Nick now.
Hey, Mary. My comparison wasn't a comparison of the companies. It was entirely the knowledge that average citizens of the country of origin of the PM of the either military company, the sort of the name recognition, not what they do, not even the difference. I agree with you that Eric Prince is, as you said, an asshat.
Right.
That's not, but he's not equivalent to Prigozhin. As much as I detest Eric Prince, Prigozhin is a devil. I mean, there's a rather stark difference. It was, the comparison was only for the way that distracted ordinary citizens of either country might have the name recognition of the company and or the principal owner or whatever founder. It had nothing to do with what I was not comparing what either military company do. The only valid equivalency is that in both the case of the invasion of Ukraine and in the second Allied invasion of Iraq, the PMCs. I just started sipping my coffee, so I'm struggling phrasing this. Both military companies are vital to the effort of the country involved, but what they do is not equivalent at all, and that's not why I brought it up. It was entirely to illustrate that there's a really good chance a whole lot of Russians don't know who the hell Evgeny Prigozhin is, or they may have heard the name but don't have any idea why they even know the name. Just like a lot of Americans would have heard of Blackwater and not really known what it did. They might know it was controversial, but they might not know why. Okay. It wasn't an apples to apples comparison. It was strictly about public perception.
We went down a rabbit hole before on here where it kind of people were talking about Blackwater and PMCs and it and I don't know if you can tell, I kind of get a little emotional because I've seen the flag draped coffins coming back of these guys. So that I just get a little, emotional when people talk about these guys, and because a lot of the guys do it because they truly do care about helping other people. They don't necessarily do it just for the paycheck, so so that was my only thing. And for people who aren't familiar with Blackwater, I just didn't want there to be a skewed, especially for the guys who aren't Eric Prince, because I know some stories about him, but to have a skewed vision of what the guys who, especially when it first started, what their goal was.
Yep.
But I appreciate you clarifying, Nick.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. And I think that's an important thing to realize. A lot of these guys, they they had served honorably in the military, and they looked at Blackwater as a way of continuing their service. I think part of the problem is that we probably should retire the word mercenary from our vocabulary because it's so freighted that once you say mercenary organization, which really should just mean a military organization outside of the the government chain of command, a private military organization. But once you call it mercenaries, then right away it's connected with a whole bunch of things that aren't necessarily true in specific instance. So I think that's part of the problem. But thank you. And I just wanted to say, this is one of the things I love about MriyaReport. We're talking about something that in a different forum could have ended up with people screaming at each other. And we've got an awful lot of adults in this forum, and it just makes me so proud to be associated with MriyaReport. We can talk about things. Today I was talking with a lot of my fellow co-hosts. I tend to be on the conservative side, less than I used to be, I must admit, since I've gotten involved with MriyaReport, because I've seen some things more clearly than I did. But and she's extremely liberal, and we get along great. And I think we could even probably discuss things where we disagree and not end up hating each other. And it's such a model for the way civil society ought to work. And I'm so honored to be a part of it. And thank you guys, Nick and Mary, too, for continuing that tradition. It's really important.
Thank you so much, and thank you guys for everything you do. I listen pretty much nonstop every day, so I love you all. I don't speak very often, but I do listen pretty much all the time.
Well, thanks, and come back to speak more often. We enjoy having you up.
All right, thank you so much, and thank you again, Nick.
All right, another topic which I found sort of interesting. Vladimir Vladimirovich has succeeded in ways he never thought he would. This is a story about a special Swedish parliamentary defense committee said on Monday that the country's defense must adapt to focus on the threat posed by Russia, and a military attack could not be ruled out. Now, this is from the formerly neutral Sweden. Great job, Vladimir Vladimirovich. You've managed to reinvigorate NATO and make it stronger, given NATO new allies. And also, if you look at surveys inside of Ukraine, Ukraine has never been more united as a nation than it is right now. Thank you, Vladimir. You've done a wonderful job.
Yeah, the his unintended consequences. Well, obviously, it's not all good, but yeah, there have been some surprising changes in geopolitics because it's Finland joining NATO, Sweden nearly joining NATO, defense budgets on the rise. Yeah, as you say, NATO reinvigorated. NATO wasn't looking very good 3 years ago, should we say? And now, yeah, much stronger, more focused, and yeah, focused on helping Ukraine. I was reading something about a new NATO council. Where's my little thingamajiggy? So it's a new NATO Ukraine council to be formed. Oh, I closed that tab. Damn it. Which is supposed to be on an equal partnership footing. Whatever that means, I'm not quite sure exactly what that means. It kind of smells to me like a bit of a stopgap measure, but hopefully some good will come of it. I'm going to try and dig out some details for you, Robin.
That was I'd love to see it in more depth. I heard about it a little bit, but I think my impression is it's basically an end run around Turkey and Hungary until they can finally bring them to heel a little bit to be able to add to give Ukraine the protection of being under the NATO shield in the meantime. Our lexicon is up. Nice to see you. What do you have for us? Lexicon, I'm sorry. I think I called on you when you were still coming up.
No, I am. It's trying to get the button, the unmute button through your throwaway Nitrel gardening gloves. I've been here like a lot. Well, less yesterday, but I've been gardening so much, so I just listen as I garden. It's very quirky weather here in Quebec outside Montreal, where it had very low nights last night and tonight, and I can't get my tomatoes into the ground. But I have a greenhouse this year, so it's like playing house. But lots of questions you guys have talked about today I've wanted to talk about, but I just wanted to say that council, whatever the NATO, as a result of Ramstein, this last Ramstein, one of the decisions, you recall that Zelensky said, if there is not going to be some movement on NATO membership, why should I attend July's meeting, the Vilnius? And several things were done to try and address that. And one was upgrading from whatever the office in Kiev is called of NATO, from a commission to a council, I think, as you said. And the one thing I saw that's functionally important is that, as you said, as Shaggy or somebody said it, on an equal footing, meaning that Ukraine can call a meeting, can request a convocation of a meeting of NATO in response to some, egregious event, and which it couldn't do before. When you're not at that level, you don't sit at with quite the same powers or privileges as others. So that was one. There were other things, of course, a lot of steps taken in speeding up the flow of arms and munitions at Ramstein, but I understood that one that way. It was it was last Saturday, I guess, that we were talking about it quite a bit, because we talked about the defense ministers beginning to increase the flow of air defense specifically, folks. And you recall Ramstein, half the delegates were from corporations who are the ones that produce the shells and whatever is needed. So those people needed to have their firms lined up, and they're saying that it's not just something happening next December, like so many things, but that some of these increased flows are already happening, and lots are in the pipeline to continue. So that's just one thing I listen to. Lots of other topics. So I'll hang around and see if I can talk about a couple of other items in the course of my, whatever is this, almost afternoon.
One thing that piqued my interest was, I don't know if you talked about this already, the Lockheed Martin is ready to train Ukrainian pilots on the F-16. So the bit in that article that I liked, so this was from mil.in.ua. The statement was made in an interview with the Financial Times by Frank A. St. John, the chief operating officer. The line in the article that got me was the American company can also help obtain skills in the operation and maintenance of these fighters. So that was one of the things that was talked about the other day regarding the training of the personnel involved in the F-16. So that obviously you need the pilots trained, but you need the ground crew trained as well. And this reads to me that Lockheed Martin could help with this ground crew, the operation and maintenance, as they put it. So I think that's quite positive. I'd like to see more details of that there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's things are beginning to move. You know, it should have happened earlier, and it's not fast enough. But I think it's the sea change that went on in Germany in the last few months, if nothing else, is quite amazing. And as I said, it should have happened faster, but at least things are moving now.
Yeah, definitely. I can't wait to see my first, the first Ukrainian pilots whittling around in one of those, even if it's just training on them. That would be great optics.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just seeing here. Oh, yeah, this is a topic that I mentioned quickly before, but Daria Harasimchuk, sorry, as again, if this were written in Ukrainian, it would be easier to read, but has said in an interview with Interfax Ukraine news agency that the Russians are formalizing the quote adoption of Ukrainian children as temporary guardianship. You know, there's something, the evil that surrounds this I find breathtaking. They're in the middle of losing this war. I mean, thank God the Russians are losing this war. They're still hell-bent on stealing as many Ukrainian children away as they can. Their project of cultural and actual genocide is it's as though they're trying to get in their last licks while they can. And it's really rather horrifying. This is something that I wish the rest of the world was focusing on more. I mean, what could be more evil than stealing away a country, a culture's children, their future.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree, Robin. And they've seem to have got this policy of either scorched earth, and then before scorching the earth, to steal anything of value, including humans, the children, and deporting people, or kidnapping. I call it kidnapping, basically kidnapping people to take to the Russian Federation. It's despicable.
Yeah, actually, yeah, and the other thing I read too, which I mean, this in some ways horrified me even more because it shouldn't be happening, is apparently the Ukrainians in the EU have run into a problem that, what was happening, and Ukrainians have multi-generational families who are very involved one with the other, and what has happened is more than once that a grandparent would take a grandchild out of Ukraine. The parent would stay home to continue to work, to continue to serve inside the country. And some of these families have lost their children to the social services systems in I don't remember which country it was. Don't know if I'd want to say anyway. It's a systemic problem. But the social services don't recognize anybody over 65 as a guardian, which I have a lot of that. I'm over 65. How dare you? And they don't recognize a grandparent as an appropriate guardian. So I mean, this is something that I hope that the EU takes care of right away, because that it should not be happening. It's bad enough what Russia is doing, but the EU should not be in the business of taking Ukrainian children away from their families. Okay, Nick has his hand up again. Let's go over to Nick.
Thanks, Robin. Yeah, just following up what you and Shaggy were just talking about. A couple of things. One, I think the most important thing is it cannot be forgotten. It can, and we need to educate people as much as we can that Russia is not operating like any typical historical aggressor. They believe they own Ukraine. They believe that they own it, the land and the history of Ukraine. They believe is theirs, not Ukraine's, not the people who live there. The people who live there, they believe, are degenerates, and must be eliminated. This is it couldn't be more genocidal. And I don't think people in the West understand just how vicious and noxious and hideous this ideology is that the Russians have been educated into believing. They believe that they're inherently superior to their neighbors. They believe that their culture is inherently superior, even though it is an empire of barbarism with a veneer of civilization over it. And the West has to be educated about this constantly because we're just not paying close enough attention. We think, oh, he just wants, Crimea and a couple of territories. He doesn't really want all of Ukraine. Yes, he does. He wants all of Ukraine. The Ruski Mir ideology is all about empire, ethno-based empire, Russian-ruled empire. It's exactly what it's about. It cannot be stressed enough. It is a scourge. It is every bit as vicious as Nazism, and it's got to be stopped, blocked, and confined so that it can wither away into nothingness. Like I'm trying to think of the example in the Lord of the Rings. I guess Sauron withered away into nothingness after his precious was destroyed. So, and then the other thing I wanted to mention, you were talking about increasing Western cooperation. There is, again, forgive me, I'm just barely, I'm still working on my coffee. I got a little bit left in my mug. But there is a new ammunition depoting and supplying initiative for NATO, and it has been organized in reaction to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And so that is going to, we've been talking for months about various shortages of shells and missiles and whatnot because of the rate of consumption of the Ukrainians in their defense of their homeland. And so that is coming along. And I'm not going to use the tired old cliche of herding cats because that's not what we're doing. I think the West is beginning to operate like a bunch of frolicking dogs in a dog park who realize that there's a vicious herd or not herd. There's a vicious pack of wild dogs trying to attack them, and they're getting organized. They're not very good at it. They haven't lived under threat much of their lives, so they're learning how to cooperate and they're getting it done, and they're going to overwhelm the wild dog pack. It's just a matter of time. So I hope that was a worthwhile comparison, and forgive me if it wasn't. I actually wanted to drop to listener, but you guys keep sparking thoughts in my rapidly caffeinating brain, so I stayed up. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. Keep caffeinating. You're doing well, and we like having you here. Sorry, Robin.
No, that's exactly what I was going to say. We will do our best to keep you corralled in here. So go drink your coffee. I think one of the things that you pointing out is or it relates to this is those of us who've grown up in Western democracies can be very naive about truly evil empires, as Ronald Reagan called it, and Russia is an evil empire. it's we can't assume the best. We can't assume that people will react with the values that we've all grown up with assuming. I mean, I grew up assuming that these were universally held values, and unfortunately, that is not the case. Um, and I think we in the West have woken up to some extent to what's going on in Russia, but it's been a very hard slog, and a lot of people don't want to admit to it yet. In part because it's hard to admit that there is such evil in the world, and also as long as we're thinking, oh well, they just have their issues and we have ours, and what about, and then both sidesism, as they call it, it obviates the need to actually do anything about it, which makes things much easier. But I think it's getting harder and harder to maintain that way of looking at things. Okay, we have a couple of hands. We have Jamie first and then Lexicon. Okay, Jamie.
Robin, I can't believe that the West is taking away these kids. Oh my God. How many grandparents are raising kids in the US because they have to, because the parents are gone or have abandoned, I don't know, whatever, because they're in jail.
Quite a few on my block, actually.
Quite a few that I know also, and they're amazing parents. Is there some petition? Is there something going on? Is there some awareness? Wherever you got this, can it be spread?
I'm going to take a look at this article. I have this stuck here in my things to talk about today and see if I can go into it a little farther. I think what the issue is, I mean, I don't think that there was any bad intent. I think it's just that, I don't have it in here anymore. I'll have to find it again. But I think part of it is just that EU law just hasn't kept up with the changing social scene. I think I lived in Germany for a year, and I don't recall any grandparents that I knew who were raising their grandchildren. It's just not. People have fewer children, and it's it's a stable economy. People stay and raise their kids. They're not forced to break up the way Ukrainian families have unfortunately had to. I will look into it a little more and see what I can find. As I said, I don't think there's intent involved, and I hope that it's getting wherever I saw this. It was in a relatively large European outlet. I don't remember which one. I'll try to find it again. Yeah, Jamie.
Yeah. Sorry, muted mic. Can I follow up on that? I know that in the States, there are some people who are forced to divorce in order to get Social Security benefits or Medicaid or Medicare because they go over the limit.
Yeah, I think that's been addressed to some extent, but that's absolutely true that the man had to be out of the house so that they could. There's a lot of fraud in the whole thing too, and it's
I know it still goes on. I actually work with some of these families, and it's really, really, really sad. But I was wondering if there was some element of that, if it was some bureaucratic thing. And when you find it, can you send me the story?
Yeah, I could tell you. I just found it. The number was so large. I thought I was talking about Russians. 240 Ukrainian children taken away from their families in the EU. This is from the Kyiv Independent from today, actually. Yeah. Let's see. Let me just read through it quickly. She was interviewed on Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, and yeah. Let's see. Yeah, in Italy or France, a person over 65 can't be a guardian. And they're advising to reach out to Ukrainian consuls who will help them deal with the issue. That's horrifying. Like 240 children. I mean, how is that? I mean, it's as I said, it's in the Kyiv Independent, and it looks as though it's getting some play. At least I'll DM you the link to this Jamie. Let's go over to
Oh my God, over 65? Why not?
240 children. Unbelievable. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't catch the number before. I'm absolutely disgusted. This should not happen to even one child. I mean, can you imagine? Anyway,
You go for sanctuary and
yeah.
wow.
And as I said, I don't think it's intention. It's just
No.
human beings and bureaucracy don't always, interface so well together. Let's go on over to lexicon for a minute.
Well, that's pretty astonishing, guys. I guess Kiev Independent is on it and shake up a few things. I mean, since HIV/AIDS, for example, the grandmothers, there's so many stories about the grandparents that are looking after children, but of course that's countries where incidence is greater. But at any rate, wake up, Italy, and what was it, France? They haven't heard of the grandmother revolution? There is science on this. The survival of chances of children who have a grandmother present in the equation are higher and have been since ancient times and to modern times. But anyway, that wasn't what I was going to talk about. But people were saying in some relationship that it's astonishing how Russia seems to have stepped up its kidnappings when, God, they're losing this thing, and it's one of the appalling facts we know about the Holocaust was that even as Germany in the late days of 1944-45 was losing clearly, the generals were trying to assassinate Hitler in greater efforts than ever before, and they were increasing the pace of the murders of Jews, just like getting everything done that they could because they knew they were losing. So we look at the Holocaust in Ukraine and we see the systematic use of rape as an instrument of war, the efforts to steal Ukrainian children and mothers to try to wipe out the gene pool, and now the systematic castrations of men. And a hideous phrase in that story was that the people doing the operation, the psychiatrist said, this is not a one-off. There are hundreds of such cases. They knew what they were doing, i.e. these are people doing this, making this act over and over again. It's not a one-off. So you've got, the alarm bells have got to ring louder. So while I'm on this bleak wave, I wanted to mention an item in a story in Politico column. Mariam Nayef, Mariam Mustafa Nayem, one of three great public figures in the Nayem family. She has a column in Politico talking about the Kakovka Dam catastrophe has been has received so little attention that it really ought to for the size of it. And she talks about a wave of despair with the wave of the waters. And this is a woman who I read her because this is a not despairing person. One of the younger one of her two brothers was very badly injured at the front, head injuries, trauma, coma. She wrote about him and she just sent him courage and rallied people to send him courage for a long time. She writes about a lot of subjects, cultural commentator. Anyway, she says that I had it in front of me earlier, but I'm outside now. But I remember her saying that it's like we're witnesses or it's like the world wants to be witnesses, sort of waiting breathless for another immense catastrophe to occur. So there's Holocaust and there's flooding and there's genocide and there's the destruction done to every industry and agriculture, and not to mention, the deaths at the front. And she says it's as if the world needs to have yet another unimaginable, horrific thing occur before they have another grudging sort of bit of wave of awareness and assistance and discussion and condemnation. And so I thought it's interesting. It's good to follow Maryam Nayef, Naif, Mariam. Um, Follow her free Substack and just see whether what she writes also nudges us to, I mean, we're people who are very aware and are doing what we can to raise awareness and to raise the support. But it is true that it's hard to budge the weight of the world to be aware of what's going on here. Anyway, I just wanted to say we're at a kind of fulcrum or turning point in Ukraine in the war. And so we know that there's going to be a bit of a slow pace of gaining ground, but even more important is the destruction of ammunition dumps and concentration points and headquarters in the rear. And as I watched the military movements over the weekend, I was realizing that there are really clear efforts to open a direction. You can see what they are, like flanking movements down towards Berdyansk, or whether it's going to be Berdyansk or Tokmak is becoming clearer. And I think that it's good for us to realize that at some point there's going to be, a bursting of this kind of dam, and we're going to see a lot of movement. So just to close, one of the most useful things I found over the weekend was, let me see, I think Jake Bro did this. Yeah. He pulled up, you can find on Wikipedia somewhere, there's this day-by-day map of the front in, I guess, in the D-Day, the front in France, the Western Front. So you can watch, he first shows you from June 6th, 1944 to June 16th, or 2 weeks in, anyway, the length of time that we've gone. And then he goes to the end of June. He shows the tiny amount of France that is actually liberated in the first 2 weeks, the first month after D-Day, i.e. the big major counteroffensive with 160,000 Allied troops landing. And we know that story. We know very well they didn't take a lot of ground at first, but what was happening was the lines of logistics and advance of the Germans were destroyed until at some point it broke. Germany could no longer keep it together, and there came a much more rapid crashing and crushing defeat. So I thought that was the most interesting comparison, because actually in the first month, a smaller area of France had been liberated than Ukraine has just done in 2 weeks. I was flabbergasted. So those things are worth looking at. And so let me try to end on that encouraging note after all that despairing stuff I've had to say.
Yeah, thank you, Lexicon. It's always good to be a little upbeat at the end. Yeah, I remember somebody writing at the beginning of this, when we beginning to suspect that a counteroffensive was starting, that if we had judged D-Day based on on German bloggers in the first 48 hours, we would have assumed it was a total rout, and the Allies were going down into defeat. So yeah, it's hard to be patient, and especially with the Ukrainian OPSEC is so unbelievably good. We don't know what's going on, but we just have to hang on and hope for hope to see good things in the future. There's a website, Deep State, that has you can run a depiction of how the front is moving from day to day, and there isn't a lot of movement yet, but there is some, and we'll keep on watching. Okay, we've got a lot of hands now. I think, Shaggy, tell me if I'm right. I think it's Jamie, and then Nick, and then Jeff, and then Lexicon again, I think.
Yeah, I
Anyway,
think so. Yeah.
Jamie.
I guess I'll switch the things in order. Deep State also now is selling a map of Ukraine that you can scratch off as they retake territory.
Oh, I love it. I want one.
They also have a Telegram channel. I should have done but I said it on day one of this kickoff. I said if we had had social media on D-Day, oh God, can you imagine? We would have stopped right there. It would have been bad.
Exactly.
But now I should have said this first and then ended on a bad note. But Lexicon reminded me. I read a tweet somewhere, and she said my Facebook shouldn't look like a graveyard at 20 and 30. From a Ukrainian woman. And that made me so mad. And I was crying, and, obviously. And my congressmen and senators got some more calls, which I do every day when I wake up. So if you can schedule a time, it's really easy to remember. But that's where I'm gonna leave it, and I'm gonna drop down and actually get some chores done because this isn't working.
Yeah, chores do get in the way of one's Maria report time. I have a whole bunch of stuff to do that will have to wait until later today.
I have visitors coming at the end of the week, so yeah.
Uh-oh. Okay, thank you, Jamie. Good luck with that. Let's go to Nick.
Thanks. I raised my hand again and to comment on the media coverage of the unfolding genocide in Ukraine. I am afraid that we have developed a media culture that is always looking for Hollywood stories.
I'm stuck, y'all. I can't drop or leave.
Oops. So
I've
should
had
I
that
wait
problem
until?
too. I think, Jamie, you may need to restart your phone. Oh, I guess you figured out what to do. Okay, anyway, go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, I think that the issue isn't that there aren't reporters on the ground from various news organizations that want to do the reporting. If they are print reporters, they need their editors back home to prioritize their stories. If they are reporters from cable news, they need to have the producers on the various shows be willing to highlight or spotlight their reports. The trouble is, of course, with cable news, which so much of public opinion is influenced by cable news, and yet the cable news hits are always quite brief. Even if it's the A block of a cable news show, which is like the opening, that's usually about 20 minutes long, and there might be a report from the front, and then some discussion by so-called experts who may or may not know what they're talking about. It's very muddled. I am afraid that Ukraine is going to need to make a a, a really startling advance, hopefully slicing all the way down to the Sea of Azov, and maybe that will regenerate a lot of interest. And when that happens, there has to be uh, extreme exposure of the Russian war crimes that have been going on in the areas that are will be liberated, because we know that they will be there. The Russians have been genociding actively, intensively, like Robin was saying, like the Nazis were when their whole effort was falling apart. They sped it up. They didn't say, "Uh-oh, we better stop this. We'll get in trouble for it." No, they went gung ho, because they were acting like parasites, and that's what the Russians are. They're just parasitizing anywhere they go. So yeah, we have to have more exposure. We have to raise consciousness. I used to think that Twitter was a good way to do it, but we seem to have sort of reached our maximum potential for people who are interested on Twitter. Retweeting only goes so far. There's got to be mass exposure in the media, in the world media, and it's God. I'm a little scared that people are, if there's nothing spectacular happening in Ukraine, people are just not going to pay attention to what's going on, and that's extremely frustrating. Kind of frankly, considering how invested in this I am emotionally, it's kind of heartbreaking. But hopefully somebody can say something much more positive than I just did. Please, whoever's following me, cheer me up.
No, I have to agree with you, Nick. I have that same sinking feeling that it's just not, people are not paying attention. But here's something that might make you feel a little better. You know, we have this operational pause apparently being reported by some. The Ukrainians have an operational pause on. But I found there's an article from the New Voice of Ukraine, which is a pretty good Ukrainian English language, God bless them, Ukrainian news service. And apparently the Russians are pulling some forces away from down in the south, near the Novakhovka Reservoir, and are moving them farther north, including one military column that was completely destroyed by the Ukrainians as they tried to redeploy up to Zaporizhia Oblast. So that's very nice. I'm hoping that this also means, the Ukrainians they're chess masters. They're very good at this, and they may be making enough noise around Bakhmut and farther north that the Russians are thinking, oh, that's where the advance is going to be. And once they get them to move their forces up there, they can go right straight to Mariupol. I'm hoping that's what's going on. And as you say, once Ukraine has liberated Mariupol, it's going to be very hard for anybody to ignore what's happened, because they're going to be horrible, massive evidence of war crimes that,
Robin, how explain to me and Nick as well, how do you think it can be ignored in the Times? Not any kind of offspring of Walter Duranty socialist corruption, such as the New York so-called Times, the paper of cat litter, and appeasement to Russian authoritarianism and utopianism, socialist curious. No. But in the Times, there's an article which talks about hundreds of Ukrainian soldiers being castrated, that this is not quite enough to wreak havoc on public opinion in the West, when in Abu Ghraib, and I don't want to be arguing for moral equivalency, the whole Muslim world went completely nuts because there were war crimes and crimes against humanity and stupid crimes and idiocy committed by US American soldiers during a war. Very few, by the way, very few. So the moral equivalency and the bias of the Muslim world rings hollow, very hollow. The appeasement by those who constantly use the tactics of the Muslim world ring hollow. If any such thing, such as the castration of an Iraqi soldier, had occurred ever, what would have happened? Oh yeah, of course. We would have been admonished, immoral as we are.
No, of course, you're 100% right. Unfortunately,
Just saying, because, just saying, as normally our adversaries do. This is completely unacceptable. How is it even possible that anyone is discussing the need for further advocacy?
No, 100%. No, I am horrified by the fact that I have been scouring the American press in the last few days. That original article was in the Times of London, by the way, not the New York Times. I wish the New York
It's the Times. It's called the Times, not the Times of London. It's the
I know,
Times.
I'm
sorry, Robin.
No,
I
you're
don't really care what
100%. I said that for
It's
clarification.
like calling Coca-Cola of Georgia.
Yes, I know you're right. No, I was saying that for clarification. My apologies. Yes, it's like there's well, everything is either just the name or it has a geographic subdivision if it's not from England. Anyway, but it was reported in the Times, which, as we know, is in London, and I haven't found any whisper of this in any American news outlet that I could find. I hope I'm wrong about it, but I mean, it's I guess, Americans are like they like things to be nice and sunny, and there's nothing nice and sunny about this story, so let's ignore it. I can't explain it otherwise. And as you're saying, I mean, there should be no if there was any justice in the world, everybody would be up screaming about this now. I mean, it's this is the Russians make the Nazis look like they were relatively civilized. I mean, it's just the Russians are doing things the Nazis would never have dreamed of doing. I mean, it's just I don't know what to say. It's horrifying.
Well, they haven't done yet quite industrial mechanized death of people by gasifying and burning them.
Well,
And
only
they're
because
probably
the Ukrainians haven't been as easy to push around.
probably, but still, they haven't done that quite yet. So it's also difficult. I wouldn't ever compare it, but you are absolutely right, Robin, and I agree with you. Trust me, I agree with you that what they're doing is on a level of horror, not much different than what Pol Pot, what the Chinese today are doing, and what Pol Pot did, and other authoritarians are doing, have been doing continuously.
Yeah. I think we should go over to Jeff now. His hand is probably ready to fall off. He's been holding it up for so long. So over to you, Jeff.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Slava Ukraini. So, Axel, I think you hit the nail on the head, both you and Robin. As a American-born Ukrainian Greek Jew, who had family go through concentration camps, I think you're right, Axel. The difference is between what the Nazis did at the beginning of during World War II and what the Russians are doing now to the Ukrainians are somewhat similar, but also different. You're right. The Ukrainian army, Skychat, the Ukrainian people are not going to be pushed around. They did that. They got pushed around in 2014, but now it's enough. And I think Putin underestimated the strength of Ukraine. From a I'm former military intelligence, signals intelligence. From a military point of view, the Ukrainians just taking bit by bit adds up to we're on the way to taking back Crimea. I think. Euromaiden Press an hour ago shared a video that was the successful liberation of Piaty Kharkiv village by the 128th Mountain Assault Brigade. So little by little, we're taking it back. The infighting within the Russian army should be noted. The fact that Shigoi and Putin have put death warrants out on the Wagner Group and Prigozhin tells us how weak they really are. And I think that's a plus for the Ukrainian armed forces. Lockheed Martin announced that they will be helping train Ukrainian pilots for flying and maintaining the F-16 fighters if NATO agrees to send them to Ukraine. The world, and I also agree with the kidnapping of Ukrainian children, the atrocities that happened in Bucha and Bakhmut and Kharkiv. The West, and I mean really the United States, is acting the same way it did in World War II. They don't want to believe it. And it was not until the concentration camps started being liberated that the US finally opened its eyes. I say that because my Uncle Freddie, Frederick Haguel, he my great uncle somehow survived four different concentration camps and then was liberated. Even after he was liberated and he was on a boat to the United States, they still turned him around. So he had to go back. But when he finally landed here, he was broken and battered. My great-grandfather, my Papa Isaac, got him a job working for him. So he had a sponsor. But then the FBI filed a warrant against him for overstaying his visa. The United States, we have to do better than the past.
Yeah, I think you've got a very good point. It's hopefully we learn from the past at some point, because the treatment of Jews during and after the war it took a while for things to get going the way they should have.
Yeah, it took like 15 years.
Yeah,
So.
exactly. Lexicon's been waiting for a while. I'd like to go on to her now. Thank you, Jeff, thank you very much for your contribution.
Thank you.
Lexicon.
Oh, that's really interesting, Freddie. It's true that we not only deliberately ignored the Holocaust and refused Jews. I'm Canadian, and our prime minister was one of those who said one is too many, and we turned away ships. It's a stain forever. And we didn't educate. I'm so old, I went through elementary school in the 50s, high school in the 60s. We weren't educated about the Holocaust. I found Anne Frank in the library all by myself. I never heard anybody else talk about it. Mouse, that amazing, what do you call it, graphic novel, one of the earlier ones, he writes it because his own parents didn't talk. And eventually his mother committed suicide and his father burned her diaries. And the son was so angry. And he writes as a kind of, what do we call this word? Anyway, not expiation. Anyway, it's when you move to write about something, tremendous emotional wave. I wanted to say about Abu Ghraib, though. I mean, so maybe let's hope we've come to recognize atrocities and acts of horrific inhumanity. It wasn't anything called just the Muslim world. The world, we were, our very not ecumenical, multi-ethnic North America was horrified because these were horrific acts. And we need to see them and maybe be educated with our universal values, the Charter of the United Nations of the world, to understand that and maybe do better now. I just saw that Prime has got a film on, it's about D-Day, but it's actually a series of 3 parts on a number of the untold stories. And there were crimes that were committed, you know, by these heroic troops, Americans who raped women in France, and taboos that only is very interesting European research, largely French, but are very exciting about D-Day. But at the same time, you see the gravity, you see the difficulties and the horrors. In a sort of positive sense, the thing I wanted to say, my husband is kind of worried that are we in a bubble too much? And I thought he'd look at a few pro-Russian bloggers on YouTube, because I there are quite a few Ukrainian or pro-Ukrainian R-type that I look at regularly. Anyway, I was able to find a few yesterday, and I knew I've seen a guy named Military Summary and Analysis or something. He's so disgusting. He just plain lies. I take a look every 3 weeks to see what he's going to say when a disaster occurs. Anyway, he lies through his teeth. But I found a number. I looked at about half a dozen at least yesterday. They don't have any evidence of anything. These blogs of theirs are largely filled with snickering and things like, how's it going for the Ukrainians? Not too well. And just a whole lot of vapid phrases like this. They don't impart any of the strategic knowledge that we're getting from our favorite YouTubers or from our channel here. They, like, one of their favorite snicker words is probing. Maybe they'll go and do some more probing. Yeah, well, maybe they will. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to find your weak spot. Anyway, so you have nothing to fear from that lot. They're most intriguing. But I think people should just feel solid about what we're learning, and about our regular our columnists who come and talk to us about the actual evidence for our optimism. Don't worry.
I think Lexicon. I think you're right. We do really have a lot of reason for optimism at this point. I mean, yeah, you're always going to have. It's so easy. It's so easy to criticize if you don't have to depend on facts. And a lot of these people are talking out of their whatever. You know, one of the things we're talking about whether or not we've learned anything. Now, I think we do have to. It's easy to get too depressed about everything, and there are very serious things going on. And there are things that I think have broken all of our hearts. But there was a bill that I don't know if went through yet, it was introduced, but I know it is in the works to give Ukrainian refugees or Ukrainian displaced, I wouldn't call them refugees, Ukrainians who are at least temporarily displaced into the United States, permanent residency, so that they will not have the worry of hanging over their head that they're going to lose their status in the United States. And the United States did not cover itself with glory in terms of how many Ukrainians we let in the beginning, but Poland certainly did, and the UK. And I think we've made strides. And the fact that all of this is online, that it's harder to hide. And so I think there's cause for optimism. The Western world has really, it's taken too long, but I think we really have gone to the right. We're heading in the right direction. We have another hand, Martin.
Slava Ukraini, and good morning from Winnipeg, Manitoba. Excellent discussion. I missed part of it, but I just wanted, and Lexicon, great comments you were making. I just wanted to say it wasn't actually Mackenzie King who made that comment. Can you still hear me? About
Yeah, no, I know. He was in the line of those who said one is too many. He did not cover himself with glory, though.
No, well, in that particular instance, of course not. And it was one of his ministers, anti-Semitic ministers. And just to continue, of course, as you know, Lexicon, and just for the so everyone else knows, there was a book written by Irving Abella and Harold Troper called None is Too Many, just about that very topic, about how Jews were prevented from entering Canada, both before and even after the war. They made it very difficult. So I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention. Again, None is Too Many. It's got a subtitle too, and it's by Irving Abella and Harold Troper. I just wanted to raise a couple other points from earlier this morning in terms of, Muscovy. I hesitate to use the term Russia, but in terms of what's happening in Muscovy. And so you get a guy like Putler, and of course he's following the dictator's handbook, the playbook that all dictators have used throughout history, and in recent memory, of course, most especially. And, any opposition, well, exiled, murdered in one way or another, neutralized in some capacity, or imprisoned. And regardless of what one may think about him, Alexei Navalny, if you've heard the news today, of course, is undergoing another trial in Russia, which would impose a further 30-year sentence on him. So just to sort of emphasize that earlier point, Robin and everyone else, the dictator in Muscovy, Putler, is just playing by the dictator's playbook. And one more thing, yes, I retweeted an article. Perhaps some of you have seen it and may have seen it earlier as well. Before I did that, from The Guardian today by a German historian about Germany, how Germany's position and policy towards Russia was influenced, and how it came about, and how it's finally changed. So take a look at that very important article. Perhaps it would provoke or encourage further discussion. So I'll just drop off now and say Slava Ukraini. Keep up the good work, everyone, and please retweet this site, the one indispensable source of ongoing, continuous, accurate information about Russia's genocidal war in Ukraine. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava, thank you so much for your contribution.
Yeah, Heroyam Slava. So just a little bit of news. So I'm reading that the situation in the east has become difficult, apparently, according to Deputy Defense Minister of Ukraine, Hanna Maliar. So the Russians apparently have pulled up some forces and are actively advancing on Limani and in Kupiansk directions. The Ukrainians are holding, but the situation is difficult. Now, I'm not exactly sure what difficult means. Well, I've got a feeling what difficult means, but these are kind of military terms, difficult and all this kind of stuff. So, yeah, the Ukrainians have reinforced that part of the east with airborne assault units. So our troops are courageously in conditions of the superiority of the enemy forces and means, and do not allow the enemy to advance. So yeah, the Russians seem to have done a little bit of maneuvering, maybe brought up some reserves. The Ukrainians the same, and are holding them. So that's just that little bit of news. Rich?
Hi, mate. Hope you well. Just wanted to ask very quickly on that one. I don't suppose it says whether, because sorry, they cut out a little bit then, so I'm not sure if I missed it, but it doesn't say where these troops have been pulled up from, or if they are from sort of reserves they've been holding back, does it?
It doesn't. This report that I'm reading doesn't say where they've been brought up from. No.
Okay, no worries. That was all. It's just interesting to see if there might be some gaps created somewhere else, or things thinned out from the reserves from somewhere. But there'll be something somewhere. Just have to wait and see.
Yeah, I remember reading a report a couple of weeks ago regarding, especially in, there's a chance there was some training going on for Russian forces. There's a mixture of Wagner and Mobics being trained together. So I don't know if it's that lot or another bunch of reprobates being put there. I'll try and find out for you, though, Rich.
Yeah, that doesn't sound as though it would work too well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it worked great for us if they can shoot each other. That's perfect.
Excellent point. Yes, actually, I hope they do more of it. It's good. That's a good point. You know, someone just sent me something, and I can't believe I had never seen this. The U.S. Department of State has a very nice fact sheet. Looks about probably 2 pages to print it out. Top 5 persistent disinformation. Russia's top 5 persistent disinformation narratives. I've just scanned through it, but I highly recommend it. It comes from the Office of the Spokesperson, press releases from the Department of State. It deals with things like Theme 1: Russia is an innocent victim. We've certainly have heard that. And they come with facts, a graph showing about the supposed incidence of Russophobia, that there really was not very much of it, although the Russians are certainly try to emphasize that historical revisionism about the Holodomor. Anyway, I'm going to read through this and I'll try to report on it more later on at some point. But I highly recommend it. Russia's. You can find. I'm sure you can just do a Google search. U.S. Department of State. Russia's top 5 persistent disinformation narratives. Great ammunition to have when you're talking to your Vatnik friends. Okay, Rich, back to you, and then Lexicon again.
Thank you. I've been a bit out of the loop today, so I'm not massively clued up on, one, on the news, and two, in terms of what's been discussed out here. But have you discussed what the latest sort of silly thing is to come out of Russia in terms of this patent for drones dropping off mosquitoes that they've said about?
Yeah, wasn't that a riot? I mean, first of all, how can these mosquitoes, they know who's Russian and who's Ukrainian? I mean, it makes no sense at all. I mean, actually, especially since the Russians are saying, the Russians and Ukrainians are brothers, they're the same ethnicity and everything. Well, you can't have it both ways. How do these mosquitoes pick out the Russians?
Yeah, well, that's like exactly like you said. That's it's kind of the funniest thing, really. I mean, the whole thing with mosquitoes and viruses is they tend to not discriminate, as we've sort of seen in recent history, but that's sort of too obvious for them. But it was funny that they turned around and said, yeah, there's a patent for these drones for delivering specifically mosquitoes. I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure if the CIA or whoever had a big bold master plan to somehow massively expedite the spread of God knows cholera, diphtheria, malaria, whatever throughout solely the Russian forces, they wouldn't be as so silly as to do something as obvious as release a patent for it, where it was easily traceable. But there we are. I thought that was quite funny, obviously, given the news we had yesterday of there's a big problem with cholera down south, and now there's this. It's like, well, what will they think of next?
Yeah, I mean, basically, I think they're getting a bit confused between normal mosquitoes and or NAFO biologically produced mosquitoes, which are still in the test phase, haven't been released yet. So wait till they're out. Marcus, you had your hand up.
I was just going to mention that it was a good cover for the cholera outbreak. So yeah, Rich already got me on that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I've heard a couple of pieces of news about that. I've heard a report from the Russians saying, yeah, there was a cholera outbreak and maybe a bit of malaria. And then the next story I read was basically that this was being spread by U.S. mosquitoes. So yeah, you can almost see kind of how they're just trying to spin it to blame America, basically. And
because of course this whole thing of these waterborne diseases, it has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that they just destroyed a dam and the whole area just got flooded. nothing to do with it at all in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, just
Of course
because.
not, you Russiaphobe. How could you say such a thing?
Yeah, coincidence. Lexicon, you got your hand up.
Well, I do. So, yeah, I was thinking one of the most helpful things for us to understand what's going on is if any blogs, any posts we can see that talk about the placement of reserves. So, just saying, and we know for a fact that Ukraine has got at least 70% of its reserves still to come, whereas Russia has got all of its reserves in the field, or 90% or something, depending what one imagines they can come up with. But when you look at maps, some of these people who kind of move around on the map, these blocks of reserves, we can understand. I find it really interesting. We've known all along that the Russian interest in Bakhmut arose out of a notion that wasn't bad at first. When Russia still held Kupiansk and Izium, then the idea was that they were going to move in three kind of pincher or whatever you want to call them movements to take. If they could take Bakhmut, they could then move to Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. Of course, what happened is by the time they began doing their big Wagner stuffed move on Bakhmut, they had lost Izium and Kupiansk. So militarily, Bakhmut no longer made any sense. We understood that for a while, or maybe we didn't think about why, but we'd just been told it really wasn't significant militarily. We know how that evolved because it came to be significant militarily since Russia had chosen to stand there and we could knock them off at a better rate there than pretty well anywhere else. Now what's happening, I watched one post about why is Ukraine still fighting in Bakhmut? And so this was one, I think that with that title, you could find it on YouTube. I think that was yesterday. And what you see there is that that area, well, Ukraine is making progress, but also there's a number of the Russian reserves, a couple of blocks of them that have to stay because they think they have to keep it's become so psychologically important. They're not going to be able to keep it, but those reserves cannot come down to what they know bloody well is, or they ought to know, is the main front, and they can't do much to support it. At the same time, when Ukraine decides what points of weakness it will try to exploit, it will have a lot of reserves to move in. So that discussion, maybe we should ask our Tuesday and Thursday and other, oh yeah, today at 1:00 we could maybe ask something about the placement of reserves and the displacement, and because to me that helps laypersons very readily see why in fact Ukraine has got lots in its what's that called, our quiver or something, lots in the basket, and Russia has less and less left. So it's another reason why we could foresee that when this begins to move, there's not going to be an awful lot of Russian depth to prevent the Ukrainian movement.
Yeah, that's 100%. One of the as I've said, one of the frustrating things about this is the Ukrainian OPSEC is so good that we really don't know what's going on. I can hardly wait to see the books after the war because I tell you, we've seen enough of Ukrainian military does not take wrong steps. We've seen enough of what's gone on so far that I have perfect confidence that whatever they're up to, it's going to be great when it happens. And we just pray that first of all that it involves as few Ukrainian deaths as possible, and to that end, we need to make sure that we keep a fire under our legislators in our various countries, members of parliament, to get the kit to them as fast as possible so that they can take care of this problem. I just wanted to go back for a minute. I'm not sure. I want to just clarify. We mentioned Abu Ghraib in relation to the stuff that the Russians have been doing, and it's a very important point to make that these things, abuses can happen anywhere. It's our response to them that makes all the difference. And Abu Ghraib was vigorously prosecuted and took care of the problem. And in other, I'm sure all of us can think of other situations where there was some abuse or whatever going on. In our Western countries, we don't put up with it. We take care of it. Although from the beginning it may look similar, it's really, human nature is going to result in people doing the wrong thing. It's how we as a society react to it, and how we as, we have never made any attempt to excuse this. Whereas the Russians, it seems to be a point of something they're proud of, rather horrifyingly.
If I may, just a quick interaction in regards to the placement of troops and reserves. I think that.
Okay, yes, but
sorry.
we'll go to you. No, just in future. I don't know if you've been up before. I don't recognize your name. Generally, we raise a hand before you're called on. Go ahead.
No, I would just want to intervene very quickly. Just out that I think the total regard for human life in contrast for both parties must have some very important ground into the placement of troops. That's it.
I'm very sorry. Could you?
Can't understand.
I was distracted. Could you repeat what you said? I'm very sorry.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you now. I couldn't hear you before either very well. Now you're fine.
Yeah, I was just trying to intervene. I'm sorry if not correctly. But you were mentioning about the placement of reserves being there's a big discrepancy of both sides, and I think that has a large impact in the fact that there's very little value of human life from the perspective of ethnic army, which it would be safe to assume the Ukrainian has a lot more thought on it. It's not as evident of a meat grinder as it is the Russian army, I would say.
Yeah, well, there certainly is a qualitative difference between these two sides. This in some ways makes it a little harder for Ukraine, though, because Ukraine is not willing to throw hundreds of lives away for minimal gain on the battlefield, and Russia is. But I'm sure that the values that Ukraine holds will help it to be victorious in the end.
Yeah, I see a big difference between the two armies. A huge difference. Biggest one being the Ukrainians seem to, well, not seem, but respect life and respect the life of the Ukrainian defenders. Whereas the Russian side, well, they've got their army, they've got their convicts, they've got their mobics, and they just throw them in there. Sometimes with just shovels. So, yeah, very big difference between the two.
I know, isn't it amazing? Can you imagine sending somebody to the front with a shovel? And that's not hyperbole. That's actually what some of these guys have ended up with.
Yeah, it sounds like it was back in the day. Yeah, you follow the guy in front when he gets shot, pick up his rifle, and continue, rinse and repeat. So yeah, that kind of history is still being followed by the second greatest army in the world. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. I loved Blinken's. I don't usually think Blinken is such a great speaker, but that line, with NATO summit, was it about Russia having the second best army in Ukraine, was priceless. I would say somebody pointed out, though, no, it's actually probably the third greatest, because he forgot about the farmers with all the tanks that they've nicked, as you would say, from the Russians over the last couple of years.
Yeah. I'm talking about Blinken. He's over in China at the moment. So apparently he's asked the Chinese about weapon supplies and Chinese weapon supplies to Russia. And apparently China has reaffirmed its promise not to supply Russia with weapons. So yeah, take that with a big bowl of rice.
I was
So
gonna say I feel so much better now.
yeah, soak up that. So yeah, he's been pointing out that the Chinese, or he's asked them if if the Chinese could keep an eye out and police their firms, which may be providing technology that Russia can use to advance its aggression in Ukraine, to finish that quote off. We did see some pictures the other day of some kind of Chinese-looking IPV trucks, which I think it was the Kadrovites were showing off. So I don't know what came of that and where they got them from. I'll do a little bit digging into that. A few days have gone, so there might be some more information of it. So that may be what Blinken was referring to, is for the Chinese who have a pretty tight control over their population and country to maybe exercise that control with regards to technology that could make its way to Russia and be used against the Ukrainians.
Yeah, that's very true. You can't have it both ways. If they so tightly control their population, they have to take responsibility for what's happening too. I must say I'm impressed with Blinken. He's very direct with people that we used to pussyfoot around. It's a much better approach, I think, at this point.
Yeah, agreed. Malhus and then Tavid.
Yes, hello from Norway. I'm just gonna I am gonna disagree with this idea that the Russians are using some sort of human wave attacks with shovels and stuff like that, like if China in the Korean War. That's not actually. It might be experienced like that by looking at the numbers of dead Russians, but what actually is happening is that they were sending often convicts, poorly trained, forward with guns, but they were trying to send them like 5 guys or something forward to try to infiltrate the Ukrainian lines. But what happened is that they were told that they were not allowed to retreat, and the Russians kept sending more people. So the experience that the Ukrainians had was that the Russians were going forward more like in a conga line. So they had 5 guys that came and got killed, and then 5 more guys and 5 more guys, and they kept coming all day for many days. So you can. I've read some of the reports from the Royal United Services Institute, and they also are trying to say that like it's not human waves, but it's ironically it's the Russians who have been doing this sort of probing for a long time. So that was one thing. The other is like I heard a very interesting discussion today about like what is Putin's center of gravity? What is that we should do to try to what is it that will defeat him ultimately? And the idea there was that he has to stop thinking that he can just outweigh the West. He has to, because as long as he thinks that the Western aid is going to be at the top now, and he can just wait until his factories are up and running in a couple of years, then he will keep pushing. So the point that was made in that discussion was that instead of like trying to send them ATACMS or anything like else, just send lots and lots and lots and lots of ammunition, both for air defense and mostly for artillery. So that was an interesting idea that I heard.
Yeah, thanks for that, Malhus. One of the things about the human waves, or about their tactics they use, the Russians apparently were sending like a little half platoon or a platoon of men forward, and then once the Ukrainians gave their positions away a little bit by obviously kind of shooting, taking out this first group, then the guys behind kind of then knew where the Ukrainians were shooting from, and then targeting them. So that's one of the tactics I heard being used. So basically sending out some convicts first of all, just to draw out Ukrainian fire, and then counter firing basically. So yeah, that's what I heard. David? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Cheers. No host. David?
Hello, Shaggy. Just want to check a microphone. I've got a headset on and it's very windy. Can you hear me or is it garbled?
Nah, you're always garbled, David. You're always garbled.
I love you too.
It's the accent. It's the
It's
accent.
fine.
I'm joking. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine,
Thank you
fella.
very much, big man. It's great. It's great to hear you co-hosting, and also Robin. Thank you very much for being here and for your effort and keeping the conversation as scintillating as it has been. I wanted to come up as soon as I was able to. I have to do something. First of all, just to point something out, which I think bears pointing out. This is a forum. I think it's generally accepted that it is we necessarily give each other the space to disagree and present what we think to be a truth, and then as a result of this exchange of ideas, we can then converse and turn it over and poke the embers and see how close to the truth, how much closer to the truth can we get. That is a luxury that I really enjoy and love in this space. So I wanted to point it out. That although in rhetoric it can appear that there's one who opposes and then does opposes, and then by nature of dialogue it goes back and forth, but it's not really to show two different sides. Rather, it's to show the necessary use of method to try and reason our ways closer to the truth. I take great joy in experiencing it here and listening to it. I wanted to point it out to encourage people who are listening. If you are like me and you enjoy it, retweet, share the space. It's not very difficult. You can do it a couple of times an hour without getting yourself suspended. Retweet the space, throw a hashtag into it. Go over to MriyaReport.org. If you are a person who likes to donate to charity, that is a registered charity in the United States, which means you can get a tax receipt to put in with your return each year as you pay a tax to the IRS. It's also important for institutional donators, people who are involved in charitable foundations, often require that as a basic standard to be able to have a conversation to keep themselves on the right side of their audit. So it's also an important thing for people who work for companies who might have a charitable matching program. I know it's something that's quite common in most mid or large corporations, that the company itself would like a piece of your donation action so that they too can do some charitable giving, achieve some good, and have the necessary tax write-off certificate all above board for them. So that's a crucial distinguishing feature of MriyaReport.org, and I don't mind repeating it. So donate if you can. If I could just say that about the technique of using, in the imperial sense, people who are lesser than them, the Untermenschen, the people who they believe are not really people, and so can be used in this way because they're not white Christian Russians. In their own construct discussed in imperialism. And yeah, Shaggy, I mean, it's literally probably saw the same sources and confirmed over different instances the same way you did, that they were in a habit of giving any kind of firearm really to guys, and maybe not even firearms, and just pointing for, all right, you guys go at 30 degrees, you just keep walking for a mile that way, and you other guys go off at 60 degrees there, and you go for 2 miles that way. And what's the orders, boss? Well, when you get to 2 miles, dig a hole, make a camp. But, they weren't going to make a hole or make a camp. They were going to get shot on the way by Ukrainian defenders, as a result, showing their positions, which Russians then would hope to bomb. But given their ineptitude and indeed their delay in being able to relay information to their long guns, it wasn't truly as horrifically effective as Russians had wanted. Yes, it did cause a terrible loss of life. But I think there's probably the time is a continuum, right? So after the Russians have opened up, well, then we also have Ukrainian observers who now spot and know where the Russian guns are. But it's not to over-explain what is basically an act of genocide against ostensibly one's own people, although they are drawn from occupied territory. Which is why we must continue to support Ukraine in a fight for freedom and liberation. So I prefer to do that through MriyaReport.org. If you're like me, go over to the website, MriyaReport.org, and make a donation. And I will leave you folks with that. Thanks for the time, Shaggy and Robin. I appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Yeah, and thank you for reminding us about donating to MriyaReport. If you have money that you want to donate, I even if I weren't really involved with MriyaReport, I would tell you it's one of the best places to donate. We're a totally volunteer-run organization. Every cent that you give goes to Ukraine. It doesn't go to put up the CEO in a 4-star hotel in Kyiv. It goes to help Ukrainians. So do consider it. Okay, we're going to go to Nick and then Muckers.
Thanks again, Robin. So I am going to drop soon because I think the panel is filling up with people with much more, much smarter things to say than me. But I want to comment and then make a comment and a question before I go. The comment is we were talking about the dearth of coverage of the atrocities and the genocide in Ukraine. We can't get the press to do it on our own, but we can pressure corporations. So my question is, how on earth do corporations, public corporations, do business with the Russian Federation at this point? And I know that they are. And I'm wondering if I'm wondering what the state of sanctions is currently, how effective they are. I'm wondering if there is a resource. I remember when the war started, there were tweets about how many companies were still doing business in Russia and how many had left. And I can't find those.
I believe
anymore.
it was Yale. We're keeping a good track of it. The university.
University of Yale, or Yale University.
Yes, sir. I believe they were keeping a close track at the start. I don't know if they've still kept some undergrads doing it, but they may have an updated list.
If anyone can suggest an account for me to find this, I would appreciate it. And yeah, that was my question. Just finding the resources to figure out how to pressure corporations to stop doing business with genocidists. I mean, it's unconscionable that anyone is doing business with the Russian Federation at this point. Anyhow, all right, thanks. I'll stay on the panel until you boot me down, but feel free to boot me down anytime, and I'd love to hear what Mockers has to say. Thank you.
You're not getting the boot so fast, Nick. Thanks, Muckers.
Yeah, I just wanted to note that over the past 48 hours, there have apparently been 70 Russians captured in Bakhmut. In all cases, they talk about great losses, severe hunger, being provided with old Soviet helmets, and lack of ammunition. Of course, you know, how they worry for their families back home and things like that, because they're not allowed to contact them anymore. So yeah, another tale of woe, this time coming from 70 captives.
Yeah, who will now be able to contact their families, since Ukrainians do allow them, as the Geneva Convention suggests, to call home, unlike the Russian army. That yeah, unbelievable. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, let me just say, yeah, I was just going through that actually, because I was also going through through Chuck Farrer's map from yesterday, or maybe last night or early this morning, actually, my time. So yeah, advances made north and south of Bakhmut. I'm liking it. I'm liking the movement up in the north of Bakhmut as well, up to 3 kilometers. I've been registered along the M03 highway access. So yeah, it's quite good. I did spot one funny thing actually. So in England we have these maps with really funny place names, and I spotted my first funny place name on a Ukrainian map, just to the left of Chaziv Var. There's a little village called Stinky, and that's made me laugh. So I like that. An actual place called Stinky. So that's my first funny Ukrainian place name.
Could you spell it, please, so we can Google map it?
Stinky. Stinky.
Just like
So,
it
yeah,
sounds.
just like it sounds, Stinky. It's brilliant. I love it. I love it in Donetsk Oblast. So that's made me chuckle. Yeah, sorry. Over to JUN now. JUN? Are you there, JUN? But if not, we're going to go to David.
Don't do that to us.
I think it's you. Favid. Until
Mr. Son Hendrickson, if you can hear us, it's your turn. If you can't, I'm going to have to go. I've been told to go ahead. You want to go? I can see you waving, Jorn.
Hello.
Yeah, spout off there, sir.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Hi, sorry. Yeah. 1 moment. Just to answer the question of businesses, because I've been looking into this today, and both Yale has a very good overview, and also the Kyiv School of Economics has a great overview. And the numbers earlier today was 1,184 businesses has announced that they're leaving Russia. One has already left.
Did not copy that last bit, Jorn. Could you repeat? The number have already left.
241 has already left. And would anyone take a guess? Because I'm having this war with Mondelez International chocolate producer here in Norway. The sum of taxes that they paid to the Russian state last year, how many Shahed drones do you think that could finance? Anyone take a guess?
Oh God.
Couldn't guess. Go on. Maybe 1,000.
Yep, it's more than that.
1,500.
Mondelez International financed 4,000 Shahed drones last year, and it seems like because of prices and stuff, they're paying more taxes this year than they did last year. So that is fun. So if anyone needs a reason to boycott them or to continue to support the work of Yale School of Economics, Yale and the Kyiv School of Economics, there's your number. I'm going to make some infographics on that and list the number of weapon systems that Russia can buy for the taxes. And that's just the direct taxes from their business. That's not accounted in the taxes from the 3,000 workers that they employ.
Wow, that's truly horrifying. Favid.
It is.
Yeah. Okay, Favid.
Jorn, thank you very much. I'm glad to have heard from you. I appreciate your information always. Lovely to hear from Mini Jorn in the background. My salutations.
Yeah, she's
the generation is rising. The name will live.
Yeah, she's having difficulty with this chocolate boycott, and also understanding when I'm speaking with someone else. But that is the gift of life.
Exactly. It's one of life's little diamond beauties. You're lucky to have encountered it. Well done. What to say about Mondelez? Better known by their brands in this country. Oreos, some other massive household names are made by this conglomerate. When the question was asked earlier, people say, "Oh, how can these corporations do business with Russia?" They do it very well. They do it very easily. I'd hate to direct your attentions to the way they farm their sugar and cocoa. These are almost, they are conglomerates larger than nation state actors that have been adept at doing business in, shall we say, less than ideal health and safety and human work standards for generations. I would think it's just part of their trade. They probably have a section that's very adept at doing it. Doesn't make it any less appalling. That's not what I mean to say. But that it's been focused on, I think, is succor and hope to the people who might think of it, right?
Yeah, and if you ask them how they sleep at night, they answer like Don Draper. They sleep on their bed of money.
Yeah, on a big bed of money, no problem. It's about money for these people. So, as you said, we boycott.
Yeah, and I will just point you to the definition of a psychopath. That's a human being without empathy. So there's that.
I'd actually raise my hand to point out that by virtue of the fact that we are discussing how it is the regime in Moscow is managing to have to use secondary and tertiary workarounds, I think on its face shows there's a body more work to be done, but also indicates that sanctions have had effect to the point at which the enemy is now forced to source in this way, which is where we are now trying to nip and cauterize and tie off the supply. So I would point that out as something that is obvious in the fact that we are discussing it, but maybe hasn't been noted. Please retweet the space and share. It's 1 to 1 Eastern time in the afternoon in the United States. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Okay, Angry, I think, is next. Shaggy, are you? I'm not 100% sure. It's Angry, and we have Martin. I think that was the order.
I can run with it. How's everyone doing? It's great to be up here. David, it's great to hear you too. And it's a great conversation. I personally have a hand-signed letter from the president of, or the CEO of Mondelez International from a campaign I led against them a few years back about them outsourcing jobs, a bunch of them being veterans, and they're just pretty much they're a horrible group of people who only care about how big their bed can be, that made out of money, in my opinion. But that's just
well said. Well said.
You know, that's just me. They don't care if whether it's a veteran that's losing a job that can provide for his family and sending it, overseas for pennies on the dollar, or supporting a country, creating genocide and destruction in their neighbor. And so what we have as people can call it out. And there is one group I wanted to. I'm not sure who this person who asked the question, but there is one group of fellows that have kind of focused in on this. It's led by Alban fella. So it's if you look up Alban Land One, so at ALBION Land One, he leads a group that kind of focuses their energy on corporations, and they post about that quite a bit. So that is one group that's actively working to try and use our voices to tackle the progress, because we can make a difference, and I think that they've had a little bit of success in a few places. So that's just something I wanted to add. So if people want to actually get involved, I've been really disappointed in especially corporate America, and their stance to the Russian war, and how or lack of action that they've taken as multinational companies with billions of dollars in shares. And I wish we would see them step up a little bit more sometimes.
Yeah, thanks, Angry. G-Man. So you come up. Oh, was it G-Man or Martin?
I think Martin is next.
Martin.
I think I was next. Thank you, guys. So I just want to add something regarding this the issue with how Russia circumvents the sanctions. And I heard from a friend of mine who works for a rather well-known German manufacturer of construction equipment, large yellow cranes and such. They have officially stopped selling anything to Russia, but they're selling more right now to countries which still re-export things into Russia. So, for instance, Egypt is quite big on this list, where Egyptian companies keep buying these large machines and just sell them with a 20-30% markup into Russia. So that's, I think a lot of companies are doing the same thing. They're just seeing the bottom line. It doesn't say anything about whether you actually whether you're doing something good or something bad. Like for the companies, they just see they keep their revenue